Pokemon Ninjutsu Master Chapter 1201-1250. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1201. Let's go. Luokan, Ichigo, Chato, and Ishida were fully armed, separated the child from the three virtuals, and began to fight. Luo Chen and Juwei surrounded one of the most humanoid-shaped virtuals, but they did not change their faces. It is estimated that they only grew into that by chance. Slinger also leans towards the virtual side. In fact, you don't need to fight to know that these three phantoms are not at the level of breaking the surface at all, not even the big phantoms. It seems that they only have to chase after the little children. Chadu was facing off against the largest worm-like virtual by himself. He had the most strength, so he chose the largest one, while Ichigo and Ishida surrounded the remaining one with a huge face and a slightly smaller body. Virtual. However, in the face of Luokan and the others, Shu didn't look like he wanted to fight. They just took a jump, but Luokan couldn't control so much. In his eyes, Shu is basically points, although these are very important in front of him. Weak. Hey, who are you? In the face of the uninvited guests who stepped in, the three phantoms in front of them were all very alert, but before they could react, they were hit hard on their bodies. It's worth it. They were unconvinced and immediately fought with Luokan and the others, but they were indeed being beaten all the time. They were just fish on the chopping board. Who told you to run after a child? Do you want to get rid of him? Ichigo said angrily, and then kicked both of his feet, making the opponent unable to fight back. At this critical juncture, the human child realized that the Shu who was chasing him had disappeared, and hurriedly shouted, "Don't fight, stop fighting." What? Everyone suspected that they had heard it wrong. Just now, it was clear that their life was in danger, but now they let them stop. The child separated Luo Chen and the three virtuals, and then put down his hood, only to see that on her head, there was a mask that looked like a broken face. You misunderstood, they didn't want to catch me, we were just playing a game. Luokan took back the Zanpakuto, and almost killed Shu who was in front of him just now. He was very curious, so he asked, "Game? What game?" Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Nailu really didn't expect that this wireless tracking game we were playing would make you misunderstand so much. She took three virtuals and apologized in front of Luokan and the others. After all, there is no good way of entertainment in virtual circles, it's just for fun. Nailu, is this your name? Luokan asked, are you Bromian? Yes, my name is Nailu, Nailu do. Nailu smiled and looked very cute. By the way, this is my brother, Peishui. She pointed to the slender figure next to her and said, and then the huge-faced avatar on the right introduced herself. My name is Dodchaka, and I'm the older brother of the two of them. Nailu pointed to the big worm behind and said, this is my pet, Dawa Dawa. There are countless question marks in Luokan's heart. Is this also a broken face? Will there be pets? Are these guys really siblings? But he didn't ask, and he felt that the more he talked, the more confusing it would be. So who are you all? Nailu asked. She still didn't know who the people in front of her were. 100 million. Chapter 1202. Ah, I am the Shinigami, Luokan, the one here wearing a black kimono like me is the Shinigami, Ichigo. Luokan explained. I'm Chadu. I am Ishida Yulong, the Quincy. These pronunciations were ordinary and unremarkable, but in the ears of Nailu and the others, they set off a storm. What? Yes, the god of death. And the Quincy. But maybe it was too boring. Nisi Sichilu and the others quickly recovered from their shock and disgust. What happened to the god of death? Let him join the game together, maybe they can win. After speaking, Nailu quickly snatched the Zanpakuto from Luokan Ichigo when he was not paying attention. Haha, come after me. The infinite tracking game continued until Ichigo grabbed the Zanpakuto, and everyone who followed behind found out that he was very close to the Zai Palace. Luokan looked at the towering Zai Palace in front of him. It was taller than a skyscraper, taller than some mountains in the human world. Nailu, we still have things to do, we have to go first, you can continue playing. Luokan dragged Luokan, reminding him what the first priority is now. But Nailu shouted reluctantly, are you guys going to run away now? It seems that I should kill you first at the beginning. Then, let me kill them. A loud voice came from below the ground, like a ringing bell, and it sounded like a big man. Sure enough, just a few dozen meters away from the crowd, the sand began to bulge, and in an instant, a giant void appeared. Here, this is the White Sand Watcher. Lord Lunuganka, Nailu shouted in surprise. Luo Chen smiled and said, isn't it just a broken face? Our goal is 10 blades, how could we be stopped by a mere gatekeeper? It's not a small tone. I'll deal with you here, the god of death and the traitors who brought them here. You don't want to go in the Zai Palace, said Runuganka, his voice very powerful. Cut. With such a level of shattering, Luo Chen would not be able to despise him. After all, the level of spiritual pressure was not as strong as 10 blades. XXX. A slash directly split Lunuganka in half. But his huge body did not fall down, and the wound did heal quickly. What's going on? Your body is made of sand. Luo Chen could see at a glance why his attack didn't work. Because Runuganka's body is made up of sand and spiritual power, ordinary spiritual power slashes can't help him at all. Although Mr. Lunuganka is not as good as the 10 blades, if he fights in the sand, his strength will be strengthened. Not to mention that he can surpass the 10 blades. Hey, stop cheering the enemy. Didn't you see that his target included you? Luokan took Nailu to the side to dodge, but Lunuganka's attack range is not small. In addition to using sandbag fists, he can also roll up a tornado. I saw him wave one hand, and under the powerful spiritual pressure, a 4.5 tornado blew Luokan, and Luokan understood that no matter whether it was such an attack or the confrontation of Lunuganka itself, it would not be too simple. First solution. Use the power of the tailed beast. Luo Chen handed Nailu to the 9 tails, and then waved his blade in the face of the tornado, slashing from the sky to the ground with just one slash. Starting from the crushing of the spiritual pressure, the entire tornado dissipated in an instant, and the residual the attack of the left rushed towards Lunuganka. Chapter 1203. Although it was a powerful initial solution attack, after the weakening of the spiritual tornado and the blessing of Lunugang stuck in the desert, this attack was blocked. Luokan, let's help. It's time for Ichigo, Ishida, and Chadu to recover. They know that if they don't defeat the powerful enemy in front of them, Shuyi Palace can't get in, so how can we save Orihime? Runuganka opened his arms and wanted to use his fists to bombard one after another. He shouted, you can't do it together. Then I'll go up. Ichigo didn't keep his hands, and when he came up, he used the crescent moon rush, and the white crescent moon dashed towards Lunuganka. Ishida Yulong opened his arms 22 to form a bow drawing suit. A bow of spiritual power appeared in front of him, surging fiercely, and a huge bow and arrow shot out rapidly. Silver Bell Orphan. Chadu's right hand appeared that powerful armor. He didn't have anything fancy, he just threw a punch, giant blow. Although Luo Chen and his mother attacked at the same time, but this made him stunned. It doesn't matter what, Crescent Moon Sky Chong, and Silver Ridge Lone Sparrow, Giant Strike, is also quite suitable for the ultimate move. But Luokan didn't expect that when he attacked, it was just a simple word, slash. He hadn't thought about it yet. How can this be good? Naming is my worst thing, whether it's a person's name, a weapon's name, or a move name. No, I have to come up with a good name, and calling, kill, every day is not the way. I made up my mind in my heart that when I go back, I must choose a good name. But now I can only make do with it. Under the names of the 3 of them, Glorious, Luo Chen also felt that he couldn't lose his momentum. The 4 kinds of attacks were combined into one, and the huge Reiatsu impact shattered Runuganka's whole body. His body turned into quicksand, lost control, and collapsed to the ground. We won. Ichigo shouted happily, and now he can move forward like Shuyagang again, but before everyone was happy for too long, he just felt that something was wrong under his feet. This is quicksand. By the time Luokan noticed, it was too late, and Lunugunka's body had already covered the surrounding area of several hundred meters. A whirlpool actually formed in the center. The quicksand wrapped everyone around, making it impossible to move an inch. Even in a black cavity, you can use the aura to stand, but when the quicksand mixes with the enemy's aura, it doesn't work. Damn, everyone felt the crisis, and Nailu and the others were also swept in, constantly shouting helpless help. However, since it's sand, our physical attack can't move you at all, but what if that's the case? Luokan made Juwei stand on top of his head, and Juwei began to output frantically towards the surroundings, and one after another small-tailed beast jade was launched. Luokan, what are you doing? This is a desert. If you attack the sand like this, it's useless. Ichigo asked. Even if this sand is not his body, it still contains his spirit. The tailed beast jade is not a simple attack, the 9 tails are devouring it. Damn, how dare you attack me like this? Lunuganka still couldn't sit still, showing his figure. 9 tails saw the opportunity to defeat him with a trick of the tailed beast jade. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1204. The entire quicksand also stopped, but Luokan was not prompted by the system, and Lunuganka's spiritual pressure response has not disappeared. Don't let your guard down, now he is probably dormant, waiting for the next attack. Luokan, Ichigo, and Ishida and Chato, you are here, let us find it for a while. The speaker approached, it turned out to be Rukia and Renji. Why are you here? Luo Chen asked, didn't you guys be brought back to Soul Realm by Kuchiki Byakuya? Rukia said, brother, he really brought us back to the Soul Realm, but he told me later that he was just ordered to bring us back, and he doesn't care where I go next. Luokan saw that Rukia's face turned slightly red when she said this, and sighed. Sure enough, that man is like this, with a knife-like mouth and a tofu heart. Speaking of which, Rukia became even more shy. Since everyone's here, let's go. That's it, Nailu, let's go Tilda. Luokan waved his hand, and everyone was about to leave. By the way, who are they? Rukia and Renji expressed their curiosity. They had an air of emptiness, but they didn't look like ordinary emptiness. Hey, it's too rude of you to ask such a question. Nailu has a bad face. Looking at this dress, you wouldn't be a god of death, would you? Nailu said angrily. And, what is your relationship with them? Rukia held her forehead, not knowing what to do. Luokan said, Nailu, we still have something urgent to do. When we come back, we will have a chance to play with you. Wait a minute, Nailu wants to send you there. Just as Luokan and the others were about to leave, Nailu shouted, how could he let go so easily when he finally met someone who could play with him? The crowd rode on Dawa Dawa and walked on the sand. The speed of Dawa Dawa is indeed much faster than their running speed. The Void Knight Palace is close at hand, but it cannot be reached in a short time. It is also necessary to recharge now. It is estimated that in a few hours, we will be able to reach the foot of Zai Palace. It is really huge. How was it built in the first place? Luo Chen looked at Zai Palace. Night Palace, I know that there will be an unusually fierce battle, but this is also a very good source of points. At this moment, Dawa Dawa's body trembled, and a spiritual pressure was interfering with his movements, but in an instant, he could no longer move. Boom! A figure appeared again. It was Lunuganka, who was not killed by Luokan just now, because it was all desert. He hid his breath, and made a surprise move. Diaresis, this time I won't let you go again, this time I'll go straight to full power output. Runuganka's body was wrapped around Dawa Dawa, and the adhesion and flow rate of the quicksand increased by a stage. Here, the quicksand became as silky as water. The suction force of the vortex in the middle is also getting bigger and bigger, like a black hole. Everyone did not stand firm, and they fell into the quicksand and were swallowed by the quicksand. A few people's breaths fell, are they the ones that Yi Zugong said? In the darkness below, a ghost asked slowly. Yes, it's the Reaper of Death, but we don't need to take action, just the ordinary emptiness in the Great Void Forest is enough to suppress them. The other replied that they were not very interested. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1205. Luokan and the others were swept away by quicksand and then swallowed up. Originally, they thought, my life is over, but I didn't expect it to be another village. After everyone was swallowed by the quicksand, they fell into this big hole in the ground. The quicksand did not bury them, but led them to a new place. Where is this place? Luo Chen stabbed the Zanpakuto into the surrounding trees, slowed down the speed of his fall, and stopped in the air. Luokan saw Ichigo and the others who were still falling, and shouted, "Nine Tails." Nine Tails stood on the book on the side, stretched out its tail, and caught everyone. The strength of the Nine Tails has also progressed very rapidly during this period of time, and now it can become a complete body, but at present only the spiritual power of the virtual circle and the soul world can support such a large consumption. Luokan and Juwei slowly landed on the ground. It was like a dark dungeon. The sky above was completely covered by a layer of sand. It seems that the small trees above are simply the big trees below that have grown on the sand. Luo Chen roughly estimated the distance, and it really had to be 100 meters high. Then, everyone gradually calmed down, and gradually changed from being confused at the beginning to being vigilant. They need to sort out the information about their current situation first. But at this time, Nailu hugged her head and wailed, "Wow, how did you get back to this place? Isn't this the legendary Great Void Forest?" "Great Void Forest? Where?" Luokan asked. Nailu replied, "This is my first time here. I heard that there are a lot of emptiness here, and there are also a lot of big emptiness. It's a place where you can't go out alive after you come here, so it only exists in legends." "Oh, is that so?" Luo Chen was excited when he heard this. Just like Juwei's pair, his face was full of antis that others couldn't detect. "It seems that I accidentally learned about a good hunting place." When Ichigo and the others heard Nailu say this, they became more vigilant, not thinking that even Orihime was not rescued, and even himself fell into trouble here. "Don't panic, make sure it's safe first." During the process of falling, Luo Chengqiang heard a lot of false calls. They must have noticed these intruders with different spiritual pressures, and they must be able to arrive in a while. "Hey, oops, Rukia is gone." Renji first noticed that something was wrong. When it fell, everyone was basically separated, but Rukia was no longer here. When Luo Chen heard the words, he immediately dispersed the spiritual pressure, and spread out towards this big virtual forest. He could vaguely feel Rukia's position, but his spiritual pressure could not be scanned. System, don't hesitate, map. Luokan opened the exchange page, but in the eyes of the system, the map is an important resource, so the cost is also very high. Ding, it has been exchanged. The map of the Great Void Forest has unlocked 4 maps. This time, it was another large expenditure. In Luokan's mind, he already had a general grasp of this Great Void Forest, and he already knew where the exit from this place was. Let's go find Rukia first, and then go to the exit. Luo Chen suggested, and everyone agreed. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1206. But at this time, the virtuals are already in place. This is the most illusory time that everyone has seen so far. They keep roaring, thirsting for souls, thirsting for spiritual power, like evil ghosts from hell, although these are some low-level phantoms, but in front of the number, they are also very oppressive. Nailu hid in fear and whispered, "Okay, it's so scary, Luokan." But in the face of this situation, it is impossible not to go up. Luo Chen pulled out the Zanpakuto, and Ichigo, Ishida, Chato and Renji were all ready. The next thing is a big melee, but try to preserve the spiritual power. We are not here to destroy the virtual. Clear. Following the roaring of the leading virtuals, although it seemed to be a meaningless syllable, all the virtuals began to respond, and then swarmed up. Superior. Ichigo and Renji directly opened the beginning of understanding. After all, they can't be held back by these illusions, because the big virtual forest, the shoe in the forest, is inexhaustible. Every time Luo Chen slashed with his knife, he hit an empty life gate, and there were no extra moves. Even if he was trapped in a tight siege, he couldn't be led by the opponent tilde by the nose. Follow me. Luo Chen used the huge spiritual pressure generated by the Zanpakuto to crush all the emptiness in front of him. After all, they were all low-level emptiness, unable to hold a slash at all, and Luo Chen slowly opened up a gap, going to take the crowd, get out of here. But all the defeated Kus roared loudly before dying. The roar was even duller than the previous attack, and could travel farther, and then there was a corresponding roar in the distance, accompanied by Reiatsu. It's Daxu. Luokan noticed that Daxu in all directions responded to the call, and began to gather around here. Ichigo and the others followed Luo Chen in the same direction. A big virtual is nothing to them, but if there are as many big virtuals here as the ones that surrounded them just now, things will be troublesome. Just thinking about it, more than a dozen Daxu were approaching. Their tall bodies looked at Luokan and them with instinctive contempt, but the spiritual pressure that Luokan possessed also prevented them from approaching. That's it. The question of the flow of spirits from the falling dust tea set to the space, all gathered in the mouths of the big virtuals. It's the virtual flash. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Now is the unfavorable time. Everyone is gathered together now. If they eat dozens of virtual flashes one after another, it will be good enough. Get ready for the impact. I'm going to be serious. Ninetails, please pay attention to leaks. Luo Chen was ruthless. Ninetails showed a distressed expression, sighed helplessly, and surrounded Luo Chen together with everyone in the middle. 0. Dozens of phantom flashes tore through the space, as fast as thunder and lightning, and the energy is definitely not lost to the attack of thunder and lightning. But now Luokan can only place his hope of survival on this blow. Although this is not my original intention, after all, the firepower is full here. I don't know what will happen. Luo Chen's whole body burst into spiritual pressure, and he simultaneously activated the beginning solution and blurring, and the strength of the whole person reached the peak. Cut. The sound pierced through the sky, and with several slashes, with the help of this almost rampant power, he displayed a faster speed than when he attacked the Soul Hunter at the beginning. More than a dozen phantom flashes were immediately split into two halves in front of me. 100 million. Chapter 1207. A huge collision of spiritual pressure filled the entire space, and the aftermath of the explosion turned all the surrounding low-level virtuals into spiritual sons who solved the problem. Luokan, are you using too much force? Ichigo and the others under the protection of Luokan and the nine-tailed spiritual pressure all fell to the ground, and they were shaken by the violent cyclone of spiritual energy and could not stand firm. When Luokan said that he wanted to defend against the impact at the beginning, it wasn't a phantom flash, but the impact of the aftermath of the attack he radiated with full firepower. Although under the protection of several layers of spiritual pressure, everything around them was indeed not disintegrated like the outside, but they also had some things to do. This is simply the rhythm of strong winds, lightning and earthquakes. After waiting for a while, the surrounding turmoil finally calmed down, and the rioting spirit gradually calmed down. This time it's been over. Luo Chen wiped the sweat on his face. The output just now cost him a lot of spiritual power. The surrounding Daxu was suppressed by the powerful spiritual pressure. For a while, they did not dare to step forward, and there was no movement. They looked at each other and looked at Luokan and the others, but they did not dare to step forward for a while. XXX. Luokan, help. Nilu's screams came, and several virtuals attacked Nilu and the others who were hiding, and disappeared into the darkness with Nilu. Luokan scattered the spiritual pressure, always tracking Nilu's location, and said to everyone, "Come on, now besides Orihime and Rukia, that kid Nilu has to be rescued. Cheer up, take advantage of these Daxu didn't calm down, hurry up and leave. Quick, quick, quick. Nailu's two brothers and pets were very anxious. Seeing that Luo Chen had already acted, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The death god in front of him was indeed not the kind of guy who couldn't help him. Fortunately, the location where Nailu was taken away is not at a very different angle from where Rukia is. If you find Nailu, you can still find Rukia on the way, but Luokan also detected a strange person beside Rukia. Reiatsu. Not long ago, after being separated from everyone, Rukia met a god of death who claimed to be Asido. Although the other party didn't speak much, he still saved Rukia. Hey, don't warn me like that, you are also a god of death, right? Asido wears a mask, but from the perspective of Reiatsu, he is indeed a real god of death, at least Rukia can perceive this. However, safety is temporary, even in Asido's hideout. Rukia's mood is difficult to calm down, because besides him, Luo Chen and the others also fell. Although she didn't know where this place was, Rukia sensed the spiritual pressure generated by Luokan and the others when they were fighting. Hey, you don't have to take me on your way at this time. I'm not necessarily slower than you. Rukia protested in dissatisfaction, but it didn't work at all. Road it was not all smooth sailing, but on the way, they encountered a Yachukas who was controlling many Killians, and was blocked on the way forward. As a last resort, the two could only be forced to fight. Asido, I'm going to settle our general account this time. The Achuka's level avatar laughed loudly. He and Ning were controlling the surrounding Killian level phantom generals for the sake of a water leak. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1208. In fact, he is still sweating a bit sharply now, because a powerful death god's spirit burst out in this great virtual forest just now. He knows that the death god has not been eliminated, so he must fight this battle quickly. I can't enjoy abusing you anymore, but you don't want to escape from my siege today. The two were also in a hurry, so they started the battle without any nonsense, sleeve by shui. Luokan also noticed that the battle on Rukia's side was not an easy opponent, but if both sides wanted to fight, in the end it would only be a situation where neither side could be saved. Finally, the people of Luokan came to the virtual who kidnapped Nailu, but they fell into the encirclement of Daxu in an instant. Do you want to do it again? Luo Chen sighed, but now that he is ready, he won't be as tough as last time. Achukas, who kidnapped Nailu on the high platform, tied it up and said with a smile, although you were attacked by so many Daxu just now, but you were not destroyed, but this time I will see how long you can last, but don't act rashly, this little guy is in my hands, what to do is up to you Tilda. This was obviously a threat, Ichigo couldn't wait to rush up, and Luo Chen said, don't be carried away by anger, now that we are in a weak position, we can only use the surrounding conditions to fight back. Attack! Achukas ordered with a smile. He felt that the victory was in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Several phantom flashes were launched, and they attacked towards Luokan. A large piece of the ground was lifted up, and the smoke bursts and rose wildly, even higher than Daxu. In the smoke, taking advantage of the chaos and the relaxation of the enemy's vigilance, Ichigo and the others headed towards the high platform. In fact, just now, Luo Chen rapidly expanded his spiritual pressure, covering Yihu and their spiritual pressure, disrupting Achuka's perception of spiritual pressure. Achukas could only feel that Luokan was still in place, but Ichigo, Ishida, Chato, Renji and the others took advantage of this attack to come to the high platform. When Achukas was not paying attention, he rescued Nailu. What? This is impossible. Achukas was shocked, unable to believe that someone was right under his nose. Then you can use your full strength now. Renji and Ichigo opened the D-solution, and there were big emptiness around them. At this time, a quick solution was urgently needed. Renji's Baboon King Shiwaimaru cut off all the surrounding Daxu, and Ichigo's Crescent Moon was aimed at the leader Achukas. In just a split second, the surrounding empties scattered as birds and beasts, and without a higher level leader of the emptiness, they were also afraid of being beaten. Diaresis then hurry up and look for Rukia now. Ichigo said, and Luokan smiled. No, Rukia has already arrived. Is it Lee's? After the feeling was finished, Rukia and Aceto came to the front of the crowd together, but they also suffered some minor injuries, but this time the crowd miraculously didn't suffer any serious injuries in the Great Void Forest. This is Mr. Aceto, he knows where the exit is. Rukia introduced, and Luokan and the others greeted them. Although they don't know Aduo's origin, since he protected Rukia, at least it's not a bad idea. Enemy. Chapter 1209. It's not too late, let's go now. After confirming that there was no danger around, Aceto suggested, the exit is just above this place, do you see that crack? Following the direction Aceto pointed, Luo Chen looked up, and there was a long crack not far from the huge rock wall, about tens of meters high, spanning tens of meters. Is that there? Unexpectedly, it was under the exit now. Everyone was overjoyed and immediately thought of climbing up and away. After a while, they reached the opening. Huh, it's so high. Luokan turned his head and looked at the light in front of him. This was a very dazzling existence in the dark-dominated Great Void Forest. Aceto said, it's the front. You can reach it by walking in the direction of the quicksand for a certain distance. Let's go. Luokan was also a little bit reluctant about the Great Void Forest, because it was less than half an hour after he bought the map, and he was about to leave this excellent hunting ground. But in this, although there are not too many big voids, those small ones are overwhelming. Although these few battles cannot supplement the cost, they are not a small amount. Luo Chen secretly made up his mind that he will come often. Thinking about it, half of the journey has passed, and the light in front of you is about to spread all over the body, but a group of Reiatsu suddenly appeared from behind. It's a big imaginary. Everyone looked back and saw that on the other side of the passage, in the Daxu forest, there were several Daxu heads. After all, Daxu was tall, and if he stood upright, he could almost stick his head into this gap. Come. This is not the most headache, those big phantoms are still brewing phantom flashes in their mouths. It's like don't get stuck in a very small area and be under a hail of bullets. Defend quickly, Fall Chen shouted. After speaking, he and Ichigo, Aceto, Renji and others all started to attack those Daxu to buy time for others. Fortunately, those big virtual flashes could not be aimed precisely, and the gap between the upper and lower sides was narrow, so the virtual flashes hit the rock wall above. Boom! The entire gap was still shaking violently, and the rock above was attacked and fell off, gradually blocking the gap a lot. Ha ha ha, don't try to run away, watch me deal with you here, Aizen-sama will reward me, right? The Kudo who kidnapped Nailu just now was not destroyed, and at this time came to everyone again. Just as Luokan wanted to stop it, Aceto had already acted at this time. He immediately went to the front, and the boulders rolled down behind him, filling the road almost completely, making it impossible for people to pass. Aceto, Rukia shouted. She could not help but worry when she saw that Aceto was trapped on the side of the Great Void Forest. Luokan hurriedly grabbed Rukia, who was about to rush over, and said, dangerous, Mr. Aceto doesn't want to see this. Aceto turned around and shouted, Rukia, he's right. And your companions, it doesn't matter to me, hurry up and save your friends, I'll be there in a while. After he finished speaking, he met the virtual short soldier that rushed over. The cave gradually collapsed, and Aceto's figure was hidden on the opposite side. Chapter 1210. The person you're looking for is me, and I won't let you go half a step. Aceto suppressed all the virtuals on the opposite side, and jumped out, leading many big virtuals into the distance. After a while, Luokan and the others finally got out of the sand under Aceto's prompt, but in the process they could sense that Aceto's spiritual pressure was going away at an extreme speed. I didn't plan to follow me again, but led Dashu away. Huh, I finally escaped. Not far ahead is the Zai Palace, Luokan. Nailu reminded, and now it's only a few steps away from the Zai Palace. But they didn't forget Isito's contribution just now. That radiant back is really touching. Is this the death tilde god? It's safe, but Rukia fell on the sand and regretted it very much. Mr. Isito doesn't know what's going on. Rukia has always been very grateful to Isito for saving her. In addition, Isito almost sacrificed herself to open the way for everyone just now. Rukia's admiration for Isito became more and more intense. Rukia. Before Orihime was rescued, everyone fell into grief once. Luokan said, "It's alright, Rukia, I can guarantee that there is nothing wrong with Isito at least now, I can feel his spiritual pressure." Really? Rukia looked at Luokan in surprise. Even she and Renji couldn't detect it with Reiatsu from such a distance, but she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope he's okay, but I still haven't said it." "What's up?" Mr. Isito once said that Ichuka's here has suddenly become stronger in the recent period. I failed to tell him. Tell this warrior who has been fighting against the void for hundreds of years in the Great Void Forest, the reason for all this. Rukia felt mixed. It's Aizen, a god of death, in order to change the world, using Bengyu and Shu to join forces. Such words really can't be said to him. Luokan said helplessly. He knew that Isito was indeed a role model for the god of death, but the truth may be too cruel for him. Everyone was silent, and Luo Chen continued. "In this way, let's go to Zai Palace first, rescue Orihime, and by the way, we will try our best to take Bengyu back from Aizen's hands, so that we can go to see Asi with a clear heart. Mr. Duo and rescue him." Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Yes, Ichigo and the others also figured it out, and now it won't help to be sad here. It's better to have a firm belief and set a goal first. At the same time, Orihime was under house arrest in the Zai Palace. She stared at the moonlight outside the window in a daze. After Joe's injury, he was arranged to live. 0. It seems to be quite suitable. Ulquiorra walked into the room and jumped out of Orihime's trance. What he said was that Orihime was forced to change into the clothes of the Ravagers. Orihime didn't answer, and Ulquiorra was in no hurry. He was assigned by Aizen to monitor Orihime, and this time he came to tell her the latest news. "Do you know? Kurosaki Ichigo, Luo Chen and the others, as well as the death gods like Rukia from the Soul Society, have all come to the virtual circle." "What? Ichigo, and Luokan?" Orihime heard this and asked, "Why?" "Just to save you. 100 million. Chapter 1211. To save me. That's right, but it's meaningless. You've already become our compatriots. You put on this dress. It means that you won't be shaken by them, right?" Ulquiorra asked. He knew what Orihime's answer would be next. "Yes, I exist for the sake of Aizen-sama." Orihime's eyes were blank, as if she was unconscious, but she said with great firmness that she had come up with a sentence that was guaranteed to shock all her companions. "I take it for granted." And outside the Palace of Virtual Night in the Face, Luo Chen and the others finally approached the Zai Palace, and they still didn't know the state of Orihime at this time. "What material is this thing made of?" Luokan touched the wall in front of him with his hand, and the spiritual pressure could penetrate into it without any hindrance. "It's not a special material, just a strong attack." "That's good. Come on." Ichigo, Ishida, Chato, Renji, and Luokan could finally take advantage of this opportunity to vent. "It doesn't matter how thick the wall is. If you penetrate him, you'll be done." "No problem." The crowd rushed up and blasted out a big hole in the thick wall, which could allow several people to pass side by side without crowding. Nailu called out, "Hey hey hey. Luokan, what are you doing? The nearest entrance is just 3 days along the wall." Luo Chen replied with a forehead, "The day Lily will be cold after walking for 3 more days. We can't afford to wait, but now we have to separate you. When there is a chance in the future, let's meet again. Let's go." Luo Chen led the crowd into the Zai Palace, and the place they opened up happened to be connected to a passage. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could never go wrong if he kept going inside. Gradually deepening into the darkness, only the footsteps of the crowd remained. The long corridor seemed to have no end in sight. At this moment, Nilu's voice came from behind. Wait for me. Not only Nilu, but also his two brothers and pets. When we were helping you, Aizen-sama would already consider it a betrayal, so don't leave us now. Even if Aizen-sama forgives us, 10 blades won't let it go. She cried, tears of snot. So I don't want you to take me there, but I won't let you worry, anyway. Speaking of this, Nilu's voice suddenly decreased, as if it had suddenly disappeared. Jue rushed up, and Luo Chen followed. She must have fallen there just now, right? Roar. Jue reminded Luokan to come over. Luokan saw that there was a pothole not far away. He didn't find it when he came over just now. It was probably triggered by Nilu. Anyway, let's go down and have a look first. You can sense Nilu's spiritual pressure, and there are many complicated spiritual pressures below. It seems that the amount of information is not a little bit more than the above, there should be new ones. Find. So the crowd and Nilu's brother who came over went down this pothole together, and Luokan was more sure of his guess. Ah, I thought you left me. Nilu looked at the crowd and said moved. How is this possible? Stop crying, we'll just take you away. Luo Chen comforted. They gathered below, then went deeper. Renji asked, Luokan, is this road really reliable? Chapter 1212. Trust my Reiatsu, I think there must be something tricky about this place. The road above may be a dead end. Since it was discovered by Nilu, we can try it. After everyone walked for a while, they could only feel that the surroundings were getting darker and farther away from the way they came. Although they got used to the darkness, it was still inconvenient for them to walk. Renji said proudly, at this time, let me come. He stretched out his hand, and the spirits gathered in the palm of his hand. Rukia knew that he wanted to use the ghost way. Tell you, this, red artillery, can also be used like this. XXX. A firelight appeared in front of him, and then 22 large firelights turned into small fireballs, and there were not more torches that could illuminate the place. I didn't expect you to be such an energy-saving person. Ichigo complained. To shut up. Luokan shook his head and said, let's see us, Nine Tails. Roar. Nine Tails proudly came to the crowd. This time should be the time for it to show its prowess, only to see it open its mouth, a fireball brood, bigger than Renji's red cannon on a lot. The key is not the size, and the brightness has also improved a lot. Compared with Renji's thinking, it is like a sun and a moon. Alright, move on, I'll start with Jue. Luo Chen reached the front of the team, Jue controlled his fireball, and the two of them cleared obstacles in front of him. The buildings here are really old. It seems that no one has used them for a long time. Ishida observed the surrounding environment. Nilu nodded and said, this place should have existed before, but this Zai Palace was built by Aizen-sama and Shirin together. I guess it is based on the following buildings, right? After a while, Luo Chen had been using spiritual pressure to detect, and suddenly found a fork in the road. At the end of the fork, there was a completely different gate. Come here. After a while, there was a new door at the end of the fork in the road. This door was unusually new. It seemed that it was newly installed at a glance, and it did not fit in with the surrounding ancient stone walls. That's it, it must be the passage to enter the Void Night Palace. Ishida reminded, don't let your guard down too much, we don't know what's on the other side of the door, and everything needs to be careful. But Ichigo couldn't take care of that much, so he slashed the whole door with one knife, opened the door, and let in the strong light. Where is this place? Everyone came to a halt. There was no one here. There were torches everywhere to illuminate the place. The strangest thing was that there were several gates with a height of more than 10 meters in front of them. It was as if he was seducing Luo Chen and letting them in. Nilu, just stay here and wait for us to come back. After all, the Reiatsu in front of you is not something you can bear. Ichigo said. Ishida and Chadu looked at the surrounding doors. fell into deep thought, and said to themselves, can we only try one by one? Luokan smiled. Everyone, why don't we act separately here? What? Separate? What are you talking about, Luokan? That's 10 blades. Ichigo questioned. Rukia and Renji looked at Luokan, and they actually had the same intention in their hearts. After all, doing so is the most efficient, but also the most risky. Haha, don't you think so in your heart? Don't you want to become stronger? You probably won't give in, right? Luo Chen replied, revealing the stubbornness in everyone's heart. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1213. HMPH, Luokan, you said it well, I didn't expect you to see through it. Renji smiled. Not only him, but Ichigo, Rukia, Ishida and Chato also looked at each other. Nodded. Which one of them doesn't want to become stronger? Which one doesn't want their own strength to be able to rise to a higher level, and that they don't want to be a burden to their friends? Luokan smiled and said, but if you don't experience some wind and rain and grow up, the day when you stand out will be the moment of the decisive battle. It won't come. The flames in everyone's eyes became even hotter. Although this is the Zai Palace, and the strength of the broken face here is extremely strong, they also believe that under such pressure, how can their own strength not rise to the next level? However, you don't have to worry. It's better to say, I should worry. After all, 10 blades or other broken faces are indeed powerful enough. One wrong step, Luo Chen said seriously. Ichigo asked, then, Luokan, what do you mean? Are we going to split up or not? Luokan smiled slightly, I have my own way. Just now, Luo Chen was looking for a way to break through the current predicament in the system's point exchange. I found it, that's it. Luokan looked at this skill point, and it wasn't cheap either, but this is the Palace of Void Knights, and every broken face can be repaid, so Luokan no longer hides it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the skill, Shadow Clone Technique. It can be installed and used. The system responded, and Luo Chen felt that an inexplicable force had penetrated his entire body, and then he had all the knowledge about clone technique in his mind. Very good. Shadow Clone Technique. Luokan gave an order, and his spiritual pressure began to split and reorganize, so several Luokan figures appeared on the scene at the same time, and everyone jumped down. Ichigo was stunned. He originally thought that Luokan was already hidden deep enough, but he didn't expect that he still has a unique trick that he can take out. A few people touched the new Luokan everywhere, and they were amazed. This is too real, not an illusion, and each of them has exactly the same spiritual pressure and aura as the original. It is simply a skill that can make the combat power soar. It's not too late, and things will change. Although I haven't understood what kind of secret book this is, I can't do it if I don't set off now. Let my shadow avatars still have the body, and each one takes a path. Although the combat power is divided after the avatars, if they encounter danger, they still have the strength to save your life. You should go forward boldly. Let's go, Luo Chen said proudly. Diaresis very good. Luokan is like this, my confidence has doubled, and now I can't help but want to come again. Renji roared. That? Luo Chen asked. Well, this is the ceremony that was held before the big battle. Although it has been abolished now, I think it is really time now. Renji explained. Come on, fold your hands. The crowd formed a circle, stretched out all their right hands, and folded them together according to Renji's appearance. How should I put it? It's a little embarrassing, but it feels good. Renji slowly chanted the spell. We are about to rush to the place of decisive battle. Believe it. Our blade will never shatter. Our consciousness will never yield. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1214. Even if the sea dies, we will return to this place. Oh who! Luo Chen roared, but he thought in his mind what kind of secondary language these words were. No wonder this tradition was gradually cancelled, and he didn't know who set it up in the first place. But not much gossip. Everyone is separated here, entering from different gates. Everyone is followed by a clone of Luokan, although there is no guarantee that these clones whose strength is equally divided can defeat the 10 blades, but as an insurance tool people are still necessary. Luokan, please let me follow you. There is no one here who has more combat experience than you, and is more able to use dissolving and blurring, so please forgive my willfulness. Ichigo followed Luokan's body into one of the doors. Luokan nodded, and said, well, but I won't interfere too much in your battles, and I'll take the lead when you can't beat it. Luokan knew that the broken face here is different from the ordinary broken face that fought in the human world before. Because of the difference in the amount of atmospheric spirits, the strength will be greatly improved, not to mention the 10 blades. Ichigo may not be able to beat him, he is still the same. Points can be earned. Ninetails clearly saw Luokan's trick, and scratched his cheek with his tail. The two guys laughed, sinisterly. Of course Luokan wouldn't put Yehu to death. Into the towering there is a long corridor inside, and there is no end in sight, but there is a strong spiritual pressure ahead. So long as you go forward, you will never go wrong. Suddenly, Luokan noticed that there was a spiritual pressure reaction above. Although it was well hidden, in front of Luokan's spiritual pressure, Aizen might be able to hide it. But before Luo-chen reminded Ichigo, he only felt that a Reiatsu was approaching from behind, but the voice had already reached the ears of the two. Luokan, Ichigo, wait for Nailu. Nailu wants to follow you, but I won't hold you back. Luo-chen sighed while holding his forehead. It really was Nailu. This little guy is a clingy spirit, but fortunately, he has himself and Yehu now, so he can fight and protect. Nailu jumped up at once. Woo-woo-woo, I'm so afraid that you will leave me. Luokan flashed away, and Nailu bumped Yehu into a staggering stumble. Snot and tears caused Yehu to suffer, but Nailu was not to blame. By the way, where do your two older brothers have pets? Luokan asked. Their words are right behind. Huh, where did they go? Seeing that no one was chasing behind, Nailu couldn't help but wonder. Luokan sighed and said, don't think about it, I already know about my avatar. Your brother ran into the wrong door, but don't worry, it's just a turn. That's good, let's keep going. No, wait, the guy above, you can come down. If we don't hit you and leave, we'll be in a bad mood. Luo-chen said loudly. Sure enough, after the guy above was exposed, he knew he couldn't hide, so he rushed forward, followed by Ichigo, shouting, hey, are you going to run away when you find out? Do you think you can escape? I didn't want to run away. Ah. Before the guy could finish his words, there was a scream. When he was running from above, he accidentally slipped his feet, and he fell down, causing bursts of smoke. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1215. What's the matter with this person? Ichigo was frightened by the other's carelessness, feeling that the person opposite must be a fool. Ho-a-ho, how is it? Are you scared by my gorgeous appearance? Everyone. Amidst the smoke, an enchanting figure began to wriggle constantly, trying to take a more gorgeous pose, but he couldn't be complacent. The smoke dissipated, and a middle-aged uncle-like face appeared in front of several people. Like the other faces, he also had a white mask on his head. Although it's not gorgeous at all. Well, you are, Ichigo asked. Damn, how dare you be so arrogant before my splendid debut, Lord Dordoni. You guys really need to be cleaned up. Dordoni said angrily. I said, it's not gorgeous at all. When Ichigo and Dordoni were fighting, Luo-chen was already holding the Zanpakudo in his hand. He could know through Reiatsu that the person in front of him, Dordoni, was definitely a character that should not be underestimated. At least the level of 10 blades. Ah, but forget it, let my know. Rank Lord Dordoni kill you all. Make a move. Dordoni immediately stated his ranking. This made Luo-chen also stunned. How much? How much? 1-03. With a question mark on their faces, Luo-chen asked. This, although I don't know what your rankings are, but I can at least infer from the 10 blades that your ranking is a little bit over 100. Dordoni sneered. It seems that you underestimate me. But anyway, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Nailu added. Hey, uncle, I've never heard of a 3-digit broken face. How do you say? Luokan asked. He noticed that Nailu seemed to know a lot of inside information. From her knowledge of the Great Void Forest, Aizen, and this broken face, Nailu's true identity is probably not simple. Hearing Luokan's question, Nailu said proudly, as far as I know, the number of the broken face is 2 digits, and the broken face with a number is called a numbered broken face. The number 10 is the 10 blades. The 10 blades are directly under the control of Aizen-sama, and the numbered faces under the 10 blades are managed separately by the 10 blades. But Nailu, I have never seen a 3-digit numbered face. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Dordoni was hit so hard by Nailu that he was about to wash his face in tears, and Aikika said, "Yes, you look so weak." Luokan knew that Ichigo had underestimated the enemy again, and said, "Ichigo, you go first, I won't interfere." On the other side, in the depths of Yekshu Palace, Dongxian was looking at the pictures on the monitor, and these pictures belonged to Luo Chenyi. At this moment, Ichimaru Jin slowly walked into the room and said, "Oh, are you so interested in them too? Hehe, aren't you here too? Let's not talk about this, come and have a look." Dongxian responded. Ichimaru Jin leaned forward and said in surprise, "Oh, I didn't expect to split up, but this will greatly reduce the combat effectiveness. The chance of winning will be smaller." Dongxian affirmed, "Well, yes, and they are passing through a very interesting place." 100 million. Chapter 1216. That's right, it's a 3-digit territory, guys who don't get bored. Maruyin and Dongxian watched with interest. Boom, boom. The battle between Ichigo and Dordoni has already begun. Although it seems that Ichigo has the upper hand, after all, Dordoni has been dodging, but Ichigo's slash has not touched Dordoni once. Dordoni hit 4 or 5 more times. Nailu climbed onto Luokan's shoulder, and Luokan and Juwei yawned happily at the side, because the battle between these two people is really not level. Boom. Dordoni kicked Yihu out of the corridor with 1 foot, and a large hole was broken in the wall. 2 people rushed in, followed by Luo Chen. This is a huge space with 2 exits or entrances, just enough to use to fight. Boy, you can't beat me, don't think I'm easy to bully just because my number is at the back. Dordoni said. Hey, Dordoni kicked out, and Luokan stood in front of Ichigo. Ichigo, you should rest first, and think about the problem in your heart. Luokan could see that Ichigo didn't plan to resolve and blur in battles other than 10 blades. You're too stubborn, is this the time to do such a thing? Ho ho, it's you. I can see that your strength is much higher than that kid, so you can't perfunctory me, you have to use all your strength. Luokan nodded and said, I will, but at least you have to prove that you are worthy of my full strength. XXX. Dordoni laughed when he heard Luokan's words. Haha, this is the most interesting thing I have heard over the years. Boom. Luokan's Zanpakuto collided with Dordoni's legs. Although Luokan's Zanpakuto was very sharp, it was clear that Dordoni's legs were not vegetarian. After the battle just now, I have concluded that the real strength of Dordoni in front of me is probably quite strong, and he is good at leg attacks, with extremely fast speed and superb physical skills. He is a formidable opponent. You're still hiding your strength, aren't you? But soon, I'll force you to use all your strength. Dordoni's legs were throbbing, as if he was dancing ballet. Luokan's Zanpakuto collided with his leg. After all, his arm couldn't twist his thigh, and Luokan stepped back in defense. However, Dordoni and Luo Chen gradually became deadlocked, and they refused to give in to each other. Seeing that Luo Chen still didn't intend to use all his strength, Dordoni said dissatisfiedly, Don't underestimate me. Boom. A large number of spirits gathered beside Dordoni, his breath changed, and the spirit pressure also became stronger. In an instant, the entire space was filled with the turbulent flow of rioting spirits. Luo Chen and Ninetails stood in front of Ichigo and Nailu, and used their spiritual pressure to resist this force. Turn it around. Baron Storm. With the order of Dordoni, his whole body was covered by the storm, and his whole body became the center of the storm, and he was already liberated. Then you all get ready for my attack. 4.5 Dordoni emerged from the storm, only to see that his limbs were covered with a part of white armor. Luokan learned from the spiritual pressure that the strength of the person in front of him has reached the level of 10 blades. He can no longer underestimate the enemy. Since you've already shown your strength, then I won't hide it anymore. Quickly resolve it. I have to educate this kid Ichigo. 9 Tails. D Solution. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1217. Roar. Juwei reminded that Luokan has not mastered the solution yet. Luokan scratched his head in embarrassment, and said angrily, "Damn, it's all this kid Ichigo, who made me have such a big opinion on the solution. Just now my mind is full of solutions. HMPH, forget it, Shiki. Ichigo, you'd better think clearly about your own problems while I'm fighting." Buzz. After Luokan's Zanpakuto was released, Raya and Dordoni were evenly divided, and the entire space was filled with constant collisions between Reiatsu. Dordoni looked at Luokan and smiled. "You finally have to use all your strength. It's gone." Luokan, "I'm sorry, I wasn't very useful in this battle." Ichigo looked at Luokan who was standing in front of him, and this time he was saved by Luokan again. "That's right, you want to fight the 10 blades, and because of this belief, you plan not to use the D solution until you meet the 10 blades. But don't lose the present, shouldn't you be more protective now?" When Ichigo heard this, he woke up like a dream. He understood that what Luo Chen said made sense. If he had passed this hurdle now, wouldn't he be joking if he fought 10 blades? "I understand, I will do my best for every battle in the future." Ichigo strengthened his belief, and Luo Chen also got a point for it. The fierce battle has officially begun. Dordoni stood high in the sky, relying on the gust of wind that kept gushing out of his body. "It's the wind." Luokan still remembered that when he fought with Karya not long ago, the wind of Dordoni in front of him was even higher than Karya's. The storm burst out from Dordoni's body, not letting it disperse naturally, but relying on the powerful spiritual control ability. The wind gathered into several wind columns. The powerful wind column is like a tornado, and the sound is not much worse than thunder, but Luokan expands the spiritual pressure and resists the wind column in front of him. As long as it enters the range of Luokan's spiritual pressure, it will be weakened first. Floor. Strong, but can you catch it next? Dordoni also attached parts of 2 limbs to the head of the wind column, which are 2 snake heads, which are even bigger than the baboon king Shuei Maru of Renji. Luokan knew that he could only deal with it with all his strength now, and there was no way to think about other things. "Ichigo, 9 Tails, Nailu, you hide, don't let him attack you." Boom, boom, boom. Dordoni's attack hit the wall, and the rubble kept falling. The speed of the falling dust is faster. Dordoni's attacks are basically rubbing the edge of the falling dust, and it does not cause actual damage. Dordoni frowned and said with a little atmosphere, "You guy, can't you just dodge? Although my attack is not faster than yours, you will have no room to dodge right away." With that said, Dordoni's spiritual power output increased again. In addition to the 2 wind snakes, at the beginning, there were a lot more. Although it was smaller than the original, the number was enough. Shish. Several wind snakes attacked Luokan, and this time they formed a siege from multiple directions, and Luokan fell into the siege. However, Luo Chen was not panicking. He had already seen that this was simply the control of spiritual power, as long as the spiritual power was disrupted. In other words, if you can't escape, you can just break through with brute force. Luo Chen swung his Zanpakuto at high speed with his right arm, forming a curtain of swords around him. All the little snakes were scattered, and the big snakes were blocked. Swish. Luo Chen rudely switched from quick swings to aggressive slashes. The 2 wind pillars were cut off from the middle and dissipated a lot. Dordoni was not surprised when he saw this. but made all preparations and rushed up again. Boom! His leg kicked Luokan's knife, and this time was not light. Although it was not Dordoni's full strength, it would not be too easy for someone who is known for his leg skills to take a random kick. Luo Chen hurriedly used the spiritual pressure to remove the force of the blow by 22, otherwise, the Zanpakuto would have just flown out of Luo Chen's hand. Huh, it's too thrilling, but we didn't do our best just now, right? You still look down on me. Dordoni scolded. Well, but now I know that you deserve more power from me. If I guessed correctly, the reason why your number is 103 is because you were number 3 in the 10 blades. Because you have this strength. Luokan said with certainty. Dordoni smiled and said, yes, all our 3-digit numbered faces are eliminated from the original 10 blades. So, I want to defeat you and gain the approval of Aizen-sama. But I have to be able to prove me by defeating you all with all my strength. That's really my fault. I shouldn't slander your goals, but I will kill your illusions with my hands. Because we also have things to do, we can't stop here. Protecting the right hand in front of him, intending to activate the blur. Then I won't let you succeed. Dordoni's hands quickly gathered spirits in front of him, and a small black and red ball gathered together. The spirit pressure was stronger than the wind column. This is Virtual Flash. Dordoni didn't give everyone too much time to react, but instantly launched the entire Virtual Flash, and a black-red light beam penetrated the space. If Luo Chen was hit without protection, the consequences would be disastrous. Although the 9 tails had already moved, Nailu was faster. Luokan, be careful. At that moment, Nailu burst out with a very powerful speed, blocking Luokan's face, and the Virtual Flash has arrived. Buzz. There was no explosion, and Nailu was not knocked into the air. Dordoni's illusory flash entered Nailu's open mouth without spilling out at all. The scene was very magical. Even Luokan rubbed his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have never imagined such a scene. In just a few seconds, Dordoni's flickering was completely eaten up by Nailu. Wow, Nailu's face didn't look very well, and then she vomited and returned the absorbed phantom flash to Dordoni. Boom, Dordoni ducked, and the virtual flash hit the wall behind with undiminished power. Well, what's going on here? Everyone was stunned, but they didn't expect that it was the little child Nailu who had been unremarkable all along. Luo Chen asked, Nailu, are you all right? It's okay, As long as Luokan is okay. She showed a cute smile, and Luokan only saw the unfathomable. But still worried, Luokan still taught, this is too dangerous, you can't run out suddenly next time. Dordoni, let's come on. This breath, I can see that you are going to be serious. Come on, Dordoni said excitedly, and at the same time he was ready to attack. Nailu's affairs are put aside first, and now the first thing is to defeat the opponent first. A pale mask appeared on Luokan's face, decorated with black patterns, which was completely different from the breath just now, void. Dordoni felt the pressure. After you are eliminated, your strength will also lose to a certain extent. You must continue to cultivate before you can return to the peak. This move is enough for me to kill you in seconds. You can try it. Buzz. Luo Chen's Zanpakuto was lifted from the upper left and slashed towards the lower right. Chen-Kei kept doing this action thousands of times during the battle. It seems that there is no concept of time and distance in the middle, and that slash seems to have not been used at all, but Dordoni's body has been slashed. PFF'd. Dordoni-fu knelt on the ground, his eyes widened, and he recalled inconceivably what had happened just now, but he had no memory of being hit. The slash seemed to exceed the speed limit. Do not. It should be said, as if the cause and effect have been reversed, the first slash, and only the fall of the sword. Dordoni didn't dare to think further. He knew that he had been defeated, even if his strength was not as good as that of the past. Luo Chen had no doubt used his peak power. Ding! Defeat Bromian and get points. The system prompt sounded. Luokan didn't really kill Dordoni. Why didn't you kill me? Dordoni slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Luo Chen, who had turned around and was about to leave. Luokan didn't answer him, but prepared to take Ichigo, Kyuubi, and Nailu to continue on the road ahead. He didn't answer Dordoni, leaving only a back. Dordoni smiled. Really? Do you want to fight me again? Indeed, this is not my strongest combat power, and maybe I will learn from you again when we meet next time, but I am really disappointed. You are convinced. At this time, footsteps came from the entrance on the other side, and a group of broken faces swarmed. They were the funeral troupe belonging to Aizen and Tobana. It's you, the funeral troupe, what's the matter here? Dordoni blocked their way. The leader asked unceremoniously, is the intruder there? You were fighting the intruder just now, right? Lord Dordoni. Yes, they have already gone there, but whose orders are you following? I can't pass here yet. With all due respect, you have no right to intervene. And we call you an adult because we respect you, but everyone knows what the situation is now, and you are injured and the knife has broken. Stinky boys, you are too arrogant. Dordoni waved the broken knife, dragged the injured body and rushed up, thinking, this is just a little bit of your respect for me, thank you. Relying on these, Dordoni's strength has been injured a long time ago, so these funeral troops in front of him completely defeated Dordoni. Ishida Yulong and Luokan's clones have also been attacked by a broken face. They chased and fled all the way, left the corridor and came to a new place. Ishida, did you hear what she said just now? His number is number 105, he is obviously the fifth blade of the original 10 blades, and his strength should not be underestimated. Luo Chen's clone reminded, the first time to implement a shadow clone there are still many places to explore in Luokan. No problem, I'm not like Ichigo, my combat power has risen, but I don't have tactics. Now everyone has a common sense of falling dust around them, so each team's battle is like a live broadcast. This is a place full of red pillars, like a forest of pillars, with no borders in sight, and the two of them hid between the pillars. Hee, don't you dare to come out. However, if you don't beat me, I won't let you pass. This is a woman with a broken face, standing at the top of the pillar, overlooking the whole situation. At this time, the figures of Luokan and Ishida kept running from the pillars, and they launched attacks on her from time to time, which finally made her unable to bear it. When did I, Chirchi, suffer such contempt? You guys should hide it. The weapon she used was something similar to a gong, combined with a long whip. Boom. Looking at the two people running around, Chirchi kept attacking, but she never hit it once, because there were too many obstructions here, and she couldn't play to her advantage. Through constant observation, Ishida found that although Chirchi's weapon has a large range, whether it is shot or retracted, there are no small restrictions, and it can only attack in one place. Luokan, I think of a way. As long as we can all guarantee not to be hit by his frontal attack and keep attacking him by surprise, we should be able to defeat her. Luokan thought, she is the original 10 blades after all, it won't be so simple, you should follow your ideas first, but I'm worried that she will have some conspiracy, so you have to be careful. Well, I will. Next, Ishida Yulong kept dodging Cherokee attack while conducting interference shots, causing Cherokee to tire of it. The more irritable you are, the less observation you have about your surroundings, and I can just take advantage of this. Right now. Ishida Yulong shot an arrow, but did not hit Cherokee. At this time, Cherokee saw Ishida's figure clearly and attacked, but at this time, Ishida's arrow suddenly turned back. Damn. Cherokee dodged immediately, and the pillar on which she was standing suddenly collapsed. As the two battles continued, Cherokee did not suffer any actual damage, but the surrounding pillars were destroyed one by Ishida. Ishida also became more and more impatient. He didn't understand that if he followed this routine, Cherokee should at least be injured. At this moment, Luokan shouted, Ishida, no, she is using you. What? Ishida was taken aback. Cherokee smiled and said, it's too late. But it's just right. Do you think my weapon can only hit straight lines? That's because the terrain here affects my output. Next, I won't be merciful, so be conscious. Luokan turned his head to look and found that as long as it was within the visible range, there was basically no complete pillar, all of which were smashed by Ishida. That's it. Did Ishida use it? Luo Chen knew that although Shu's intelligence was not as good as that of ordinary people, when he reached Daxu or even Bromian, his intelligence was already the same as that of a human being. But now it's getting tricky. Chirki's weapon didn't say that it could only use a straight-line attack, but this time it was placed by her. Then, let me fall here. Chirchi swung the whip in her hand violently, and the gong at the end spun quickly and hit Ishida. Ding! Luokan stepped forward and used the Zanpakuto to deflect the attack, and another pillar next to it collapsed. Chirchi stood on the high pillar that was still intact and looked down at the two of them. Ishida was remorseful. Luokan, this time I was really tricked by her. The next thing is to fight her head-on. My avatar doesn't know how much strength it possesses, so don't put your hopes too much on me. Luo Chen and Ishida acted separately. Chirki's attack is still going on. At the beginning, her weapon can't attack two people at the same time, but because the obstacles have been removed, as long as he controls the steering at will in the air, Luo Chen and Ishida will be unexpectedly affected. Attack. This kind of arc is absolutely impossible under normal circumstances. The gong streaked an incredible trajectory in the air, and Luo Chen knew that Chirki was controlling it from a distance, but this attack method also has a flaw, that is unstable. Although it is a clone, the spiritual pressure is also very strong. Luokan applied the spiritual pressure to Chirki's attack, which caused Chirki's attack to be slightly cheaper. Dusted in. Chirchi said angrily, "Damn, what method did you use? Why do I feel so powerless?" There is no other, just go deep. Luo Chen's research on Reiatsu is very in-depth, your weapon is completely useless. With that said, Luo Chen took out the Zanpakuto and cut out a few lines of spiritual power. Chirchi kept dodging. At this time, Ishida's arrow came right after him. Chirchi could only use weapons to resist, and then fell into a disadvantage. Outside the door, one of Nailu's older brothers, Peixi, was watching the battle. Chirchi saw that, and immediately found a way to turn the tide of the battle. Look at the move. Chirchi threw the gong in her hand, but didn't hit Luo Chen and the two of them. Ishida smiled and said, "Why did you miss it?" "Because my target wasn't you in the first place." Chirki's words made the two turn to look at the place where she was attacking, and they saw Peixi standing there dumbfounded. "Peixi, hurry up." Luokan hurriedly rushed forward. If Peixi was hit, he might have earned it and explained it here. Luokan couldn't explain it to Nailu. But Peixi didn't dodge, but said, "Hee, it's time to show you my true skills. I can spit out viscous liquid from my mouth, and this attack won't hurt me." Poof. As soon as Peixi raised his head, a pale yellow liquid suddenly spewed out of his mouth, which smeared on Chirki's weapon. But in the next second, he's about to be hit. Chirchi laughed. Ishida Yulong's eyes widened. Luokan was still on his way. Oops. It's too late. XXX. But in the next instant, the aggressive attack just now, when it hit Peixi's body, was bounced off and hit the pillar next to it, with undiminished power. What is this operation? Luokan was also very puzzled. He didn't expect Peixi to really have a hand. Peixi said proudly, "This is my secret weapon." Then Peixi sprayed the surface of all the pillars with this slippery liquid. Chirki fell off the pillars without noticing, and smashed the whole person to the ground. The sound of Luokan and Ishida went up to surround her, not sure if Chirki still had the strength to resist. Facts have proved that the dust underestimated the tenacity of the opponent. Chirki's spiritual pressure suddenly skyrocketed. Take a step before falling into the dust, and use your own spiritual pressure to protect Ishida and Peixi. This kind of close-range outbreak, if you don't take precautions, will also be seriously injured. The smoke and dust were flying, and Chirchi, who was in the same place, had completed his liberation. Cut it off. The wheel iron swallow. This is the release of the sword, right? It's the same as the god of death. Luo Chen raised his guard, and hinted that Ishida and Peixi hurry up and hide first. Chirchi grew 2 large wings on her back, and her 2 arms became several times longer, which looked a bit like. Wow, it looks like a big moth, big sister. Luokan complained, thinking that this was the liberation of Chirchi. Luokan was a little disappointed. But now that it's liberated, its power has definitely increased by more than a single star. Chirchi flapped her wings, and a whirlwind was generated, sending out wind blades. Luo Chen held the Zanpakuto and cut open the wind blades that were coming towards him. The wind blades hit the surrounding pillars and cut the entire pillar in half effortlessly. Look, I cut you into pieces. Chirchi rushed up, and Luo Chen hurried up to meet him. This thing, no matter how sharp it is, you have to see if the Zanpakuto agrees. Ding, ding, ding. The 2 people's knives saw sparks of intense friction, like the sound of hammering iron, and it echoed in the space. In this confrontation, no matter who is slow, they will be cut to pieces by the opponent in the next instant. But after all, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands, Luokan is just a knife, and Chirchi has 2 blades. No, we have to keep our distance. With the force of the next slash, Luo Chen hurriedly opened the distance, and Chirchi did not pursue, but looked at Luo Chen, who was retreating with interest, and laughed. Do you think you can run out of my attack range if you are far enough away from me? The wind blade is really useless to you, but what about this? Buzz. As soon as Chirchi's voice fell, her wings were disassembled, turned into several blades, and flew towards Luo Chen. During the flight, she could hear the sound of wing blades vibrating rapidly. This is. Luo Chen immediately blocked, but it was unexpectedly difficult, and his arm was also a little numb due to the force. After finally resisting the past, Chirchi withdrew the wing blade again, preparing for the second attack. This kind of continuous attack, so that Luo Chen can only concentrate on resisting. After a few moves with Chirchi, Luokan gradually discovered the clue. The blades that Chirchi struck were all vibrating at a high speed. This was the vibration of the spiritual child. Reiatsu can sense it. However, because this force is too concentrated, Luo Chen's Reiatsu cannot effectively interfere, and even if it interferes, there will be little gain. No, I have to think of another way. Luokan began to imitate Chirchi's attacking style. If he wanted to win a round at a disadvantage, he needed to know his opponents like the back of his hand. Luo Chen wrapped the spiritual child around the Zanpakuto, and controlled the blade to vibrate rapidly, so that he would not fall down when he came into contact with Chirchi. Buzz. When the 2 high-speed vibrating weapons came into contact, the spirits in the entire space were stirred and began to move violently, and even more active at the junction. Under the condition of high temperature and high pressure, an explosion occurred. Chirchi's wing blade was repelled and also damaged. After all, this is different from Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is composed of the soul strength and spiritual power of the god of death, while Chirchi's blade is entirely composed of spiritual sons. Then, it's time for me to counterattack. Luo Chen found a breakthrough, but with the level just now, he still couldn't reverse it in a short period of time. Beginning. Luo Chen was rude, and used Shiji directly. More powerful spiritual energy was output to the blade, and the vibration of the Zanpakuto intensified again, almost catching up with Chirchi's blade. But Luokan has just started. I have to say that even if the gap is not big, there is still a certain gap. Although there is a breakthrough point now, we still need to be careful. So what? Can you really beat me? Chirchi stepped back and fired the blades on her wings again. This time, the blades absorbed more spirits and became a circle bigger than Luo Chen, which was extremely oppressive. Luokan firmly holds the Zanpakuto in his hand. Zanpakuto is the manifestation of the soul and is dependent on spiritual power. If he is afraid now, his strength will only decrease. Kai. The battle between the 2 sides begins again. The spirits on both sides began to disappear rapidly, shaking each other and dissipating each other. However, Chirchi can control more blades to attack in turn, and Luo Chen can't get a rest in the middle. Seeing this scene, Ishida knew that hiding like this, relying on Luokan's strength alone would not work, so he immediately came out to interfere with Cherki, and kept shooting from different directions. Although it is impossible to cause substantial damage to the liberated Cherki, the interference can still be done. No, it's just like this. Is it only possible to play trump cards? Luokan's endurance is surprisingly good. In Cherki's wheel battle, he can precisely control his own attacks. He doesn't make a single movement, but keeps slashing and resisting. Cherki can't do anything for a while. Boom! One of Cherki's wing blades burst apart under Luokan's constant attack, turned into two halves, and dissipated in the space. Cherki stared at Luokan in shock. Just now, Luo Chen has continuously raised the vibration limit of Zanpakuto, stage by stage, and now it is almost the same as Cherki. You kid, are you insulting me? To realize someone else's nirvana in their specialized field and defeat them, this kind of insult is literally killing someone. Cherki was going to break the boat once. She took off her weapon, and her face looked very painful. Her slender arms and sharp wings were all taken off, and she showed the form when she was freed from the sword, but Reiatsu did not have the slightest change. So, can you break your face like this? Luo Chen asked. No, this is equivalent to a last-ditch effort. When the armor is removed, our attack power will be raised again by a notch, but after that, our strength will be greatly reduced and we need to rest. But I think it is necessary for me to use this mode in the face of you. Cherki said with an expressionless face. Come on then. Buzz. With the sound of vibration resounding through the space, a thick tail suddenly appeared at the back of Cherki, like a wild python, and it was more flexible than the right arm of both wings. The tail is not the main attack method. I saw that at the end of the tail, two forks were separated, and then a fan-shaped blade spread out, covering Cherki's tail. This spirit the blade formed is larger than the previous wing blade. The Reiatsu is also stronger, and the color has changed to a fiery yellow. Danger! Danger! After Luokan's spiritual pressure was scanned, the only thought in his mind was this: it was definitely not an attack below the captain level that could resist. If the fan-shaped blade that vibrated wildly of the spirit slashed over, there were only two best ways to do it: dodge or just accept your fate. But at this time, Cherki had already launched an attack, and Luo Chen immediately blocked with the knife. The blade collided with the blade, and Luo Chen's spiritual cycle was instantly shattered. Fly out! The pillar on the opposite side collapsed suddenly, and in the smoke, the figure of Luokan still stood, but he was also injured. The original 10 blade is indeed the original 10 blade. This clone of mine is only able to open the battle situation. Seeing that Luo Chen had already figured out how to deal with Cherki's attack, Ishida suddenly realized. It turned out to be the vibration of spiritual power, so maybe this weapon of mine can help. Now, if Luokan had to fight, Cherki's powerful attack would definitely make Luokan fall behind. Ishida thought about it and knew it was time to show his trump card. Luokan, then. Broken Soul Sword. Ishida quickly approached Luokan, took out his other weapon and threw it out. A cuboid-shaped object was thrown by Ishida, and Luo Chen took it firmly, only to see that it was something similar to a baton, but it was square, and there was a circuit of the spiritual child on it. That's right, did this kid Ishida take out a good thing from somewhere? It's probably the ancestral weapon of the Quincy Master. Then I'm welcome. Luokan held the soul-breaking sword in his left hand, input energy, and a stream of spiritual particles burst out, forming a light blue sword body with a terrifying breath. At the same time, he was holding the Zanpakuto, 9 tails, in his right hand. When he first unraveled, the scarlet blade was entangled with spirits, attacking and defending as one. The two swords on the left and right seemed to be burning with raging flames, covering Luokan's body in the interweaving of red and blue, and a dreamy feeling spreads out. Then next, it's time for my lore. Chapter 1218. Luokan is holding 2 weapons. Although he has to send spiritual sons to both weapons, he can't last for too long, but his current strength, even if it is only a few seconds, is enough. Luokan has sufficient confidence. That's it. You can't defeat me. Although he didn't know what the soul-breaking sword was in front of him, he sensed something was wrong, but even so, Chirchi still did not flinch. Swish! Chirchi's tail was cut quickly, and the speed was so fast that all the pillars within this range were blocked by the middle, and the speed of the tail did not decrease at all. Luo Chen held the broken soul sword in his left hand, and with a light block, Chirchi's tail blade was easily blocked, and he couldn't move forward anymore, as if he was restricted. Can't cut it down. What is the origin of your sword? Chirchi was shocked. She had never seen something so unimaginable before. You're asking this. Even though I'm just getting started, I can feel that the vibration of the spirit of this sword is much stronger than that of your tail blade. It's worthy of being the secret weapon of the Quincy. It's amazing. Ishida Yuryu said proudly. That's right, this is my return from training, and was taken away by Mr. Urahara by the way. Although it is more accurate to take it, that is what it means. Luo Chen smiled and said, You guy, didn't you just bring over the family heirlooms of your sect, but this time it's been considered as saving our lives, and it's worth it. Stop laughing. Fight with me. I don't believe this thing can stop the cutting I'm proud of. I'll cut you all into powder. Chirchi became angry. However, although anger can increase attack power, in the face of absolute strength, these are nothing but incompetent rage, which is to say that this is the case. Buzz. Although Chirchi's attack could be hit every time, Luo Chen sighed back with the soul-breaking sword. Not only was it bounced back, but every time it added a tiny wound to the tail blade. Damn. Have you had enough? I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry here. I don't have time to waste with you. Luo Chen crossed his arms, and Lingxi was walking and interacting with Zanpakuto and Broken Soul Sword. Shut up. Don't even think about it either. Chirchi's tail blade hit Luokan straight, like a python with a bloody mouth, and suddenly ejected. It was terrifying, but Luokan was not in a hurry. Eat me double slash. The two blades are crossed, and the power is going to a new stage. Luokan's aura output acts on the blade. Chirchi's attack collided with Luokan's cross slash, and a spiritual pressure burst out. Ishida and Peixi hurriedly hid behind the pillar, but the wind pressure caused the pillar to shake. It's not safe to be under the pillar now, and it's even more dangerous to go out and face the impact of Reiatsu. Luokan, we can't hold it anymore. Use your invincible strength to find a way. Peixi hurriedly shouted. She didn't want the pillar to be crushed into meat sauce, and it was not like letting Raya crush him into seriously injured. Luokan responded, Look, this is the last blow. What? The last blow? Could it be that you can't hold it anymore? Peixi cried. I didn't expect you to be burning your own life for us. It's so sad. When Luo Chen heard this, he said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? It's not so much that I can't stand it. You don't even look at it. What is the situation? In fact, Chirchi can't hold it anymore. The continuous output has gradually damaged her body, and the turnover of her spiritual power has not been effective. She has already begun to fall into the disadvantage. The tail blade was not strong enough, and Luo Chen kept resisting. Finally, Luo Chen was even better. After nearly a minute of confrontation, Chirchi's tail blade collapsed with a bang. Do not. Luokan would not miss this good opportunity. The two blades slashed horizontally, and the two spiritual pressure blades broke through the space and arrived in front of Chirchi in an instant. Boom. When the explosion came, Luo Chen felt that Chirchi's spiritual pressure was like a candle in the wind, and it could be extinguished at any time. It was also like a shark that came to the shore, and could no longer turn any waves. Ding! Defeat the broken face and get points. Unlock the buff page. The points obtained by the host can be exchanged not only for necessary props and various abilities, but also for various blessings. Let me see. Luo Chen opened the system's exchange page in his mind, opened the exchange page, and saw that it was divided into 3 sections, one for item exchange, one for ability exchange, and one for buff exchange. Luo Chen looked through it. In terms of props, it's the map and various weapons, etc. The ability is similar to the Shadow Clone. It used to be completely one-sided, but this time it's really detailed. Turning to the last page, I saw that these are like buffs in the game. Although they are one-off, they cost very little points. Basically, they are the kind that can be strengthened in a battle. Adding 10% attack power costs 100 points, and then doubles the amount for each additional stage. There are also speed and strength. It seems that this is more suitable for a fighting party like Chadu. Although it is not very good. It's versatile, but it can also be used as a trump card. The system replied, only you can't think of it. Without me the system can't do it. Just like this, if the host accumulates points or spends points to a certain amount, new functions will be unlocked one after another. Let me tell you a little bit. If this function is upgraded once, you can add buffs to teammates. The system seemed to be smirking, and Luo Chen laughed along with it. Luokan, wake up. Although the enemy has been defeated, you can't be distracted. Ishida took the soul-broken sword back. Luokan shook his head, and then he took his emotions back. Looking at Chirchi who was lying on the ground, he said, Yulong, let's go. Chirchi raised her head with difficulty and said, why didn't you kill me? Luokan said, isn't the final result of the battle determined by the winner? So I choose not to kill you, and Yulong will definitely choose that. Hehe, your gods of death are really willful, that's right, otherwise why would you come to rescue your partner? Chirchi was relieved, watching Luokan and the others walk away. At this time, the right person from the funeral department has also arrived. Lord Cherokee, please don't act rashly, you know that even if you resist now, you can't do anything, right? You are. Who told you to come? Chirchi said angrily. You don't need to ask. Their faces were expressionless, even if they took off their masks. They surrounded Chirchi like they did Dordoni, and then Chirchi didn't know anything. While resolving the crisis between Ichigo and Ishida, on the other side, Luokan and Rukia had already met another strong enemy, although I don't know if it should be called an enemy. More than 10 minutes ago, one of Luo Chen's clones and Rukia were running along a corridor. Unlike the others, they did not encounter any enemies on their way, no matter if it was a 3-digit number. Or the burial of the troops, and did not encounter 10 blades. Just in the sound of 2 people's footsteps, the scenery behind was thrown farther and farther. I don't know how long it took, how many corners of the corridor, how many stairs up and down, and finally they saw it in front of them. A door. There's light there, I don't know what will happen next, be careful. Luo Chen reminded. Rukia nodded. He knew that he couldn't be careless now, because Luo Chen had already told him about the battle situation of several other people, and the situation was also it's not very good. The enemies in this virtual night palace are definitely not of the same level as the outside world. It's here Tilda. The two rushed forward and took a defensive posture, because they didn't know if they would be attacked. But at the moment when the two rushed out of the door, they changed to wear them in place, because the scene in front of them was completely beyond the imagination of the two. Blue sky, white clouds, sunny skies. Luokan frowned, looking at this scene that should be unreal, but it is extremely real. This is the Zai Palace. Yes, the sky seen from the outside is a gray and colorless piece. There is no sunlight, and there is no blue sky and white clouds, but in just a moment, all of these are there, just like the beginning of the blue sky. Seeing the day, the shock cannot be described. The two quickly reacted. Luokan's spiritual pressure scan did not find any abnormality. The only abnormality was that there was no shadow of anyone here. There was no trace of spiritual pressure fluctuations, and it was surprisingly quiet. Is this still the Palace of Void Knights? Rukia asked. Indeed, this can be regarded as a kind of illusion, or it may be a trick of space transfer, but Luo Chen can clearly sense the connection between different avatars, which can prove, this is indeed the Void Knight Palace. Quote. But even so, you still have to step forward bravely. If not going forward, not only can you not see through such a strange scene, but also cannot save Orihime. Let's go. On this side of the door is a long and narrow aisle, which seems to be the kind of narrow road specially designed to guide two people. It is completely a performance of inviting you to enter the urn. XXX. At the end of the road is a towering door, as narrow as the aisle, but very high. It is of the same standard as the door that came in. It is pitch black inside, and nothing can be seen, and the reiatsu, which is scattered by falling dust, cannot penetrate. This is the first time. The two ran over quickly and felt a strange reiatsu breath coming from the dark door, and they couldn't help but raise their vigilance. Entering the room where no light could shine, the two immediately put on a fighting stance, because they didn't know what enemy would attack. This room is as large as a square, and the ceiling is very high, just like an auditorium, but the only thing is that the light is not transparent, which makes it reveal a strange atmosphere. Luokan glanced over and was certain that there were no other enemies here, only the broken face of the two people who had been standing on the highest platform just now. Rukia, did you see it? The broken face in front of you. Luokan reminded. Rukia nodded and said, well, the reiatsu has a very strong aura, it's a captain's level, and it may be one of the 10 blades, although I don't know why Ichigo and the others encountered 3-digit numbered faces, but we might hit the jackpot. The broken face in front of him did not attack, but slowly took off his mask. In the darkness, his face was revealed, completely human. So can that thing really be taken off? Luo Chen asked. Although Chirchi can take off her own weapon, no one has yet to take off her mask. But Rukia was shocked by more than that. Seeing that she put down the knife, her face was full of shock. She opened her mouth and said slowly, Lord Heian. I'm Aranello, the 9th 10 blade, Aranello. He didn't answer Rukia's question. Answer me, Lord Heian, answer me. Luokan felt that the person in front of him was indeed somewhat familiar. Since Rukia seemed to know him and had an impression on him, he searched his memory and suddenly realized, isn't this Zibo Heian? In fact, Zibo Heian and Luokan know each other, and their friendship is not bad. Besides, Luokan, as Ichigo's cousin, actually has a slight connection with Zibo Heian. Yo, it's been a long time, Rukia, Luo Chen. The broken face with a face of Heian but calling himself Aronio seemed to indirectly admit that he was indeed Zibo Heian after these words. Lord Heian, is it really you? I thought I would never see you again. Luokan quietly radiated the spiritual pressure, and found out that this breath was indeed the same as the spiritual pressure of Zibo Heian in his memory. Niyuli also said that the spiritual pressure could not be completely faked. The last time the man who faked the reiatsu of a human being was only forged, reiatsu of human breath, when Luo Chen and the others didn't know what the girl's reiatsu was. But although Rukia has no doubts about Heian, it's because of Rukia's guilt and their long-standing emotions, but Luokan will be more rational. But for now, we still have to wait and see what happens. Whether the person in front of me is the real Heian is another matter. After all, it is hard to believe that he is resurrected from the dead. Hee, you guys have become a lot stronger, no wonder you came here. Zibo Heian touched Rukia's head and said softly. Luokan asked, Heian, why are you here? Zibo Heian smiled and said, what else? Isn't it normal that the most attractive person in the soul world is brought back from the dead? Rukia laughed. She let go of all her defenses, and the person in front of her was no different from Zibo Heian in her behavior, speech style, and even small movements. But, of course, it's a coincidence. The broken face that I fought with was originally an experiment of Aizen. When my consciousness was about to dissipate, it actually merged with it. By chance, I won the body's body. Control, Zibo Heian said. And it's very easy for me to find you. Now that I'm one of the 10 blades, it's very easy to get close to Aizen, and I've been dormant for so many years, just to find an opportunity to kill Aizen. Kill Aizen? Are you telling the truth? Luokan asked. Although he looked at Zibo Heian, if he was the former Luokan, he might have believed him. Luokan was no longer the one he was before. So be wary of old acquaintances. Haha, Luokan, you always question me. You can believe what you say to me. After all, you see, I'm still the original Zibo Heian. Zibo Heian said easily. Rukia had been staring at Zibo Heian for a long time. He was so fascinated by it that he couldn't help but recall it. She still remembered that scene in front of her. Zibo Heian stood on the high platform, waving a wooden knife in his hand, and placed it in front of Rukia. Only then did Rukia wake up. This is not good, although I can see that you are all stronger than before, but so don't take it lightly. Luokan walked in, and he was carefully observing Zibo Heian's every move. If at this moment, Rukia had no intention of fighting against the people in front of her, and if she was just a clone, she would be completely destroyed if attacked by the opponent. So what is the plan you are talking about? Can you talk about it? Luokan asked. Zibo Heian sighed and said, fortunately, you are the ones who came to me. If there is a plan, I will explain it later. Now you still have to be alert to Aizen's surveillance. Did you see the scenery outside? Well, it's very strange. This shouldn't happen here. Luokan replied. Yes, as long as the Zai Palace under the blue sky is under the surveillance of Aizen, can I ask you to close the door? Just in case, Zibo Heian explained. Luokan nodded. Zibo Heian then said to Rukia, this way, I'll take you to a place. The two walked towards the depths. Luokan closed the door, and they also followed closely, but at this moment, Zibo Heian's spiritual pressure suddenly fluctuated. Luokan could sense that the movement of that kind of spiritual pressure was waving a knife. But now Luokan is a little far away from the two of them. Is it intentional to push me away? Rukia, be careful. Rukia was bewitched by Shiba Heian, but her fighting instinct made her aware of the attack. In order to avoid Shiba Heian's horizontal slash, Rukia immediately lowered her body and jumped to the side. The timing was neither too soon nor too late. The knife swiped across Rukia's cheek instantly. She could only feel a burning pain on the side of her face, but she couldn't care less, so she distanced herself from Zibo Heian. Taking advantage of this effort, Luokan stepped forward immediately, inserted himself between Zibo Heian and Rukia, and prepared an attacking posture with his Zanpakudo. He was more vigilant about the former friend in front of him. Zibo Heian, as expected, you are no longer the original Zibo Heian, right? Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, but now in the spiritual pressure, this person still has no flaws, which makes it elusive. What is his true identity and purpose? What? Kuimu Rukia, if you were still at your original strength, that knife just now would be enough to kill you. Zibo Heian didn't answer Luokan's question, but just said to herself, Luokan, your vigilance still so thin. Who is chatting with you? Answer me, Luo Chen said sternly, regretting that he had taken it lightly just now. If it wasn't for Rukia's quick reaction, this time even Gigi would not have been rescued, and he would have taken his life. More than worth the loss. Zibo Heian smiled and said, I am me, it is Zibo Heian, it was just a little joke just now, believe me, too. But this time, the two of them didn't let their guard down. Because after the first time, there will be a second time if there is a lack of balance, but since Zibo Heian doesn't look any different on the surface, the two of them are not investigating. Luokan reminded Rukia, next time, stay away from him, maybe you will play some tricks. I know what you are thinking, Heian is not only your admirer, but also my former friend. But now the main purpose is not help your comrades. Don't be fooled by anyone. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down, Zibo Heian said again, however, I have a condition that I don't know if I should mention it or not. You, Rukia, the one who killed me with your own hands, and you, Luo Chen, when I needed you, you were not there. You two can be said to have directly or indirectly caused my death, are you? No guilt. Zibo Heian took steps step by step, thinking about breaking down the two people's psychological defenses. So, I was going to kill you, but as long as you bring the heads of your comrades, I can forgive you both generously. How about this, is this a good deal? Luokan stood in front of Rukia and said, he's either crazy, or it's not Zibo Heian, wake up, Rukia. So, the negotiation failed. Well, let me avenge myself. Zibo Heian rushed up, and Luo Chen slashed head-on. The two were stuck together, as if they were training together at the beginning, but now they are different. Facing the 10 blades, Luo Chen would not be too clumsy, or Shun would know what ultimate move the opponent would make in the next moment. First solution. Luo Chen's first solution made Zibo Heian a little surprised. He took a few steps back and watched Luoken's liberation of Lingya, but he didn't make a move. I didn't expect your first solution to be like this. Speaking of which, I really didn't see any results, but you are too big. I can say that you are also the original captain. Well, it's okay to tell you. I don't know how to solve it yet, so I don't want to use it. But you should worry about yourself. To deal with a guy like you, the first solution is enough. Luo Chen rushed forward, cut down mercilessly. Luoken doesn't have so many emotional factors for Zibo Heian like Rukia does. Since the other party is an enemy, how can he control so much? If he doesn't defeat him, he will suffer. Diaresis also, I've seen it through. Even if you are Zibo Heian, you are no longer there. You have everything that Zibo Heian has, but the only thing missing is Zibo Heian's self. Falling Chen woke up the dreamer, and Rukia also found a way out of confusion. Yes, no matter who you are, I will never allow you to use the appearance of Lord Heian to do such shameless things. Luoken shouted. Rukia, please support me, this bastard, we will let him know what he can do and what he can't do. Let him regret being born in this world. On the other hand, one of Chadu and Luoken's clones also encountered a 3-digit numbered face. The broken face in front of you, wearing rock-style clothing, hair is a blast, a sub-uninhibited atmosphere. Is my opponent the two of you? Let me tell you, my attack method is a bit special, because I like fist-to-meet hand-to-hand combat, so can you survive? He said flatly, not taking the two people in his eyes. Luoken, let me come here, my right arm is not a weapon within the specification. Chadu said, he was very confident in his own strength, especially in the aspect of close combat. Ho-ho, is that so? Although I don't know your origin, your attack method must be very interesting. I'm Chadu Taihu, just an ordinary human. I'm here to save my companions. I want to tell you that ordinary human moves won't work for the no. Me, Gunterbine. Gunterbine also said his name and number. Luoken had already guessed it. Chadu, don't underestimate the enemy. Although he is a 3-digit bad face, his strength is 10 blades. Give it to me. Chadu's arm appeared, and the spiritual pressure was much stronger than before. It is estimated that it was improved by the special training during this period of time, but this improvement is nothing in the eyes of Gunterbine. Before Chadu approached, Gangbine had already come to the side of Chadu at a very high speed. At this time, Chadu was charging forward with all his strength, and the side could not defend. So, human moves are useless to me. Gangbine threw a punch, hitting Chadu's chest, and Chadu flew backwards. Gunterbine wanted to follow up an attack again, but Luoken would not sit back and watch. With one step, he grabbed Gunterbine's right arm. Let me play with you. Grim Reaper, you should know very well that my attacks are all melee combat, and I will make you die miserably for those who use swords. Gunterbine stared at Luo Chen and said. But Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his hand became stronger by 3 points. Then you have to show the strength to let me use all my strength. When Zibo Heian saw Luoken's first solution, he didn't have much reaction. As far as Luoken knew, he was still feeling the spiritual pressure around him leisurely. Hee, Luoken, Rukia, do you feel it? Several battlefields are coming to an end, right? Can you feel the weakened Reiatsu? Zibo Heian said with a smile. Luoken knew that, whether it was Ichigo, Ishida or Chadu, although they had themselves by their side, they still fought with Bromian, and they all suffered at least varying degrees of damage. The ones who fight with them are all 10-blade eliminators. I guess dealing with them is like chopping melons and vegetables, right? Hearing this, Rukia breathed a sigh of relief. Luoken and Zibo Heian looked at her neatly, making Rukia's heart rise again. What's wrong? The 10-blade eliminators are not weak. Although they are the eliminators, they were also eliminated from the 10-blade position. Of course, their strength is at the 10-blade level. Zibo Heian said mockingly. Rukia's eyes widened, she couldn't imagine it in her heart anymore, and Luo Chen comforted. Don't worry, don't forget, I'm here. Rukia also understands that everyone has a falling avatar beside everyone, especially Ichigo, and the main body is next to him, so the safety of everyone's life can at least be guaranteed. It seems that I overestimated you. Your companions suffered enough to bury them here, so I don't need to negotiate with you anymore. It was just a warm-up before the battle. Zibo Heian said. The smile disappeared and he said solemnly. Luokan shook his head. You should overestimate us, because then you will be fully prepared, otherwise, you will be easily defeated by us. Then you can come up and try. Zibo Heian stopped talking nonsense. He swung the Zanpakuto quickly until he could only see the phantom. At this time, the entire blade began to glow, and the aura of Reiatsu began to change. Gradually, the entire blade became thin and long. This is Mr. Heian's true ability. Rukia exclaimed. If Rukia's Shubaishui is the most beautiful Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, then Heian's attack is the most beautiful material in the Soul Society. Zibo Heian's knife turned into a trident. The trident is continuously generating soft waves in the space, and the sound is like the sound of beautiful tides, which makes people feel more peaceful. The water and the sky are rolling against the sky. Zibo Heian said these words softly, as if the sea water slapped the beach, soft with firmness. Are you going to be serious? Looking at Zibo Heian's approaching figure, she is beautiful, but her attack power is also not to be underestimated. Luokan held the 9 tails, and rushed forward, saying that it was too late, that Zibo Heian's trident and Luokan knife crossed. The trident was made of water. It was as supple as a long whip when swung, but when it hit the target, it suddenly became harder than steel. Accompanied by the attack of Zibo Heian, the waves of water, wave after wave, are endless and endless. Due to the powerful water domain, Luo Chen gradually fell into the downwind. The attack of the trident became more and more swift and violent, and then Zibo Heian stabbed out. Luokan's knife was relatively short, so he could only resist if he didn't have the upper hand. However, Zibo Heian's purpose was not simply to stab. He pinned the blade of Luokan's saber with a trident, and then pushed hard, and the whole saber came out of his hand. Death. Zibo Heian seized the opportunity. This time it was a real attack, but Luo Chen calmly said, Do you think I have no weapons? Projection. Buzz. Another sword appeared in Luokan's hand, and it was Ishida's soul-breaking sword. Luokan is also the function of his shadow clone who has just discovered himself, as long as what he holds can be shared and used by the so-called projection method. Of course, the power of the original version is still a lot lower, but it is enough as an unexpected attack. Luo Chen waved and slashed out, and several slashes shot up into the sky. Zibo Heian evaded in an instant, and used the trident to fly several times. Attack. Boom. The wall was hit and collapsed, a hole appeared, and a ray of sunlight came in, and the hall suddenly became brighter, but Zibo Heian immediately hid away, as if afraid of being illuminated. Rukia, help me with ghosts. Give him a lore, Luo Chen thought to himself. Chapter 1219. Luokan, what do you mean? Rukia also understood the meaning of Luokan just now, because when the wall collapsed just now, Zibo Heian obviously dodged and didn't want to be hit by the sun. There must be something hidden. Where are you whispering and whispering? Don't you intend to capture it? Reunite with me, Zibo Heian, join me, let's continue to be good friends, Luokan. Zibo Heian smiled and continued to persuade the two in front of him, but at this time he had absolutely no intention of going down from the high platform. Luokan didn't answer, but picked up his 9 tails again. He was waiting for an opportunity to launch an attack, because the three of them were well aware that they were just gauging what their thoughts looked like in each other's eyes. Go. Rukia launched an attack, but she didn't use an attacking move directly, because he knew that attacking Zibo Heian wouldn't have much effect now, and it was the most practical to use as Luokan's support. The fourth way of binding. This rope. With Rukia's command, the steps of singing were omitted, and this kind of binding way with a relatively low level could be used in an instant. I saw a yellow rope running towards Zebohayan at an extremely fast speed, and instantly bound Zebohayan, unable to move, but it is not difficult to break free. In order to avoid this situation, Luo Chen rushed up. After all, this was an opportunity that I had to wait for with great difficulty. If it was wasted now, the opponent would definitely be on guard in the future battle. In order for Zebohayan to have no chance to break free from this bondage, Rukia sang again. This time it was a more advanced bondage, even the captain level would be bound. Luokan continued to attack Zebohayan, so that he could not struggle in space. The 61 Binding Dao. The 6 Stand Light Prison. A beam of light turned into meteors in 6 directions at the same time, galloping towards Zebohayan. Luokan withdrew back, and at the same time returned to the wall behind him. Boom! Zebohayan laughed. The two of you are really not tacit, let alone Rukia, just fall into the dust. If your attack just now was a little more accurate, I might be hurt by you now. Luo Chen tilted his head and said, when did you have the illusion that we are not cooperating? Besides, the target of my slash just now wasn't you. How proud are you? Take a good look behind you. XXX. Zebohayan was bound in place, and he turned to look. At this time, the wall behind him was also shattered by Luo Chen's slash. Then the whole wall collapsed suddenly, and a large swath of sunlight swayed in, shrouding Zebohayan in a bright light. Ah, you too, so it is. Damn it. Zebohayan was swept away by the sunlight, and her whole body twitched violently. He seemed very reluctant and wanted to flee the place immediately, but he was bound by Rukia's bondage and couldn't break free at all. Kai, the sun shines on his face, and his appearance changes back to its original state, which can no longer be described as human. There is a broken face hidden under Zebohayan's skin. They are packed in a container with 2 small balls. Each ball has a human face on it, just like 2 heads. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1220. Is this your true face? So what? Even so, my strength won't suffer much, because what the sun has broken is only my disguise. Zebohayan smiled contemptuously, broke free at this time, and flashed to the side shadows, and then quickly regained Zebohayan's appearance. Yes, this really won't affect your strength, but it will affect our strength, right Rukia? Luo Chen said. Rukia nodded. Alonio expressed doubts, and Luokan replied, because we can assume that you are not Zebohayan at all, but Alonio, one of the 10 blades. Of course we can take out all the real power is coming. Hearing this, Alanello smiled and said, you know what? I'm the only Killian among the 10 blades. Originally, I couldn't get this title. However, I have the ability to evolve infinitely. The Shu who devoured Zebohayan in the first place was devoured by me in turn. So I can have all of Zebohayan. Strength, memory and experience. Luo Chen had already guessed about this matter for a long time, it really is. So far, I have devoured 33,650 phantoms. I have all their spiritual powers and abilities. In other words, the two of you are fighting against an army of 30,000 phantoms. Alanello laughed wildly. Luokan, it's all my fault. If I hadn't killed Lord Heian, he wouldn't have devoured Lord Heian. Rukia thought it was all her own fault, and the hand holding the knife trembled again. Before Luokan could answer, Aranello's spiritual pressure instantly began to increase sharply, and a spiritual pressure stronger than his sword liberation swept in. Luokan quickly resisted in front of Rukia and unloaded most of the spiritual pressure. Go. I didn't expect you to look like this ghost. Luo Chen quickly turned his attention back, really startled, and a huge octopus-like creature appeared in front of him. It exudes a black-purple light and is huge, and Alonio has become a part of this huge body. This is my whole body, you all suffer. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Aronio's huge body moved, Luo Chen couldn't control it too much. He jumped up. He held the broken soul sword in the left and the Zanpakuto in the right, and jumped onto the huge tentacle. Swish! Several incomparably huge tentacles are hitting the falling dust at a speed that is completely unmatched. Fallen Chen slightly deflected his body, and while avoiding the tentacles, he brought himself closer to Aranello's real body. Let me take the head on your neck and make Zeebo's soul pure. The tentacles struck again, the wind pressure was fierce, and the dust-falling clothes were already rattling, and his feet suddenly exerted force, and then the wind pressure shifted the location, and jumped to a higher tentacle, condescendingly, and advanced towards Alanello. Everything is just in a flash, the distance between the two has been shortened by more than half. Alanello was terrified, and he used his tentacles to protect himself while waving to chase down the dust. But Luokan's Shunbu is really too nimble. He is extremely nimble among the huge tentacles. In that instant, the murderous aura generated by his blade is already close to Alonero's heavenly spirit cover. 100 million. Chapter 1221. What? Seeing this, Aranello hurriedly blocked with the trident in his hand. Zanpakuto's sword was exactly the body of this kind of trident, and a crisp sound resounded. The violent Reiatsu collision swept through the entire space again, causing Rukia to wake up. She felt the two forces she was familiar with were colliding. Luokan, Lord Heian, don't fight anymore. Luokan's head was so big that he didn't expect that he would not only fight, but also be a nurse for the protagonists. Luokan shouted angrily, Rukia Kuchiki, how long will you be trapped in the past? What? Rukia looked at Luokan suspiciously. She didn't understand what Luokan meant, and Luokan was still fighting fiercely with Aranello. However, Luokan is now surrounded by enemies, and there are a large number of tentacles attacking him constantly, and Aranello's trident attack. So, the person in front of us is not the Zeebo Heian that we are familiar with. He has passed away forever, and Alonio in front of him is just a scum who steals other people's identities. Luokan once again became a master of psychological counseling, but if you can get points, why not do it? We should not be able to live up to the hopes of those who have passed away. They certainly want us to live. We should go further into the future with the dignity of the living and the glory of the dead. Luokan roared. He also ruled out the influence of Zeebo Heian's feelings in his memory, and strengthened his belief. After all, he already knew just now that this person is not Zeebo Heian, but just Alonio. Damn, Alanello couldn't suppress Luokan, and he was instantly furious. The trident in his hand stabbed constantly, and the speed was terrifying. Luokan saw the opportunity, and when the opponent wanted to take it back, he grabbed the trident's halberd, and Aranello couldn't break free. Go and make atonement for Zeebo Heian. Luo Chen's Zanpakuto pierced Aronio's head violently, and Zeebo Heian's face instantly melted. Then the container in Aronio's head burst, and the entire huge body dissipated, leaving no traces. Damn, Aizen-sama, Aizen-sama, save me, save me. Alanello's only remaining consciousness was roaring. The roar was sharp and harsh, and he kept repeating the hatred and hope in his heart, but this is completely irreversible. Luokan sighed. This time, he killed, because the meaning of this time is unusual. It is necessary to help Rukia and herself get out of the past, and it is the only way to break the shackles of the past. Ding! Congratulations to the host, kill one of the 10 blades and get points. The system immediately popped up, showing that the 10 blades had 10 times more points than the average broken face, and the points obtained this time were enough to spend lavishly. It's been a while. Originally, I thought I couldn't experience the new features, but now, I have to do some research. Luo Chen smiled. Of course, the necessities were indispensable. First, exchange some healing medicines, as well as spiritual power supplements, etc. These are necessities. The current battle is not the same level as before. Luokan will also be injured in the battle, let alone Ichi protect them. Rukia has solved the problem on one side, but the other side is also in a crisis. The other clone, along with Renji and Dodchaka, was attacked by Sar Apollo, the 8th of the 10 blades. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1222. A few minutes ago, the battles in various places had just started, and Luokan, Renji, and Dodchaka had yet to encounter an enemy. No, the front is different. Luo Chen sensed that something was wrong, and saw that the corridor in front of him no longer continued, but split. Strange, I've never seen such a fork in the road before. Even the other passages are all going straight. It's not suitable for separate actions here. Which side should it be? Luokan and Renji stood still, thinking, and Dodchaka who was behind became impatient and shouted, "Ah, can't you just choose anyone? If you don't leave, I'll go by myself." 22. Before he could finish speaking, the whole person disappeared. Renji sighed. Why is this guy so impatient? He's gone before he finishes speaking, it's too impatient. Luokan reminded. Renji, there wasn't a pothole here just now, right? I feel that Dodchaka's Reiatsu is rapidly moving away. The two of them hadn't reacted yet, and two large square holes appeared under them in an instant. Without the slightest preparation, the two fell down. I'm not good at riding a roller coaster. Luo Chen is not good at this kind of situation, but fortunately, he quickly reached his destination. Huh. Luokan slid out of the hole and fell to the ground, just in time to press Renji under his body, but he didn't react yet, and it was clearly Dodchaka, who should have fallen first, and pressed on the two of them. Oh, you are so heavy. Luokan cried out, while Renji said with no love, can you two come down first? At this time, a smiling, human, walked slowly in front of him, but Reiatsu had a broken face, pink hair and glasses. Dodchaka seemed to be frightened, and immediately jumped down from the two of them, hiding far away, and said with a trembling voice, Lord Sal Apollo. Sir Apollo is the most powerful researcher in the virtual circle, an expert in developing weapons, and his combat strength is even more unpredictable. Dodchaka explained. Although Luo Chen didn't care about his forced explanation, he knew a little about the person in front of him. Is that the Namori of the virtual circle? Really, is it possible that this kind of mad scientist is so common? Since that's the case, let's get serious from the beginning. Luokan. Renji and Luokan exchanged glances. First solution. 9 tails. D solution. Baboon King Shui Wan. The two used liberation at the same time, and rushed forward at the same time, slashing towards Sir Apollo from left to right. The Baboon King Snake Maru opened his mouth, and the dusty, 9 tails, exuded the power of destruction. But Sal Apollo didn't panic at all, he just pushed his glasses with a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, he just stood without the slightest movement. In the next second, Luo Chen and Renji's attacks would undoubtedly tear the unsuspecting him to shreds, but a flash of light suddenly appeared around Sir Apollo. Luokan's first solution and Renji's dissolution don't return to their original forms. Luokan's 9 tails, breath returned to normal, and Renji's Baboon King Shui pills collapsed and decomposed directly. Ellipsis. Chapter 1223. After Chadu was knocked into the air, Luokan stood in front of Chadu, which aroused Gonbein's dissatisfaction. God of Death, I don't have time to compete with you right now. First of all, let that human admit defeat. Then you have to pass my level first. By the way, you will be defeated by me. Luo Chen exerted all his strength to control Gunterbein's arm. Gunterbern looked at Luokan with interest. He didn't expect his power to be defeated by a god of death. You're funny, god of death. At this time, at Chadu, the smoke dissipated, and he was not lightly injured. After being attacked, although he blocked it with all his arms, he was still injured by the powerful force. There were obvious scars on his body, and there were bloodstains on the corners of his mouth. He was very embarrassed. A piece of the wall behind him collapsed, showing how destructive Gangtraban was. If Luo Chen was in the past, he wouldn't be able to fight him head-on here, but now it's different. Luokan, I can't fall down yet, I can't be a burden. Otherwise, wouldn't my strength be useless? Chadu was anxious, and he was afraid at the time, and he couldn't help him during the battle. What are you busy with? This power has been suppressed since I came to the Void Circle. I don't know why I have this kind of power, but this power is closer to void than Death God and Quincy. The strength of Chadu's right arm began to skyrocket. A huge amount of spirit spewed out like a newborn sun, the giant's right arm. Boom! Chadu rushed forward and hit Gauntbine with one blow. Gauntbine didn't react at all, and was instantly knocked into the air. The surrounding buildings were distorted by this powerful force, and the place where Gauntbine was impacted was even more shattered. But that's the end of it. Chadu can't control this power well now. Luo Chen supported Chadu. His output just now was a bit too much. If you are too overdrawn and cannot master this power well, don't use it for the time being, Chadu. Did I help? Fallen dust. Well, he was seriously injured. You have a good rest, I'll give him an end. Luokan let Chadu stay where he was, and Gabahe gave him a potion, let him rest for a while, and then Luokan thought about Gingtraban and walked away. Gunter Byrne hurriedly distanced himself from Luokan. The attack just now made him shriveled once. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe that he would be knocked out by others. Although he seemed to be beaten hard, but there was no actual trauma, he waved his fist and said, "Now I'm interested in both of you. Come on, let's collide with passion." Luokan took back the Zanpakuto. If he hadn't used the Zanpakuto before, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the strength just now, but now he is extremely confident. Diaresis, it's a good time. At this time, I just beat Chirchi and Elonio. The system has opened up new functions, and I have enough points. Luo Chen clicked into the new page. System, buy it for me. Yes. Congratulations on the increased purchasing power. The speed is increased. The reaction power is increased. The defense, Li Jiao, is increased. The system specifically picked the most expensive one to buy according to Luo Chen's instructions. A current meter suddenly came from Luokan's body. He could feel that his perception was completely different from before, and he was able to see more things that he couldn't see before. This feeling, it turns out that the improvement of the body is so wonderful. Luo Chen looked at his hands. He had a feeling that as long as he was willing, his grip would definitely be able to grab a handprint out of the steel. Chapter 1224. Then he felt that his body was as light as air, and he could run 100 meters with a single effort on his legs. Extremely fast. Gunterbine just felt that Luokan gave people a different feeling, but he didn't see what was wrong, but Luokan's view of Gunterbine changed a perspective. In his eyes, the movements of Gangtrabine and Chadu were as if they were in slow motion, so slow that they could even see clearly in the blink of an eye. Luokan felt that his life was running wild, and the passage of time was dozens of times that of others. Come on. Gunter Byrne put on a stance. He had already raised his vigilance at this time, and he could use underestimating the enemy to excuse himself when facing Chadu, so he didn't want to be so embarrassed this time. The next moment, Luokan's legs strained, and the ground under his feet cracked open. The cracks spread for tens of meters, and the strong wind pressure hit Gunterbine. What? Gauntbine didn't expect that a Chadu would be enough to be perverted. Fallen Chen, a god of death, was at most powerful in swordsmanship skills, and his physical quality was just an ordinary spiritual body. But he didn't expect Luokan's body to be stronger than Chadu. Of course, these are all temporary blessings that Luokan bought with points, and the duration is only a few minutes, but the increase in blessings is indeed unparalleled. Now that my strength can catch up with Shiji, I can probably eat a hair of tailed beast jade in person. Luokan smugly examined himself. Gauntbine hurriedly shielded his arms in front of his chest, but Luo Chen's stance of rushing forward suddenly changed on the way, and suddenly appeared behind Gauntbine. XXX. It turns out that with the addition of Shunpo, you can achieve such a speed. It's almost the speed of sound. Boom! A straight punch hit Gunterbine's ribs, and only a crisp sound was heard, and Gunterbine was already spinning and flying into the air. Gunter Byrne spat out a mouthful of blood, PFF'd. The air that passed along the way was bounced off. He penetrated all the buildings and was deeply imprinted in the wall. The whole wall could not stand such a great force and gradually cracked. Gunter Byrne then passed through the broken wall and came to a new room, where another big hole was smashed into the ground, and then it stopped. Luokan looked at his fist, and his mouth grew in surprise. He did use a lot of power just now, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. He regretted it a little. After all, if he killed the opponent, wouldn't it be a loss? If you can't do it, you have to keep your hands in the future. If you see it once, it's renewable energy. But Gantbine was not so vulnerable. He stood up from the pothole and shouted, "You bastard! Is this enough for one person? Although I was beaten badly by you, I haven't had enough fun." Luokan knew that Gangtraban was about to use a sword to free him. Sure enough, when Gangtraban appeared in front of him again, his figure had already changed. I saw that he was covered in a hard carapace, his body parts were fully armed, and his fists had 2 extra weapons, emitting electric lights. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1225. Actually, I also have something similar to your solution, which is the ultimate mode. Gunter Byrne stood up and stared at Luo Chen. The fighting intent in it was self-evident. Luokan said flatly, "Ah, I know this, isn't it the liberation of the sword?" "What, you already know?" Gunterbine was disappointed. "I thought you would be taken aback, but forget it, I'm not the same as everyone else's secretly bells and whistles. I can see this point. You are really not fancy, but there is nothing dazzling, and your appearance is flat. Then let you know that the improvement in my strength is not a star at all." However, the huge carapace was dragging behind him, but the speed was faster than before. Of course, this was only in the eyes of ordinary people. In Luokan's eyes, although Gunterbine's speed was a bit faster than before, it was still not enough to catch up with his reflexes. In terms of speed alone, Luokan was still firmly on top of him. "Eat me!" Gunter Byrne attacked with both fists. Luo Chen did not dodge, but also won. The two of them faced each other with 4 punches, and their punching speed continued to increase. Together. Bang bang bang. The huge force caused the air and spirit in the middle to be continuously compressed with high intensity, as if there was a pressure cooker working between the two. A huge amount of energy was accumulated between Luokan and Gunterbine. The phantoms of the fists were constantly intertwined, and no one flinched. The ground under their feet could not hold up at first, and it began to collapse. Gunter Byrne was already sweating. "Hey! How so tricky? This blow will end you." Luo Chen ignored Gantbine's anger. He also felt that it was time. After all, the top priority is not the battle. The experience of strength will end here, and then fight against a more powerful enemy. The battle is in use, not too late. At this moment, Gangbine suddenly folded his fists together, and a powerful stream of spiritual particles condensed on his fists. "Lord, please grant me strength." Gangbine gave up his defense. He wanted to bet once, whether Luo Chen would defeat him first or be hit by him first. Luo Chen didn't expect that Gunterbine would attack with a light cannon at such a close range. No, it's too late. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In this close combat situation, giving up all actions to focus on singing proves that Gantbine has full confidence in his ultimate move. Within a few meters, Gangtraban's gathered attack was launched from his fists, stronger than the average void flash. Luokan was completely submerged in the light, and a huge amount of spiritual substreams covered Luokan's body. Gunter Byrne saw that Luokan had been attacked, and immediately increased his output. Chadu rushed forward immediately. He blamed himself very much. Every time he was protected by others, how could he do it? And this time Luo Chen was hit by the enemy right in front of him. Luokan. Chadu turned grief and anger into strength, not only his right hand, but also his left hand. Unlike the right arm, The left arm did not become thick, but turned pale white with black stripes, and like a broken face mask. Chadu and Gauntbine were entangled, and Gauntbine was once suppressed. Chadu's offensive became more and more intense. Gangbine was hit in the chest, but he didn't fly backwards. Chadu rushed up and grabbed his neck. 100 million. Chapter 1226. Boom. The collision of two people turned the hall beyond recognition. Luokan waved his hand and dispelled the surrounding smoke, only to see that Gangbine and Chadu had both lost. Chadu, are you alright? Luokan asked. Seeing Luokan, Gauntbine's eyes widened in disbelief. You. How can you? Impossible. Luokan had already changed into 4 or 60 clothes at this time. Because of the attack just now, his Death Tyrant outfit was completely shattered. Luokan bought a set of ordinary casual sportswear directly from the system. I should be dead, right? But unfortunately, I didn't. Luokan laughed. He had never been hit by Gunterbine, so he had experienced power, speed, and reflexes. The strength of the defense has not been tested. Just that blow just now was just a scratch in front of Luo Chen's defensive power increase. If there was no increase, it is estimated that Luo Chen would have really explained it. Chadu, one piece. In front of the two of them, Gauntbine finally dissipated his fighting intent, and he had a deep-seated doubt about his own strength. Phew, the wind outside blew across the cheeks of the three of them, and at this time they hit the outdoors from indoors, and Gunterbine collapsed to the ground. Luokan looked at the blue sky and the sun in the sky, which was the same scene as what he saw when he and Rukia were together, but now I don't know what happened. I lost. Gunterbine conceded, but he also laughed. I haven't fought so thoroughly before, you guys are really good. Luokan and Chadu looked at each other and laughed. Let's go, the target is Orihime, we can't spend too much time here, goodbye, Gunterbine. Have you just been defeated by them, Gunterbine? A face suddenly appeared on the scene, and he appeared silently among the crowd, like a ghost. Luo Chen looked at him. There was no doubt that this person's spiritual pressure was definitely at the level of 10 blades. He is tall and thin, wearing a white robe, with an oversized weapon on his back. No, you can't beat him. Gunterbine shouted, talking about the feeling of sympathy for Luokan and the others now. No, as long as he is blocking the enemy, we will defeat him, although it may not be defeated. Chadu's left and right hands attached Reiatsu again. The giant's arm. The devil's arm. This kind of power. Do you think you can beat me? His expression is still so uninteresting. Chadu is just an existence that he doesn't care about. Luokan originally wanted to defeat the opponent here. At least it's good to create, but then another enemy came. This time it formed a 2-on-2 form, which requires Luo Chen to think carefully. It's a little bad now. Chadu's strength is not enough. I'm just a clone. 4.5 is really difficult. Cha Duming used all his strength and hit the opponent's abdomen with one move, but it didn't work at all, as if he was attacking a high mountain. The other party bombed Chadu with just one move. Chadu's spiritual pressure became weaker, which meant that he was seriously injured with just one blow. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1227. Chadu. Luo Chen hurriedly took the money, and supported Chadu, who was about to fall. Chadu was hit in the abdomen, and his eyes became erratic. If it continued like this, it wouldn't last long. Luokan looked at the two cards in front of him and calmly looked at the two broken faces of himself and Chadu, and felt that this was a difficult choice. If I was alone, I could still fight these two bad faces, but now that Chadu is by my side, I can't express it well, it's just a variable. 22. If he can't control the two of them at the same time in the next battle, Chadu will definitely become their target. Let's go. Chadu's life is at stake now. He was just a clone. Originally, he used this method so that he could sacrifice the clone in an emergency in exchange for the lives of his companions. Now, if he had to fight, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Having figured this out, Luo Chen is not forcing it anymore, and he is also relieved. In terms of speed, even with Chadu now, they will not be caught up by them. Huh, Luo Chen helped Chadu to stand up and immediately ran into the distance. Aren't you going to chase Lord Nutra? Is it really good to let the two of them escape like this? Said Bro Mian later, who was the subordinate of Nutra in front of him. When Nutra heard the question, he glanced at the subordinate officer and said, "It's pointless to kill these little bugs. Don't you see that their Reiatsu is not good?" "Yes, it's a subordinate's problem." "Well, do you feel it? There seems to be a huge amount of spiritual pressure over there. Let's go over there to join in the fun. Anything is fine here, let's go." Here, only Gunterbine was left lying on the ground, lost in thought in the face of such a rapid development. On the side of Luokan's main body, after fighting with the 3-digit numbered face, it has been advancing to the upper level, and has not reached any face along the way, as if there is no one in the entire Zai Palace. "Luokan, how is it now?" Ichigo asked. He is not only concerned about Orihime now, but also worried about his companions fighting in various places, even if they never encounter a battle again. "Chadu is seriously injured, but don't worry, I am taking him away from the battle center and will heal him." Luo Chen began to collect information on each clone. "Rukia was injured a little, but it's fine, and I'm treating her. Renji's encounter with 10 blades is a little tricky, but I'm going with Ishida, so there should be a chance to win." Ichigo fell into contemplation after hearing the news. It doesn't seem to be a particularly bad situation now, but he can't tolerate being too optimistic. "I don't even know where I am now, so I can only speed up the search." Luokan, Ninetales, Ichigo, and Nailu stepped up their steps, walked through the corridors, and continued to move towards the higher floors. After a while, they entered a hall, where the light was slightly dark, and there was a large hall in the center, with a gate above it. Superior. It was too late to carefully observe the structure of the hall. As long as they saw a way forward, they would rush forward, but this time it was slightly different. Just when everyone came to the bottom of the stairs, the door opened on its own, and a strong light leaked in. Luo Chen immediately closed his eyes and radiated the spiritual pressure. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1228. This is it. Ulquiorra. It was Ulquiorra himself who was standing on the stairs. He looked down at Luokan and the others with no expression on his face, and said, "I didn't expect you to come here already." Ulquiorra also has a bit of a reputation among the gods of death who came to the human world. After all, he really shows up often, just like Aizen's agent in the human world. "Ulquiorra, what are you doing here? Are you trying to stop us?" Ichigo asked. "I'm just here to tell you that your situation is not optimistic. Many of your companions are injured. You don't really think you can reach Orihime or defeat Aizen-sama directly, do you?" Ola asked back. He walked down the steps slowly, with a full sense of oppression, a majesty that is unique to 10 Blades, which is different from all the broken faces he has seen before. Luokan could feel it. Of all the 10 Blades he had seen so far, Ulquiorra was the only one with the highest ranking. So far, he had never seen a higher 10 Blades. He was definitely a formidable enemy. "Do you think we can't tilde?" Ichigo planned to bypass Ulquiorra and walk straight up. Ulquiorra asked curiously, "Oh, aren't you going to fight me?" "No, after all, you haven't actually hurt our comrades, so I don't have a reason to fight you." Ichigo specifically spared the past. Luo Chen slandered in his heart. "Hey, Ichigo, you kid will indeed preserve your strength. It's really thankless to fight now, but you're mainly afraid that you won't be able to fight, right?" But at this moment, Ulquiorra elicited a voice like thunder. "Really? If I said that it was me who abducted myself into the virtual circle and took me to the virtual night palace to be imprisoned, would you still think so?" "What? Say it again." Before Ulquiorra could answer, Ichigo had already rushed up, and Luo Chen shouted, "Not good," in his heart, and rushed up too. He knew that Ichigo was the easiest to get angry with in front of this kind of thing. "Ichigo, calm down." However, Ichigo has already diffused and blurred at this time, and his firepower has been fully activated. When Ulquiorra saw this kind of power, he was surprised at first, and then he calmly resisted. The surrounding scene was affected by the battle between the two people, and a large area collapsed. The power that spread out seemed to make the entire Zai Palace tremble. Time passed quickly, and Ichigo's blurred into time, and the side effects were already manifested. After the last blow hit Ulquiorra and smashed to the ground, he collapsed a little and fell from the sky. Luokan stepped forward and threw him off the battlefield. Diaresis 9 tails. Nailu, take care of him, don't let him mess around. In the smoke, Ulquiorra's figure stood up slowly. This kind of power is really strange. It's obviously a god of death, but it has a broken-faced spiritual pressure mixed together. The smoke dissipated, and I saw that Ulquiorra had no obvious injuries, but there was some dust on his body, and his clothes were slightly torn, but he still looked calm. However, I could only barely resist the attack just now with only 2 hands. Are you going to attack next? Chapter 1229. XXX. It seems that it's impossible to fight now. Luokan looked at Ulquiorra. The current situation is different from Chadu. Currently it can be one-on-one between Luokan's main body and Ulquiorra, and the possibility of winning is even higher. Big. Ulquiorra is one of Luokan's most threatening opponents so far. Luokan never dares to take it lightly. Blindness. Luokan saw that Ulquiorra was obviously a little surprised by Ichigo's avatar, and he was not very able to grasp the way to deal with this kind of power, so Luokan planned to seek a breakthrough from here. I saw a pale mask condensed on Luokan's face. The black and red stripes slowly spread, and finally formed a fixed pattern, which was extremely evil, and even more mysterious than the broken face. It's this kind of power again. Has something happened recently in your soul world? Ulquiorra took his hands out of his trouser pockets, and the emptiness on Luo Chen's body made him a little uneasy. Nailu looked at Luokan and Ichigo, and there seemed to be something in her head that was constantly beating her thoughts, but she couldn't remember anything. She just felt that everything in front of her was so familiar. What's going on? Nailu felt a headache, and vaguely saw some memories that didn't seem to belong to her, but this scene disappeared in an instant. Nailu felt very strange. The hazy feeling was like a sense of sight, and it was fleeting. The 2 people in front of her were like 2 10 blades fighting. This was the closest Nailu could produce in her heart. Instinctive thoughts. Ninetails obeyed Luokan's instructions. He stretched his tail and maintained it next to your road and the injured Ichigo. All the Reiatsu that swept in would be weakened by him and would not hurt the inside. Ichigo looked at Luokan. Although he was injured, his fighting spirit was not shattered. Although he was temporarily defeated, he definitely wasn't down. Luokan, I won't admit defeat, and I won't be lazy. I will take control of the blur. Ichigo watched the battle between Luokan and Ulquiorra from behind, and learned the experience of blurring. During the battle, Ulquiorra never used his own knife. He just fought with his bare hands against fallen dust, which was a bit like Gunturbine. What's the matter? Why don't you use a sword? Luo Chen pressed the Zanpakuto hard against Ulquiorra's arm, but it could only cause scratches. I didn't expect Ulquiorra's defense to be so strong. Ulquiorra replied, it's not yet time. I don't think you guys are qualified to let me draw a knife again. Luokan is still slashing violently. He is testing Ulquiorra's average level, and Ulquiorra is also testing, what is Luokan's strength. Luokan didn't dare to use the blessing system too much. I just looked at it and saw that not only did he not have many points left for defeating the 9th place 10 blades, but he even lost. It's also Lu Chen's decision. Unless it's a very urgent situation, the rest of the battles will only use the blur and the beginning solution. Otherwise, if you buy a battle once, you won't earn as much as you can, and the points will be used up. Host, your complaining thoughts are not good. You get what you pay for. Why do you still want me to give you a low price discount for no reason? All this is balanced, the system said helplessly. Chapter 1230. Luokan has no time to pay attention to other things now, and the duel between him and Ulquiorra has entered a fever pitch, even if neither of them are using their full strength. Boom! Luo Chen was kicked out first, leaving a thick mark on the floor, and then Ulquiorra was hit by Luo Chen and was embedded in the wall. Nothing around them can stop the attack of the two. The stalemate is a situation that Luo Chen has never encountered since he has all kinds of trump cards. The last time this kind of battle was with the Soul Hunter's boss, Carry a God, but Lu Chen didn't have any moves such as blurring. Sure enough, you're really strong. Are you the leader of the 10 Blades? Luo Chen asked. Ulquiorra didn't answer, but grabbed the Zanpakuto that came from Luo Chen's thorn. Ulquiorra put the Zanpakuto on his chest and slashed, and the clothes on his chest were torn and fell to the ground. Luo Chen took a closer look and saw a big 4 written on his chest. This means that Ulquiorra is the 4th strongest among the 10 Blades. It's time to end. Ulquiorra no longer seemed to be entangled, his right hand pointed at will, and the tip of his index finger began to condense a stream of spiritual particles, and a black-green ball of light shone at his fingertips. Luo Chen's eyes and hands were quick, and he immediately returned to defense, because Ulquiorra's target was obviously not him who was moving fast, but Ichigo, Nine Tails, and Nailu. The speed of Phantom Flash is not the fastest, but in this situation, Ulquiorra is just using it casually. The green beam of light was as thick as a coiled dragon, attacking everyone. Luokan immediately started to release the spiritual pressure shield with maximum output, and wrapped everyone in it. Ulquiorra's Phantom Flash was really extraordinary, whether it was output, duration or even range, beyond imagination. Gradually, Luo Chen was no longer able to resist the virtual flash on a large scale, because the impact force hit the spiritual pressure, and the pressure was very large, and it was being continuously applied. With a loud bang, the virtual flash penetrated the wall behind, destroyed the outer wall of the virtual night palace, and shot straight into the desert outside. Caused an explosion at the hit point. In the same place, the figures of Luo Chen and others were no longer there. It was not that Luo Chen and others escaped, but because of that powerful momentum, they were carried away and landed in the desert. Ulquiorra lost interest, so he didn't pursue it further, because Luo Chen aside, Ichigo's Reiatsu has become very weak, and among all the people, only Orihime has the ability to recover. He didn't think that Luokan would also have any healing spells, and the injuries of Chato, Rukia, Yuryu, and Renji couldn't be treated right now, he thought so. But who let Luokan have those recovery potions exchanged from the system? His clone can be shared, so it can only be said that this hand is well hidden, but it is not necessary to show it. At this time, in the Zai Palace, Orihime had already felt that the spiritual pressure of his companions was rising and falling slightly, especially in every battle. Her heart was tightly together. At this moment, Ichigo's Reiatsu suddenly became very weak, and Orihime felt dizzy, and the thing he was worried about happened. Luokan, please protect everyone's safety. Orihime prayed silently. Luokan and Renji are now dealing with Sarapallo. After the dissolution attack just now, Sarapallo is still unscathed. That is because the wall has disappeared on its own after touching him at the end. Hehe, do you think your dissolution and the first solution are very powerful? Unfortunately, in front of me, you can't even think of playing a role. Sarapallo laughed, the corners of his mouth cracked to the roots of his ears. Luokan knew that this time he encountered an enemy again. Since the Death God's move might not work, he should call Ishida over. Luokan's clone, who was with Ishida and Peixi, said, Yulong, come with me, we need help here. It is estimated that only cooperation can find a breakthrough. Okay. Ishida Yulong immediately followed Luokan and ran in the direction of Renji. Luokan's different avatars can not only share memory and perspective, but also accurately sense each other's spiritual pressure and location. Therefore, even in different places of the Zai Palace, Luokan can quickly find the route to meet. It is not too late. Luokan takes Ishida to take the shortest route forward. Boom! Under Luokan's attack, the walls in front of him were punched one after another, and Luokan took the lead to charge, drilled through the gap, followed by another blast of the floor, and the distance was getting closer. On this side, The two of course would not just admit defeat. Luo Chen and Renji cooperated, one for melee combat, and the other for a slightly long-range attack. Luokan plans to have a melee battle with Sar Apollo. If Shiji really can't play it out, then melee combat is Luokan's strength. Void. It's not that time yet. Luo Chen thought in his heart, now is not the time to use Void. After all, you can't use your whole cards from the beginning, otherwise the whole cards will not be called. At the same time that Luokan rushed up, Renji also released Zanpakuto, but this time he did not use the D solution, Shiwaimaru. The thorny blades stretched out, and Luo Chen attacked Sar Apollo from left to right, and Sar Apollo suddenly showed an unusual expression. Luo Chen sensed something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was, but in such a close situation, he could only go up. As if in a panic, Sar Apollo blocked the advancing Shiwaimaru with his left hand, and shouted while flicking off the blade of the Zanpakuto. His expression also became very frightened. Luo Chen took advantage of the gap between Sar Apollo and slashed horizontally, intending to not talk nonsense, but to strike first. Sar Apollo screamed and blocked the attack with his right hand, and then immediately retreated to a safe area. Although he was very interested in fear, he did it in one go. This is what Luo Chen noticed. What? You really not so much power. It was just a coincidence that I cracked my D solution just now, right? Renji shook his head mockingly when he saw Sar Apollo like this. Then the two of them pursued the victory, and Sal Apollo didn't move at all. He waited for the attack to approach, and Luo Chen whispered, "Success." But Sal Apollo suddenly showed a wild laugh and said, "Haha, did the two of you breathe a sigh of relief just now? Why do you think the 10 blades in front of you are so easy to deal with? Isn't it?" What? Luokan felt that the spiritual pressure of Thrall Apollo did not change, but the breath it gave people was a very different change. He no longer resisted as hard as he had shown, but focused on Renji's Zanpakuto blade very lightly. Renji couldn't pull it out and was temporarily controlled. Luo Chen's slash was also blocked by Sal Apollo's right arm, and he couldn't move forward half a point. Sal Apollo laughed. How about it? The feeling that my emotions fell to the bottom of the valley from the victory just now. Isn't it great? Ah ha ha ha. I don't think you're a mad scientist, but an actor, right? You are so good at acting, why don't you go to the human world to act in a movie? Luo Chen was being deceived by Sal Apollo's acting skills just now, although he thought to himself 10 blades shouldn't be this weak, but he couldn't help but fall into it. Sar Apollo was intoxicated with his own excitement, but at this time he felt that he was winning. Death, are you delusional to defeat me as one of the 10 blades without using the D solution? Don't you know that the 10 blades are all as at captain level and above? Of course I do, but I don't know how to solve it, but I'm still a captain, don't you think it's strange? Luo Chen laughed. What? Sal Apollo was taken aback. Meaning, I have the strength to overwhelm you without any solution. Luo Chen knew that the average broken face has some innate skills, such as quick recovery or inherent defense improvement, so that he can use his arm to resist his own soul slashing. Knife. But no matter what, there will be a limit. The D solution is a limiter, which can adjust the output of Captain Death to the maximum. Now Luokan has other methods. Cut. Luokan's Zanpakuto was like chopping melons and vegetables, neatly dividing the right arm that Sar Apollo was blocking in half. The spiritual child dissipated, and Sar Apollo widened his eyes and opened his mouth. He first looked at his arm that was partially empty, his expression hard to hide his surprise. Then he glared at Luokan, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he exhaled loudly. He was extremely angry. Damn it, damn it. God of Death, I want you to die. Sar Apollo's hair was all messed up. It was the first time he had lost his temper in battle, and his whole mentality had collapsed. He slowly stepped back, and then a lot of shattered faces emerged from his side, surrounding Luokan and Renji. Boring. Really boring. I've had enough. I don't even bother to fight with you. Subordinates, kill them. Sar Apollo stepped back. His hand was cut off. He wanted to watch Luo Chen and Renji was tortured to death by subordinate officials to ease the resentment in his heart. So much. Although the quantity is not as good as that of the Great Void Forest, the quality is also much higher, and these should also be numbered and broken. Have you never met? In order to demonstrate our 10-blade dominance, each 10-blade can choose a numbered face after N as his subordinate officer. These of mine are not just ordinary broken faces, they are born after my transformation and the upgrade of Aizen-sama. My subordinates are the strongest. Sal Apollo said proudly. At this moment, the wall on one side was suddenly bombarded. In the smoke, dozens of arrows galloped out, creating a temporary vacuum between the subordinate officials and Renji. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Help is here." Sar Apollo's subordinate officers were forced back by the fierce bow and arrow attack. They looked to the side of the hole, the smoke dissipated, Luo Chen, Ishida Yulong and Peixi showed their bodies. What's going on here? Sar Apollo was a little confused when he saw the two falling dusts. He kept looking at the two falling dusts, and now he didn't understand why the situation in front of him was. Luo Chen, who came to support them, jumped out of the hole, and the two groups of people came together. It was really weird to stand together like this. Peixi, so you are here, woohoo. Dodchaka burst into tears, and Peixi hugged Dodchaka. Renji looked at Ishida Yulong who came over and said, "Ishida Yulong, thank you this time, but this guy is not easy to deal with." Ishida Yulong responded, "However, I will show my strength as a Quincy. When I came, Luokan told me that the god of death was restrained. Yes, so I think it takes the power of a Quincy to defeat him, and it just so happens that Yulong is the closest place, so I brought him here." "Come on Yulong," Luokan explained. Ishida Yulong nodded, spread his arms, a spiritual bow aimed at the subordinate officer and Sar Apollo, which could be activated at any time. Luokan's two avatars also merged smoothly this time. When they used avatars before, Luokan had never observed each other at such a close distance. This time, their eyes were facing each other, and there was an indescribable sense of wonder. "This guy, burn your brain." Luo Chen closed his eyes abruptly. No matter what happened to his clone, he would give priority to solving Sar Apollo. Neither Sar Apollo nor his subordinates stepped forward, and the number of people on Fallen's side increased, causing Sar Apollo to weigh himself before attacking. "Who are you?" Sar Apollo felt a different spiritual pressure from Sishin, a kind of spiritual pressure that was neither a god of death nor a human being. For Luokan's clone, this was more attractive to him. "The Quincy, Ishida Yulong." Ishida Yulong said cautiously. Hearing this, Sal Apollo's eyes widened, like a child who found a new toy, and he laughed out of composure. A Quincy. It turned out to be a Quincy. He was very excited to have the new experimental materials, which just confirmed Luokan's words, that he is simply Nirvana in the virtual circle. "Go on." Ishida Yulong didn't continue the stalemate. An arrow shot through the abdomen of Sal Apollo, and Sal Apollo stumbled to the ground with a surprised expression. Luokan frowned. He didn't believe that Sar Apollo was defeated so easily. Success. The surrounding subordinate officers hurriedly surrounded Sal Apollo, and their emotions were also very excited. "Master Sal Apollo. Lord Sal Apollo, are you okay?" Two subordinate officers rushed forward, trying to help Sal Apollo. But Sar Apollo grabbed the arm of one of the subordinates one step earlier. He laughed, and at the same time the arrow on his body had turned into a spirit and dissipated, and he was not injured at all. Ishida was taken aback, because the feeling just now clearly caused trauma, and the two Luokan took a step forward with a bad feeling in their hearts. Could it be that Sar Apollo just reversed our solution just now? Have you completed the analysis of Yulong's attack? How the next thing really fell apart? Sal Apollo stood up and smiled arrogantly. "Ha ha ha, Quincy, from your attack just now, I have completely analyzed your moves, so your attacking the liquid won't hurt me either." The subordinate officers surrounded them again with a smile, and Sal Apollo said, "You have limits, and I just sealed your limits, so you can't beat me." Looking at the broken face that was getting closer and closer, Renji and Yulong were both facing great enemies, while Luokan thought of a way worth trying. Really? That's good. Renji, Yulong, we are going beyond the limit here. Fallen dust rose into the sky, and suddenly jumped out of the encirclement of the broken faces. In order to ensure that Luokan is not disturbed, Renji used Shui Pill to surround the broken faces again from the inside out, so that they could not escape in a short time. Of course, this also made his situation even more dangerous. But now that Ishida Yulong is here, the pressure has been divided by half. This is also the condition for Luokan to go out alone and fight Sar Apollo alone. Hee, did you just come over to me like this? Without the slightest defense, and with no way to attack. Oh, I forgot, your Sichi can't hurt me. Luokan smiled and said, who told you that you need a solution to defeat you? As long as you can be defeated before your analysis is complete, right? Buzz. What is this? Luokan just borrowed the soul-breaking sword from Ishida Yulong. This weapon, Sar Apollo, has never been seen before, so it must take time to analyze it. But before that, I can use this sword to chop you into pieces. Luo Chen only took it out after getting close to Sar Apollo, because he was afraid that the distance would be analyzed in advance. Now, even if Sar Apollo sees this weapon, it will take a certain amount of time to destroy it, but before that, Luo Chen's slash is faster. Buzz. Hum. The two clones kept slashing towards Sar Apollo from both sides. Sar Apollo was hit by two soul-breaking swords, and instantly lost his composure. He hurriedly analyzed it. Done. Don't be too arrogant. In the next instant, the soul-breaking sword in Luokan's hand lost its shape, and the spiritual child gradually dissipated, leaving only a hilt in the end, all of which only happened within a few seconds. Not including Sar Apollo, he was also seriously injured in the continuous slashing attack by Luokan just now. He retreated several times to confirm the safe distance, and Luokan did not continue to pursue, because the attack for a few seconds just now was enough. XXX. It really surprised me. Whether it's this new weapon or your forehead avatar, I'm very interested. I almost died in your hands just now. It's really thrilling. Do you want to continue fighting? Luo Chen put away the soul-broken sword. Now that he can't hurt the opponent, it's useless to hold it. Of course, Sar Apollo said while grabbing a subordinate officer and gnawing at it. The subordinate turned into a spiritual sphere and was sucked into the mouth of Sar Apollo, but in an instant, his injury recovered as before, and his broken arm was regenerated. The only drawback was that his clothes were all torn. How is it? My subordinate is really the strongest, right? ... Everyone watched Sar Apollo recover immediately from the seed, and a dark cloud covered their hearts. It seems that all of Sar Apollo's subordinate officers have been changed into portable, recovery potions. How about it? My subordinate officer is the strongest, right? Sar Apollo emphasized. He liked to see the expressions of others experiencing great despair after great hope. Luo Chen put away the broken soul sword and said, don't be too complacent, your subordinates are also limited. As long as I can beat you over and over and get seriously injured, you can run out of subordinates. I will still be defeated. When the surrounding subordinate officials heard this, they all looked at Luo Chen and then at Sar Apollo, looking a little scared. Although they all obeyed the 10 blades unconditionally, they would still be scared in this situation. Ha, you're so funny, are you trying to laugh at me? I admit that your strength is much stronger than those two little devils, and you have the same skills as this clone, but you are too careless. How many cards do you have? Sar Apollo covered his forehead, laughed until he leaned forward and back, then he finally got up, pushed his glasses, and returned to a serious state. What, are you going to start? Luokan asked. Renji and Yulong who were behind heard this and returned to their attacking state, staring at Sar Apollo vigilantly. But the next sentence made Luokan and the others question marks, only to hear Sar Apollo say, you guys are really not elegant at all, didn't you see that my clothes were damaged? Especially the upper body has disappeared. In this case, continue to fight. He said that he was still waving his hand, but he was very helpless. Forget it, I'm going back to change into new clothes and come back again. Don't leave, I'll come when I go. Really, it's really uncomfortable. Ignoring the dust, Sar Apollo turned around and left. At the same time, the subordinate officials also silenced their voices. In a short time, the enemy in the entire room had completely disappeared. Only the walls and floors that were affected by the battle just now recorded the truth. If it wasn't for everything around him being real, Luo Chen would have thought he was just dreaming. Let's go like this. Renji clenched his fists. Come back to me, boy, I haven't beaten enough yet. Luokan sighed, returned to the four of them, and said, although he won't let us leave, let's take advantage of this time to leave. Luokan, won't you defeat him? Ishida Yulong asked. He believed that Luokan would definitely be able to reverse the battle, and it was impossible for him to be afraid of Sar Apollo. Not enough. Even so, they still followed Luo Chen and left from the exit. Luo Chen replied, don't forget, our purpose this time. Don't be entangled in the battle with 10 blades, saving Orihime now is the best choice. Fighting with 10 blades, or defeating Aizen and taking Benyu, can only be done when the first condition is fulfilled. As he was talking, Luokan slowly stopped, because Orihime had already appeared in front of him just now. Of course, this is not what the two clones here saw, but what happened on the side of the main body with Ichigo, Nailu and the others. Orihime, Grimjow. Ichigo looked at the two in front of him in surprise, but he didn't expect that they would meet. Grimjow said with a little disappointment, what, neither of you two guys were hurt? Wouldn't it be in vain for me to do this? Well, forget it. When Luokan and Ulquiorra fought, not only Luokan suffered some injuries, but Ichigo was also affected by the battle, and the Reiatsu of both of them was more or less affected. At this time, Grimjow, who was in Zai Palace, could no longer bear the anxiety of fighting Luo Chen. Even if Aizen had stopped him before, but now he was at the door of his house, he couldn't stop him. So when Grimjow sensed the Reiatsu of the two of them, he forcibly took Inoue Orihime out of Kakuya Palace, intending to take advantage of the gap between Ulquiorra's battle and leaving just now, to make contact with Luo Chen. Where do you want to take me? Orihime asked on the way back. Shut up, I'll take you to see Luokan, you help him heal, I want to fight him fairly. For the sake of shame and to prove my strength, you just need to watch from the side, woman. Grimjow replied blankly. Inoue Orihime was a little excited in her heart. Luokan, I can also feel the Reiatsu of other people, you must be fine. But at this time, Luo Chen had already taken out the various healing medicines exchanged by the system, and restored the two people's injuries to the original state. Now that time has come, Grimjow brought Orihime to Luokan, Nine Tails, Ichigo, and Nailu. Seeing everyone intact, he was a little surprised, but more than happy. That's easy, Luokan, let's fight. If you win, I might give you Orihime Inoue. Grimjow laughed, he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. But at this moment, a Reiatsu suddenly appeared behind him. What are you doing? Grimjow. Ulquiorra, as you can see, I want to bring Orihime Inoue to heal Luokan, and then fight him. Grimjow was a little nervous, but he didn't expect it to be so revealing. Aizen-sama asked me to supervise Orihime Inoue, so give her back to me. I won't interfere in your battles, but it's a bit unreasonable that you want to help the enemy heal. Luokan smiled slightly, knowing that there was an internal strife, and immediately thought of it. Ah, Grimjow, why did you come out so early to respond? We didn't agree to backstab me while Aizen was fighting. Is it? It's ready, it's revealing. Tisk tisk tisk. Ulquiorra's brows were expressionless, but Grimjow's gaze became three more cold, and Grimjow was also very difficult to deal with Ulquiorra. He could only explain, trust me, this guy Luo Chen said nonsense. But no matter how you say it, I won't hand it over to Orihime. Have before you betray Aizen-sama, let's talk about it, it's a certainty that you hinder my work and help the enemy. When Grimjow saw that Ulquiorra was still unrelenting, he said angrily, Ulquiorra, you talk a little too much today. Luo Chen took the opportunity to pull Orihime over quietly, and hid away from Ichigo, Orihime, Nailu, and Kyuubi. It looks like they want to fight first. Ellipsis. Luokan guessed right, the two of them have been a little bit misunderstood since before, and they also have two attitudes towards the enemy, so the two of them will have a fight sooner or later. It's just that I didn't expect this battle to come so soon, and it's still in front of a common enemy. Neither of them thought too much. Ulquiorra, do you think I'm afraid of you? I think you dare not fight me, right? Grimmjow always revealed his contempt for Ulquiorra, because Ulquiorra doing things seemed to him to be an overly cautious kind of submissiveness. In Ulquiorra's eyes, Grimmjow was a simple-minded madman who only knew how to fight, so he basically didn't know much about him. But this time it was different. They harmed each other's interests. This time, the outcome was decided by battle. Luokan felt the reiatsu of the two of them. Although the difference between the two of them was not big, Ulquiorra was more likely to win, but no matter who they were, it would not be too easy for them to win. Drink. Grimmjow punched and wiped Ulquiorra's cheeks. The powerful spiritual pressure almost hurt Ulquiorra, but Ulquiorra's speed was even faster. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. At the same time, he appeared behind Grimmjow like a teleportation, and mercilessly used false flash. The reiatsu spreads, and the battle center is filled with smoke. But the attacks of the two did not cause actual damage to each other. This is the battle between the 10 blades. Just like the battle between the captains, it is difficult to immediately distinguish the superiority. At this moment, Ulquiorra made another move. Right now, he just wanted to make a quick decision and bring Orihime back to finish the job. For the time being, he didn't need to teach Grimmjow too much. After all, the enemy was still at hand. Grimmjow also calmed down. His purpose in coming here was not to fight Ulquiorra to the death. Boom! A burst of phantom flashes shuttled through the space, and the speed of the two soared again, but Grimmjow used the smoke to hide, and Ulquiorra didn't notice it for a while. Success! Grimmjow grabbed Ulquiorra's arm behind him, and stretched the other hand to Ulquiorra's chest. A small sphere reacted with Ulquiorra. Grimmjow dodged gently, and the space around Ulquiorra was surrounded. After Ulquiorra was wrapped into a sphere, he disappeared directly in place, and Grimmjow heaved a sigh of relief. Where did you get him? Luo Chen asked. This kind of thing is called the anti-membrane bandit. It was originally given to us by Aizen. It can temporarily seal those disobedient inferiors and let them stray in other spaces, but this kind of move is originally not against the 10 blades, Grimmjow explained. So let's fight quickly. According to Ulquiorra's strength, it is estimated that he will be able to break free in a few hours. Grimmjow couldn't wait. Luokan knew that if he didn't fight Grimmjow, he would be entangled forever, so he had no choice but to agree. Is it true that I can only rely on force this time? But I won't hand Orihime to you. Hee. Wait until you win. If you lose, all of them will not be guaranteed. Luo Chen didn't care. He directly opened Shiji. The Zanpakuto, 9 tails, blazed. Grimmjow laughed. You have to use all your strength. Boom. Fallen Chen's blade really didn't cut Grimmjow's arm. Grimmjow pushed it back and pulled out his Zanpakuto. In order to avoid affecting Ichigo and the others, Luo Chen specially took Grimmjow to open up another battlefield, and asked Ichigo and them to protect themselves. Above the sky, 2 people rely on aura to fly, and the 2 knives collide together, making a sound like hammering iron, crisp and sweet, and at the same time full of destructive power. If anyone didn't keep up with the rhythm, they would definitely be cut off by that sharp Zanpakuto. And in the next completely fell into the disadvantage. That's right. You didn't come here just to save Orihime Inoue, right? Don't you want to fight? Grimmjow laughed happily. He felt that he could let go of a fight with Luokan. Although Luo Chen wanted to say, besides, I want more points and complete more tasks, but he still swallowed it. Luo Chen kept silent. Grimmjow took it as his acquiescence, and then became even more excited. He and Luo Chen kept fighting swords in the air, fighting again from the sky to the buildings. All the intact buildings became tattered. I want to let you know who is the strongest. The first 2 times were in the human world, not my real strength. This time, I'm going to use all my firepower. Grimjiao wanted to defeat Luokan, Yi Shui shame before. Luo Chen is not a coward. He is crazy to deal with his face. Although he has played back and forth with Grimjiao, he does not intend to play all his cards now. After all, Grimjiao must have some cards that he has not used. It's a virtual flash. Luokan's eyes are smart and quick, and when he saw Grimjiao's left hand condensing the virtual flash, he slashed it with a knife, interrupting the virtual flash's condensation. 0. But Grimjiao was not angry but delighted. He grabbed Luo Chen's Zanpakuto and threw his Zanpakuto with his right hand, condensing a phantom flash again, and hurriedly bombarded Luokan's forehead. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded, and the spiritual pressure generated by the virtual flash explosion affected Ichigo and the others, making them almost unable to stand firm. It is conceivable what kind of impact the 2 people at the center of the explosion received. But the smoke dissipated. Luo Chen and Grimjiao were both intact. Just now Luo Chen was using the extremely solid Reiki shield and Zanpakuto's blade to resist, and he took the healing potion immediately. You are quite able to resist, Luokan. Luo Chen immediately pulled away and took advantage of this opportunity to pursue him. He didn't think that Grimjiao was not affected at all, it was impossible. But Grimjiao kept pulling the distance from Luokan. Luokan knew that he might have to use a whole card, so he stopped chasing after him. Come on, if you can't hold on, I'll lose. Very good. Let's try this trick. Only our 10 blade, Wang Zushin, can do it. Not only is Wang Zushin's speed far surpassing that of Zushin, but his power also exceeds that. In the palm of Grimjiao's palm, a large phantom that far exceeded the size of the ordinary phantom was taking shape, and the space began to distort around this phantom, emitting blue light. Ellipsis. Wang Suyin instantly formed a super powerful light cannon that penetrated the space, but the light cannon really shot at the angle of Ichigo and them. If it weren't for that angle, Luokan could still choose to dodge. Even if he didn't know if he could dodge, at least he could not take it hard. But Grimjiao definitely didn't want his Wang Zushin to fail, so he planned to force Luo Chen directly, creating a scene where he had to confront Wang Zushin. Wang Zushin fired at Ichigo and the others. Even Orahime's 3-day shield might not be able to completely defend against an attack of this magnitude. Luokan had to give up the idea of dodging. He hurriedly turned around, rushed in front of Wang Zushin, and intercepted Wang Zushin before Wang Zushin arrived. Boom! A huge amount of energy was vented out, and Luokan was drowned in the blue light. Wang Zushin's spiritual pressure covered Luokan's spiritual pressure. For a time, the center of the explosion was so bright that the light was so bright that it was impossible to confirm the situation. Grimjiao grinned lightly. He was just waiting for this good show. He wanted to know whether his Wang Zushin could hurt Luokan, and also to judge the difference between his own strength and Luokan's strength. The smoke dissipated. Ichigo, Orihime, and Nailu anxiously confirmed whether Luo Chen was still in front of him, but the Nine Tails could sense that Luo Chen was not actually hurt much by that Wang Zushin, because there was a special relationship between the two of them. Spiritual connection. Sure enough, Luokan appeared. At this time, he had already covered his face with a pale and black patterned mask. At the moment just now, Luokan immediately judged that Shiji's strength was not enough to resist it, so he decisively turned on the blur. Luokan's aura also changed from a pure death spirit pressure to a wonderful spirit pressure mixed with aura of emptiness, but these were all Grimjiao's expectations. It would be boring if you were simply defeated by me, but you didn't let me down. Grimjiao was very happy, and no one in Hei could let him use Wang Zushin. Although I don't know how Luo Chen's illusory aura came from, it's extremely strange, but now Grimjiao doesn't care so much. As long as he fights enough, he can ignore these small details. Luokan's Zanpakuto had turned black and red with white stripes and golden embellishments. He waved the Zanpakuto to break the smoke, and his death tyrant became angular and a bit crazy. Do you want to continue? But what you did just now also irritated me. Luo Chen said calmly. In addition to his usual voice, there was also an echo of meaning and emotion, which caused a pimple on his body. Grimjiao was even more excited when he saw such falling dust. Of course, but I have to use all my power, which is what you know as sword liberation. Grimjiao soared into the air, with him as the center. All the spirits around him gathered. The spirits carried air, and the air drove sand and smoke clouds. Grimjiao became the eye of the storm. Crack it, the Leopard King. Luokan stabilized his body in the air. His clothes were rustled by the violent wind pressure, and he asked Kyubi to take Ichigo and the others to hide behind a huge building, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable if they were affected. Boom. Condensed to the end, Grimjiao's spiritual pressure spread rapidly, which means that Grimjiao has completed the liberation of the sword. Then Grimjiao roared loudly, and the sound spread out in a side view state, because the surrounding spirits were driven by this powerful spirit pressure, and the scrolls formed a huge shock wave. Taking Grimjiao as the prototype, the shock wave caused the space to deform, and everything that was affected was shaken beyond recognition by the energy of this space distorting space. Ah! Falling dust. Orihime used the 3-day knot shield to defend in front. Ichigo turned on the blur, and the Nine Tails spread out the spiritual pressure, but Grimjiao's spiritual pressure still penetrated enough to see its power. Luokan's spiritual pressure resisted this first round of shocks, but he was still a little surprised. It's just a roar. Have this kind of power. Grimjiao has already rushed up, and every time he accelerates, he can see that there is a solid Reiatsu under his feet, which is constantly helping him accelerate. Before Luo Chen could see his figure, Grimjiao's attack had already arrived. Fallen Chen crossed the knife to resist, and Grimjiao's arm chopped up. Falling Chen stared intently. Grimjiao was covered in white armor like peripherals, looking extremely sturdy. His body became thinner and stronger, and he was top-notch in both attack and defense. Next came the form of the whole body. Grimjiao has transformed into the shape of a leopard, and his physical structure is more like a leopard man, which makes him have a faster speed. Grimjiao and Luo Chen looked at each other, and Grimjiao's face had also turned into a feline-like face, which made people shudder. Luokan, this is my full strength, let's take it. Grimjiao's hand had turned into a claw, and he started waving wildly towards Luokan's head. That kind of power is stronger than Zanpakuto. Not to mention the head, even if it is other parts, being stabbed all at once will not be too bad, at least it will be a serious injury. Of course, Luo Chen wouldn't let his ideas come true. The duel between two people in the sky has escalated again, just like two fighters in the human world, fighting frequently in the air. The spiritual pressure friction generated by the confrontation between the two people's knives and claws can be clearly felt in the virtual night palace several kilometers away. On the ground of that airspace, the desert was suppressed with dozens of potholes, large and small, leading directly to the Great Void Forest. That's right, Luokan. Grimjiao turned again and again in the air, circling with Luokan. Luokan is also fighting against it, but in an instant, he can fly hundreds of meters away. XXX. Zanpakuto absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, formed a 100-meter giant sword, and slashed towards Grimjiao. Grimjiao couldn't dodge, so he took a hard blow, and all the buildings behind were bombarded. 2 pieces. However, his defensive power was indeed superb, and then Grimjiao struggled to fight off Chu Chen's pursuit. Taking advantage of the moment Lu Chen closed his sword, he attacked from the side. Luokan resisted with the blade, but Grimjiao slammed into the tower from the air. The tower was cut off by the impact force, and the upper body collapsed. Luokan and Grimjiao landed on both sides of the tower and looked at each other vigilantly. Now both Grimjiao and Luokan have several scars, big and small. 100 million. Chapter 1231. Victory had not yet been won, and Grimjiao charged up again, this time purely running on the ground. Although the speed had dropped, it was not much slower. Instead, the attack felt more powerful. Luokan had no rival in love, so he spread the spiritual pressure to completely cover Grimjiao. Grim chuckled lightly, both he and Luokan knew that this basically would not affect the situation of the battle. But Luokan has his own considerations, because he has to admit that Grimjow's current speed is even better, and even in the 10 blades, is there really a broken face that is faster than Grimjow's? If so, it's pretty shocking. Luokan's naked eyes may not be able to keep up, but Reiatsu will definitely be able to keep up. So Luo Chen used Reiki to wrap the distance of several hundred meters beside him so tightly that even the fluttering of Grimjow's hair could be clearly detected. It's useless. Grimjow is very confident. Even if he can detect his speed, he may not be able to react. As long as his sharp claws can touch even the slightest bit of falling dust, it will be his victory. But Luokan won't let her get her wish. No matter from which angle she attacks, she will definitely block Grimjow's claws with Zanpakuto. Grimjow was not reconciled, and could only move constantly around Luokan's periphery, finding the right time to cut through Luokan's blind spot. It's here. Luo Chen turned around and didn't use the Zanpakuto, because there was no way to go on like this. He always had to find a breakthrough, and now the breakthrough is here. Luo Chen exerted a little force, and at just the right angle, he immediately grabbed the arm that Grimjow stabbed firmly and firmly. What? Grimjow couldn't draw his hand, and when he was surprised, there was a gap in his thinking, and Luo Chen immediately swung out the Zanpakuto with his other hand. Kai! Grimjow received a heavy blow on the chest. If there was no white armor, this would be enough for Grimjow to be seriously injured, but it was only a little blood, and it did not affect the battle too much. Following this attack, Grimjow also twitched, but he also gave Luo Chen a claw with his backhand. Luo Chen couldn't resist, so he only blocked the next side with the Zanpakuto, and the remaining 3 claw marks grabbed firmly. The two instantly pulled away from each other. It could be said that it was a one-for-one exchange just now. In fact, neither of them benefited, but they both gained. Grimjow soared to the sky. Let me show you my strongest move, Claw of the Panther King. He stood condescendingly in the air and straightened his body, his 2 arms slowly waved down from both sides. It was just a simple movement, but it had a strong response to Reiatsu. Luo Chen stared at the 8 claw marks, and it was directly engraved in the space. Everything around seemed to have lost its light and turned into darkness. Only the 8 claw marks were forever in the space, giving people the illusion of tearing infinite time and space. Luokan blinked. It was definitely not something constructed with Reiatsu. Grimjow's 8 claw marks still remain in the space, which is the distortion and lack of space. Fallen dust is like a formidable enemy. Grimjow's offensive has begun. He waved his arms, and the claw marks attacked the dust. Luokan knew that dragging on like this would not solve the problem, so he rushed forward immediately. Roar! Instead of dodging, are you coming towards me? Grimjow was a little surprised. How can I beat you if I don't get close to you? Luo Chen rubbed the edge of his claws, and the Reiatsu of the tearing space scratched his skin, and the Death Tyrant outfit and mask were also damaged, but these were not enough to stop him. Step down. Grimjow unleashed the attacks of the claws of the Leopard King one after another, layer by layer, filling up the entire space, making it impossible to move a single step. Break it for me. Luo Chen had to use the Zanpakuto to smash it hard, using the Zanpakuto to slash between each claw mark, and the blade and the claw marks rubbed violently. Click! The badly damaged claw marks shattered directly into the spirits and dissipated, and there was a gap, and Luo Chen followed these opportunities and rushed to Grimjow's side in one fell swoop. Claw of the Leopard King. Cut! The 2 attacks at close range collided in front of the 2 people. Luo Chen's Zanpakuto slashed at the fingertips of 460 Grimjow, and Grimjow's sharp claws stabbed at the blade of Luo Chen's Zanpakuto. Needlepoint to maiming. In the distance, there are 10 blades watching the battle. The subordinate officers are all afraid of this level of strength, and only 10 blades can withstand this level of battle. In the end, Grimjord was a little better, and Luo Chen's slash broke through his claws of the Leopard King, and also broke through his more fragile Reiatsu defense, and finally slashed its hard shell into pieces, but this was all. It was in that blow. Grimjow fell from the air to the ground, and Luo Chen also fell, saying, "You lost, we will take Orihime away." Wait. Grimjiao struggled to get up and stumbled towards Luo Chen. Although his body was seriously injured, he still refused to admit defeat. "Let's fight. I'm not defeated yet." Before he took a few steps forward, he was hit by a huge weapon that suddenly flew over and fell to the ground. Luoken recognized this weapon. Then the owner of the weapon arrived, and Luoken recognized it at a glance. This broken face was the one who killed Chadu not long ago. "Grimjiao, aren't you too ugly?" He was thin, with long hair that covered his eyes, and he was holding the huge weapon, which looked like two crescent-shaped scythes combined together. "Nutra, I don't need you to tell me." Grimjiao was lying on the ground, already weak, and facing Nutra's accusations. He could only retort. But Nutra obviously looked down on Grimjiao very much, and raised her weapon to smash it. Luo Chen rushed up quickly and used the Zanpakuto to dispel his attack. Nutra was a little surprised. "Grimjiao, not only have you been defeated by the enemy, but now you have to let the enemy protect your life." The reason that Luoken chose Grimjiao was also very simple, because Luoken with such a character doesn't dislike it. Plus, if he was killed by Nutra, the points would be lost. "Nutra, right, remember me?" Luoken asked. "Well, it's you. Last time I was with a stout man, right? I let you go last time, but this time, do you really want to die?" But this time the atmosphere seems to be different. Logically speaking, you should be invincible against Grimjiao. "Grimjiao, is your strength declining?" Nutra laughed. "Then I'm not talking nonsense anymore. Since you and I are facing each other with swords, I don't mind killing you." Ellipsis. Just went through a big battle, defeated a 10-blade, and soon another came. This is simply a battle of wheels, but Luo Chen can't do anything about it. Luoken drank the recovery potion, and his body was slowly recovering. He looked at Nutra and didn't want to confront him now, because the task of retaking Orihime had already been completed. As long as we lead Ryu and Renji and the others out, it will not be too late to act after ensuring everyone's safety, but another 10-blade will disrupt the plan. Although I originally said that I wanted to rescue Orihime and defeat Aizen at the same time, this kind of development was too hasty. Luo Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and clenched his Zanpakuto. Grimjiao was lying on the ground. The spiritual child in his body was overdrawn in the battle just now, and he couldn't do anything, but Nutra had obviously lost interest in him. Luo Chen waved his hand and asked Ichigo and Ninetales to protect Orihime and Nailu, so that he could fully devote himself to the battle with Nutra. "Don't worry," Ichigo nodded. With his current strength, there is no guarantee that he will be able to defeat 10 blades, but he can still do it by delaying and making a tie in a short period of time. Dessler. As soon as Nutra finished speaking, another broken face appeared in front of Ichigo and rushed towards Orihime. Ichigo was busy resisting, and the two became deadlocked. Luoken couldn't get out of the way, because Nutra attacked. Wielding a weapon larger than a human, the weapon that looks like a sickle and a shovel is extremely oppressive. Kai. Luoken was cut with a Zanpakuto, and the weight of the huge weapon itself can be regarded as a big killer, not to mention that Nutra was wielding it specially. Luoken felt that his hand was extremely heavy, the Zanpakuto was creaking, and the ground under his feet had collapsed. Obviously, it couldn't last for too long. Even if Luoken hadn't been crushed to death, the ground would collapse first. Luoken used Shunbu and immediately pulled out. Nutra's attack failed, but he hit the ground, and the surrounding area sank for more than 10 meters. Luoken. Ichigo, are you alright? Orihime looked at Ichigo and Luoken at the same time. Nailu hid behind Orihime, and the two of them could do nothing about the current battle situation. Luoken, are you afraid? What are you running for? Nutra caught up again. Luoken's Zanpakuto seemed very weak in front of Nutra's weapon. Kai. The Zanpakuto inserted into the gap of the huge weapon, and actually controlled Nutra's hand strength in reverse, but Luo Chen's wrist was also shaking. This time I met a power type. Luo Chen didn't use the blessing in the system, because it was too wasteful, and he also didn't think he would lose this time. This time, Nutra changed the direction of the attack, from top to bottom slashing, to a bottom-up challenge. The ground was split, but the speed did not decrease at all. If you don't have enough self-respect, it's better to dodge, but I can completely suppress you. Luo Chen didn't plan to dodge and wasted such a good opportunity to counterattack. He condensed his own Reiatsu under his feet, and simultaneously activated the avatar and the first solution, and the Reiatsu of Zanpakuto pressed Nutra's attack to the ground. What? Nutra gritted his teeth, but couldn't move an inch. At this moment, his advantage turned into a disadvantage, and it was the disadvantage of a long weapon. Let go. Luokan put his spiritual sun into it, and the spiritual sun oscillated. Generally speaking, he would let go of his hand when he was attacked by this, but Nutra was on top. He is competing with Luo Chen, whether it is his attack line to break through the defense, or Luo Chen's attack that puts him at a disadvantage first. On the other hand, Ichigo and Dessler are still fighting slowly. Although Dessler is only a subordinate officer, he is also very powerful. Originally, his plan was to help Nutra on the side, which is to distract Luokan. Ichigo has been chasing Dessler. Dessler does not insist on fighting. His main role is to contain him. On this basis, he slowly seduces Ichigo to Kai Orahime's side. You've been fooled. This is my attacking route. Desire bypassed Ichigo and attacked Orihime and Niluta. Ichigo was blocked by Dessler's spiritual pressure and could not be protected for a while. Roar! Jue dispatched, fluttering away from herself and Nilu, and wrapped Dessler with her tail to protect her tightly. Tisk! Nutra was annoyed that her plan had failed, and she was still in a mindless stalemate with Luokan, which was completely uneconomical. At this moment, he saw Nilu, who was pushed out of battle by the Nine Tails, and there was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and now his interest was completely transferred there. Swish! He quickly retracted his weapon, dodged in front of Nilu, and stared at her proudly. Nilu's whole body was oppressed by Nutra's spiritual pressure, unable to move, her eyes were full of confusion and fear. 10 blades. At this time, neither Nine Tails, who were fighting Desire, nor Luo Chen and Ichigo could save Nilu in time, but Nutra was obviously not in a hurry to kill Nilu. 10 blades, in fact you are also 10 blades, Nilu'll. Nutra pointed at Nilu with her weapon, don't you remember? What? Although Luo Chen had a hunch that Nilu was not a simple character, she didn't expect Nilu to be 10 blades, and Ichigo and Orihime were also surprised. What did you say? How could I be 10 blades? Nilu didn't believe it either. Although she had no memory of the past, she didn't think her strength was a 10 blade. No, you are the top 10 blade Niluiru. In order to return to the Void Knight Palace, are you pretending to have amnesia and taking advantage of them? I guess right. Nilu shouted to Luokan. Luokan, am I not 10 blades? Trust me, I won't take advantage of you, I just feel very happy to be with you all. Shut up. Nutra waved down. Regardless of whether Nilu had 10 blades or not, if that huge weapon hit her defenseless, the consequences would be disastrous. Ding! Standing in front of Nilu, Luokan endured the powerful slash. I believe Nilu, no matter if it's 10 blades or Niluiru. Nilu is Nilu, this will not change, it doesn't matter if you use it, the relationship between us has already surpassed the use of it. I think you don't understand at all. Understood. What do you understand? Cold sweat broke out on Nutra's face, because he actually felt that Luo Chen was already angry. Nutra was so embarrassed that he swung his weapon in the air and instantly unleashed a horizontal slash that knocked the dust away for several meters. Success. He no longer hesitated and attacked Nilu. Ellipsis. Nilu, be careful, but it's too slow. Boom. Nutra's attack and Fallen Dust's attack arrived at the same time. Nutra completely integrated the fragments where Nelu was, and Luo Chen slashed Nutra into the air. Ha ha ha, you guys have already lost to me here. Neluilu is either dead, or he will be killed by me again. Nutra didn't complain about being knocked out by the dust just now, because I think I've been successful for the most part. Luokan looked nervously at the soaring smoke, wondering how Nailu was injured and whether her recovery potion could save her. Suddenly, he felt a reiki within it, a reiki that belonged to Nailu but was mixed with other auras, and an aura that was stronger than Nailu rushed towards him. The smoke dissipated, a graceful figure appeared in front of everyone. The same face, the same clothes, the same scars, the same headgear. I have to admit that although the person in front of me already looks like a girl, she still looks like Nailu. Nutra looked at the girl in front of him with hatred. His hatred for her came back. Although it had been many years, he had to admit that his fear of Nelula still existed. His heart was convulsing, and in order to relieve it, Nutra clenched his fists. Nailuiru, I didn't kill you completely last time, this time I won't give you another chance. Even with everyone present to give you or buried with you, and you are satisfied with the journey. Buzz. Before Nutra could make a move, Nelula had already acted. Not from the front, but from any position in all directions, a surprise attack is possible. Nutra looked around in a panic. He remembered the humiliation and fear of being pressed and rubbed on the ground by Nelula when he was the 8th blade. Boom! His back was hit, heavy and strong, letting him know it wasn't a dream. Turning his head, he received another blow in the abdomen. Nelula's attack continued without interruption. Nutra flew high, and was kicked away. The whole process was completed in one go. Nelula showed an expressionless face, and Nutra stood up in embarrassment, condensing a phantom. Take this trick from me. Nelula, it's not like I haven't made any progress for so long. Noit was reluctant to admit defeat. Suck. Nailu opened her mouth and ate Nutra's virtual flash completely into her mouth without leaking any energy, spit. Not only the energy of Nutra's phantom flash, but also Neruel's own phantom flash, the thick light cannon crushed Nutra. Luokan took Ichigo, Orihime, and Kyuubi to avoid the center of the explosion, found a safe place, and watched. They are still very surprised that Nailu is Nailuiru. But the fact is in front of you, and you have to accept it now. That is, after Nailu regained her memory, she didn't know how to treat them. Nutra was not defeated. Although he was injured, it did not hinder him. He laughed arrogantly and relievedly. Ah, Nailuiru. The current 10 blades are no longer the original 10 blades. What do you want to say? Hearing Nailu's voice still being Nailu's voice, Luokan and the others suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. I want to say, although you are the original 3rd blade, I am already the 5th blade. Do you think I can beat you? Nutra opened his mouth and showed the number 5 on his tongue. A gust of wind blew and lifted Nailu's broken clothes. Behind her, there was a huge number 3, which was very eye-catching. Seeing that the battle situation here was slowly improving, Luo Chen also focused his energy on Renji and Yulong, and now he was also facing off against 10 blades. What's going on? Why did you come back to this room again? Yulong noticed something was wrong. Whether it's the cracks in the walls, the collapse of the ground, all the traces of the battle just now, and the Reiatsu entrenched in this room that hasn't dissipated, they all show that they are back. Hee, of course, how can I let you run away? During this period of changing new clothes, I am also monitoring you running around in my palace. Sarapallo appeared in after entering another door. He had already changed into a new suit by this time. That means, you must be defeated, right? The two Luo Chen said in unison. That's right, but can you do it? Sarapallo said proudly, his eyes moving back and forth on the 6 people. However, I have now released the restrictions on your use of dissolution and beginning solution, and you can fight to your heart's content. XXX. What's your peace of mind? Luo Chen is confident that the 2 clones will use the first solution and the blur. Even the 10 blade in front of him won't last long, but in order to avoid the other party playing tricks, he still asked. Sarapallo said with a smile, of course it's not good intentions. Next, let's show you my true form. Evil concubine. The liberation of the sword. Be careful, Luokan reminded. Yulong and Renji nodded. They knew that the skills that could make Luokan so vigilant were definitely not easy, at least in the captain's class. Sarapallo took out his zanpakuto and swallowed it directly, and then his whole body changed from a thin body to a fat man. This surprised everyone including Luo Chen, and Luo Chen also wondered why the liberation of the other 10-edged swords turned into handsome, and this one just did the opposite. But then, everyone knew that they were wrong. It's like silkworms pupate, chrysalis into butterflies. Sarapallo's transformation was completed, his body became a skirt, a skeleton of wings grew out of his back, and there were a few more patterns on his glasses. His wings were spread out, and there were several protrusions on them, which were very strange. Luo Chen guessed that those were used to attack. Sure enough, Sarapallo produced a large amount of black liquid from it, and it was like rain, and it was pouring on the crowd. Anyway, it must not be a good thing, hurry up and avoid it. Luo Chen instructed, and everyone understood it, but being sensitive couldn't stop the black water droplets that covered the sky like a storm. You can't escape at all. Soon, everyone was more or less contaminated with some, and those black water droplets suddenly moved on their own, separated from the host, and opened up. He started to wriggle, and after a while, it became exactly the same shape as Luo Chen and the others. Okay, now, let's all fight with your clones. I'll watch from the sidelines, it's really interesting how you were defeated by yourself. Sarapallo didn't plan to fight by himself. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Sarapallo sat on the seat at the back with a smile that sent chills down his spine, looking at Luokan and the others. There were dozens of people who were copied by black liquid between the two sides. No matter which direction you look at, his appearance is completely his own, and Sarapallo is already a winner. Just let you play with yourselves, don't think of any other way, because there is no flaw. You know what they know, whether it's skills or actions, they're all yours. Luokan looked at this convenient clone skill, and fell into infinite jealousy. His clone skill also depends on the size of his spiritual pressure, and his strength will be reduced. In comparison, Sarapallo's clone has no brains. But it's really useful. A large number of clones swarmed up and crowded in front of everyone, but there was no new movement. It was estimated that in their eyes, the enemy will not move and I will not move. You have to panic. Start first is stronger. Luo Chen couldn't take it anymore. He looked at not only his two clones, but dozens of clones. It was weird. Swish. Luokan slashed with a knife, but those clones didn't have any action to resist, or some wanted to resist, but they didn't have time, just like a novice who just learned to use a sword. Well, that's what it is. Renji and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw such a scene. They didn't expect these clones to have no original strength at all, they were just empty expressions. But Sarapallo didn't panic, and said, "Don't be too happy, do you think my sword liberation will be so easy?" Sure enough, although the avatars that were cut in half by fallen dust turned into black liquid and scattered everywhere, but after a while, the black water began to wriggle on its own, and within a few seconds, new avatars condensed and formed again. Unlimited regeneration. Luo Chen closed his sword, knowing that it would only be bigger and bigger if it continued like this, which was of no practical significance. Almost, but they won't just be beaten passively. Well, take the initiative to attack. With the order of Sarapallo, those clones began to move. Luokan has never seen such a bizarre move. This is a clone skill that is even more evil than the last time that he could clone himself. Although it is said that the thief will be captured first, but even I can't make it through so many. At this time, Luokan was thinking, in this case, it would be impossible to get close to Sarapallo and defeat him. The number is simply too much. Numerous clones rushed in, like a crowd, and everyone was involved. In this case, no matter who they were, they could only temporarily guarantee that they were the real body. At the same time, several slashes attacked Luokan, and Luokan's two clones were back to back, defending against attacks from all directions. I originally wanted to cancel one of the clones first, but now it seems that the clones are not enough. Luo Chen is now moving while defending, in order to reach the edge of the crowd. But when he was surrounded, Luo Chen discovered the clue. no matter which clone attacked from where, the slash was exactly the same. Luokan continued to observe, and found that the attacks of these clones were just copying his previous attack. No matter their posture, speed or reiatsu, they were all the same. I see. Sal Apollo, I have a way now. Luo Chen came up with a plan, and the purpose of coming here was not to defeat 10 blades. As long as you can get rid of Sar Apollo's entanglement, it is a stage of victory. Now that there are Yulong and Renji around, there is no need to fight hard. What's more, his other clones are still taking care of Rukia and Chato. Renji, hasn't the restriction been lifted now? Join me for the first solution or the D solution. Break down his palace. Luo Chen shouted. Anyway, as long as Sar Apollo can't take back his avatar, this strategy will not change. That is to raise this building directly to the ground. Good. D solution. Baboon King Shuei Maru. While Renji was D solution, Luo Chen also used first solution. Buzz. The spiritual pressure was turbulent. Not only Luokan and Renji, but their clones also performed the D solution and the first solution at the same time. In a room of this size, dozens of death gods at the level of captain and vice captain are simultaneously performing the D solution and the first solution. The power cannot be underestimated. Boom. The entire room was crushed by the intensely expanding spiritual pressure, causing the walls, floors and ceilings to crack. The entire palace was in jeopardy, and in just an instant, it collapsed to the ground. Luokan pushed hard in the darkness, and the surrounding landslides were pushed away. What caught his eye was the ruined palace and the endless desert around it. Ahem, are you all right? Luo Chen's Reiki swept over, looking for Renji and Yulong in the ruins, but luckily none of them were injured. Yulong climbed out of the ruins and said helplessly, "Can you say hello next time?" Luokan curled his lips. Didn't we already conspire out loud? At this time, Sal Apollo also escaped from the ruins. Although he was not injured, there were already many stains on his body, and his face was unkempt enough to describe. Damn it, I won't play with you anymore. You are disturbing my interest, here to kill you now. Forgive me. Sar Apollo's four wings spread out and stretched for tens of meters in both directions, which could surround everyone, and then the protrusions on the top wriggled to form things like flower buds. Be careful. Those buds gathered and returned, trying to swallow everyone. In order to save Yulong and Renji, Luokan swallowed one of the clones directly. Luokan, although they knew that this was his avatar, the two were still very worried because they didn't know what trump cards Sar Apollo had. Then Luokan was spit out. Just when everyone was wondering, Sar Apollo took out a little puppet with exactly the same main features as Luokan from the bud, just now. This is the strongest ability of my sword to liberate. Just this doll can make your life worse than death. Sal Apollo squeezed lightly. Luokan suddenly felt his whole body being squeezed. What kind of skill is this? The two avatars of Luokan supported each other. Their faces were not very good, and Sar Apollo became more energetic, and then began to twist his limbs and ravage his torso. You can see the connection between Luokan and the doll. Luokan's limbs and torso are completely under the control of Sar Apollo. Luokan is caught in an unprecedented crisis. Ellipsis. Haha, what else can you do? Now you are completely under my control. Sal Apollo laughed loudly. Then he cut the puppet in half from the middle. Don't worry, this puppet is like this, it won't cause you any loss, the highlight is after this. Inside the doll, there are many parts, each part seems to be a human internal organ, and there are words on it that indicate, stomach, liver, and so on. Seeing this, Luo Chen knew that Sar Apollo was really uneasy and kind, and that he was very perverted. First, he had to slowly torture himself to death from the inside. But Luokan wouldn't just wait to die so obediently. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he already had a general grasp of the current situation. At this moment, Peixi, who didn't know where to hide, suddenly came out. He spit saliva into Sal Apollo's hands. What? Sar Apollo's attention was all on Luo Chen, and he was obviously negligent about Peixe's inconspicuous Reiatsu. "Don't forget my abilities," Peixe said proudly. It was only then that Luo Chen remembered that Peixe's ability was to spit out that sticky, slippery liquid from his mouth, which would always be useful at some point. Taking advantage of Sal Apollo's astonished gap, Peixe swept a sliding shovel from under him, and skillfully took out the dusty doll from his hand. "Dad Chaka, spit out Bawa Bava." Dad Chaka responded immediately. Bawa Bava sprayed out from Dad Chaka's mouth, and his huge body caught up with Peixe at once. The two of them cooperated with each other to re-attack towards Sal Apollo, and Dad Chaka also rushed up, but although Sal Apollo was robbed of the doll, it was very miraculous, but he was unexpectedly calm. "Do you really think you haven't been exposed? As early as when you entered the Void Knight Palace, I already saw all of you, so I know all your tricks." Sar Apollo easily blocked the three of them. "Attack!" Peixe shouted, "Have you been exposed? We haven't been regressing for so long. Although we have a mission to protect Lord Nailu, we have never given up to avenge Lord Nailu." "That's right," Dad Chaka responded. "Now, Lord Nailu has manifested his will to fight, so we must also manifest our will." Luokan smiled. "It seems that it is not just Nailu. These two broken faces are not as simple as they seem." He knows that now Nailu has recovered her previous memory and form, and is fighting against Nutra. This is their battle, and Luo Chen does not intend to intervene until the situation deteriorates. Fusion False Flash. This is our new move. Peixe and the others joined forces to unite their own False Flash. That spiritual pressure can completely catch up with the top 10 blade. But what I didn't expect was that Sar Apollo broke their attack with a light wave of his hand, and took the opportunity to take the doll back. You guys are really overconfident. I've said it before, I already know you all very well, and I also decomposed the attack just now, so it's just two ordinary phantom flashes. Don't underestimate the 10 blades. Sar Apollo knocked Peixe and the others into the air, and turned the focus back to Luokan again. Then, next, I'm going to torture you. On the other hand, on the side where Nelu and Nutra were fighting, although Nailu's phantom flash did not cause too much damage to Nutra, in the next battle, Nailu still had the upper hand. Nutra was pressed and beaten by Nailu. Although he is already the 5th blade and his strength has surpassed that of the past, he still has no way to surpass Nailu. Nailu even temporarily regained her peak power and released her sword. However, at this time, everything has reached its limit. Just when Nutra was about to deliver the final blow, Nailu suddenly lost her power and turned back into a child. Luokan rushed forward with a single stride. If Nutra reacted, he would definitely fight back without hesitation. At that time, Nailu, who was just a child, couldn't hold on to a move at all. Kai, the dusty knife resisted Nutra's slash, hold Nailu in his arms. Luo Chen did not entangle, but forcefully avoided Nutra's suppression and returned to Ichigo. Orihime, please. After handing Nailu to Orihime, and letting the Nine Tails look after him, Ichigo and Nutra's subordinate Dessler fought, and Luo Chen also confronted Nutra with the sword again. But the current situation is not optimistic. At the same time, the crisis is not only in one place, but in front of every clone of Luokan. Luokan and Chadu appeared in front of a group of broken faces. Luokan remembered that they were called the Burial Corps. Although the strength of each broken face is not very strong, if they are combined to form a closely coordinated unit, the lethality is no less than that of a subordinate. At the same time, in front of Luo Chen and Rukia was another 10 blades. His skin was dark and he sighed as he looked at Aranello, who had been dead for a long time on the ground. You will all be killed by me here, it's just my mission, don't resist, die. I'm not something this guy can match. All of Luokan's clones are facing the situation of battle, and 3 of them are with 10 blades. Although it is possible to fight Luokan in a single place, but fighting 4 battles at the same time, Luokan is indeed a bit difficult. This mental load is very large, and drops of sweat dripped from the dusty cheeks. If you untie the transformation now, not only will you not be able to control the situation, but it will affect the companions of your clone. Just as Luokan was struggling, the 10 blades couldn't wait any longer. They saw the slight changes in Luokan's aura and spiritual pressure, and planned to take this opportunity to attack. At this time, Ichigo was also beaten by Dessler, unable to move. Luokan wanted to come to the rescue, but Nutra kept Luokan in check. At this moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared, blocking Yihu, and with just one slash, Dessler was completely cut in half. Yo, Luokan, Ichigo, are you all okay? Zaraki Kenpachi, Luo Chen asked in surprise, isn't the Soul world not going to share this muddy water? Why are they all here? At this time, not only Zakagi Kenpachi, but also on other battlefields, Kuchiki Byakuya, Nimayuri, and Unahakalai are already in place, and the pressure of falling dust has plummeted. Chapter 1232. On the battlefield where Byakuya Kuchiki came, Luo Chen was guarding the injured Rukia, facing the newly arrived 10 blades. Although Aranello had been defeated and his corpse was lying on the side, when Luokan and Rukia were about to leave, this new arrival stood in front of them. Luokan, is he the one who forced you to this point? Kuchiki Byakuya said these words as soon as he arrived. Luokan shook his head and said, no, but now my side is indeed in danger of fighting him. Fortunately, you are here. Rukia will be handed over to you. With the arrival of Kuchiki Byakuya, Luokan's pressure dropped sharply, because not only had to deal with the 10 blades in front of him, but also a mental control of other clones. Luokan was indeed a little overwhelmed. Yeah, Kuchiki Byakuya said nothing else. Luokan nodded and motioned for Rukia to go to Kuchiki Byakuya's side. Luokan pouted. Who knows that Kuchiki Byakuya is not so enthusiastic about Rukia on the surface, but in his heart he cares about Rukia's life and death more than anyone else, otherwise he wouldn't come here directly. It must have been following Rukia's spiritual pressure. It doesn't matter where you came from 10 blades, I can fight you with all my strength. Although you may not know what I'm talking about, forget it, let's make a move. Luo Chen waved his hand. I've already made a move. In just an instant, the 10 blades in front of him disappeared from Luo Chen's field of vision, and only when he heard the voice did he know that he had already arrived behind Luo Chen. The wind pressure hit the neck, and the skin felt a hot touch. Luokan hurriedly retracted the blade and blocked the powerful blow with the handle. In terms of speed, when it comes to Ring Zhuan, Zamali, the 7th of the 10 blades, is the first among the 10 blades. You're still one level behind if you want to keep up with my speed. Zomali said calmly. He did not believe that Luo Chen could surpass him. But Luokan is not an ordinary person. He reappeared behind Zomali in a blink of an eye. Zomali's expression changed, because the speed just now was very fast. Don't think that there is really a big gap between the captain's level and the 10 blades, and the top 3 10 blades are estimated to be able to surpass the captain, and the others should not be arrogant in front of the captain's level. Luokan roughly came up with this guess based on his battle with Ulquiorra, and it is estimated that the first 3 blades are indeed the characters who can fight with Captain Yamamoto. Oh, is that right? Then you must let me experience what it's like to surpass your speed. If you can't do it, you can only say that you are arrogant, and that is the reason for your failure. Zomali was in no hurry. The two of them started to circle around in this room, and each time the two of them could explode faster than the last time. It's not bad, but that's it. Zomali suddenly appeared behind Luokan. When Luokan was about to turn the offensive, he suddenly saw Zomali in front of him. Is this a clone? Because the speed was too fast, Luo Chen didn't react immediately, and he was already wrapped tightly by several figures, unable to move. Zomali's last point body rushed up, slashed down with a knife, and said, "This is my stunt, I can separate 5 clones at most." The trapped Luokan could only raise his arm with difficulty and use the blade to simply block, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can do this? What? Zomali felt something was wrong, but he was ruthless, so he just chopped down. After all, suspicion and hesitation might have hit Luo Chen's plan. XXX. Although it may be different to stay away from something, but I can, too, the skill of Avatar. Another avatar of Luokan appeared behind Zomali. Although another avatar could be created, his strength was weakened again, but this move was surprising enough. Zomali was hit by a sudden attack, and Luo Chen's Zanpakuto cut a long wound on his body. Luokan and Zomali's clones disappeared at the same time, and everything returned to its original state, but Zomali had received a minor injury. He widened his eyes and touched his wound. Obviously, he couldn't believe it, but there was a little more in his eyes. Resolutely, Luokan felt the change in spiritual pressure, and reminded, "You too, stay away, this guy is going to use a trick." Sure enough, Zomari folded his hands together, and a huge amount of Reiatsu formed a vortex, wrapping him in it, and then Luo Chen saw the most bizarre picture of the 10-blade sword liberation so far. I saw Zomari suspend his Zanpakuto horizontally in front of him. Then, his head suddenly and slowly began to turn. From the normal state just now, it turned 90 degrees to the side, and there was a creaking sound from his neck. "Calm down, Munga." As he chanted, Zomali's whole body grew a dozen or even dozens of eyes, not only the head, but also the upper body, the palms, and the lower body became jellyfish-like, covered with eyes. "Wow, what form is this? It's so scary." Luo Chen covered his eyes, because the form in front of him was simply mental pollution. "This is my love, just let you feel my love." One of Zomali's eyes suddenly widened, revealing black pupils, staring at Luokan. Luokan felt a chill all over his body, and then his left leg became a little unruly. "Do you feel the difference now? Your leg is the proof of my love. Now I have control over your left leg." Zomali opened his hands and said. Luokan really felt that although the leg belonged to him, he no longer obeyed his orders. When Zomali directed that leg to go to him, 22 Luokan's left leg obeyed the order. This is to some extent even more disgusting than the one of Sarapallo. Luo Chen was not afraid of such a move. He already had a way to deal with this kind of move, and he saw that Luo Chen quickly condensed a new clone, and then cancelled the controlled clone, in one go. Zomali suddenly lost his temper. He didn't expect Luokan to break his skills so easily. Luokan actually didn't expect that his avatar was a little different from other people's avatars. That is, injuries, curses, and other unfavorable factors would not be shared. Zomari turned his eyes 3 times, and immediately shifted his target. Luokan was really weird in his eyes, so he stretched out the devil's hand to Rukia in Kuchiki Byakuya's arms. "It's up to you, I'm going to dominate you with love." Ellipsis. Rukia was a little injured, and in the protection of Kuchiki Byakuya, she lowered her vigilance, and she was hit all of a sudden. Zomari's eyes were fixed on her. "Not good. Rukia, be careful." Luo Chen saw through Zomali's thoughts and reminded him immediately, but it was all too late. A black mark appeared on Rukia's face, the same as the black mark that appeared on Luokan's leg just now, but Luokan didn't quite understand why it appeared on her face. Zomari smiled and said, "It seems that none of you can see the essence. One of my eyes can control one part of yours, just like your left leg. What do you want to say?" Luo Chen stood between Zomari, Kuchiki Byakuya, and Rukia, because he could use his clones indefinitely, and the latter two did not have such convenient skills. Zomali said casually, "Then I just need to control her brain, and then everything is easy to say. No matter whether she is injured or not, I can control it, it's not in the way." As expected, Rukia has been completely controlled by him. Now Rukia's eyes are dull and lifeless, and she just slashes at Kuchiki Byakuya. Kuchiki Byakuya dodged the attack and didn't fight back. His eyes just turned cold, and a cold current quietly penetrated. Luo Chen shuddered, although Kuchiki Byakuya's Zanpakuto was not of the ice attribute, but the chill now revealed was even stronger than Rukia's. Rukia was still chasing after him relentlessly. Whether it was Kuchiki Byakuya or Luo Chen, they attacked indiscriminately, because she was now completely under Zomari's control. Luokan squeezed a sweat for Zomali, because if Kuchiki Byakuya was angry, he could not guarantee that Zomali would still be alive. Although Luokan only defeated Bromian, if he touched his bottom line, he would also kill without hesitation. Luokan, help me watch Rukia. Leave that guy to me. Byakuya Kuchiki bypassed Rukia and rushed towards Zomari, and Luokan blocked Rukia who was fighting back. Bound Road 61, 6 Sticks Light Prison. Byakuya Kuchiki drew with a single stroke, and the 6 beams of light formed a ring, surrounding Rukia, unable to move. What's going on? My domination. Why doesn't my love work? Zomali felt the powerlessness of domination for the first time. Kuchiki Byakuya didn't waste any time. Dissolution, Chinban Sakura Jingyan. Zomali was surrounded by the flying petals, his eyes were stunned, he was dizzy by the dazzling petals, the petals were so dense that they formed an enchantment. Each of your eyes can only control one thing, there are more than hundreds or thousands of petals here. Hearing this, Zomari gritted his teeth angrily, and expressed his dissatisfaction, but even if he tried his best to make his whole body covered with eyes, in the end, he couldn't control Byakuya Kuchiki's Senbon Sakura. Shish! Zomali was surrounded by thousands of cherry blossoms, and thousands of blades overlapped rapidly. Under such a fierce offensive, even a broken face was enough to drink a pot. Suffer to death. Watch me dominate you. Zomari gave up his resistance, but regarded this last blow as the ultimate move to turn the world around. The 81st Binding Tao, break the sky. A wall of spirits formed in front of Kuchiki Byakuya, and Zomari's control was cut off. Zomari also disappeared into the Senbon Sakura at the same time. Luokan looked at the scene in front of him, and made up his mind in his heart. I didn't expect the Tao to be so easy to use. No, I have to be proficient, and go back to find Yaiki and Urahara. After Zomari was beheaded, Rukia fell into a coma, but fortunately it didn't threaten her life, so she was relieved. The battle here has come to an end for the time being, and Niyuri is still fighting for wits and courage. It's really interesting this time, you two. The big collision between mad scientists from 2 worlds. It's really exciting. Luo Chen laughed. Salapalo sneered. You should worry about your own life first. Luokan spread out his hands and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that you are welcome. Sarapalo scoffed at Luokan's attitude, so he no longer softened his hand, but immediately destroyed the puppet in his hand. First the viscera, then the bones, and then, die for me. Sarapalo was playing with the doll, wanting to put Luokan to death. But Luokan didn't show any pain. Even if Sarapalo destroyed all the dolls, he still didn't change his face, he was very calm. Sarapalo panicked. He panicked. What means did you use? It's impossible. How can you be so alive and even unscathed? Luokan was silent. Niyuli stared at Luokan, his eyes seemed to be burning with flames. Luokan had goosebumps all over, knowing that he was being targeted by Niyuli again. In fact, there is no peculiar secret technique, and it can be regarded as a bonus to the skills of Luokan's avatar. At the beginning, what Sarapalo swallowed and copied was only one of Luokan's avatars. In order to avoid this situation, Luo Chen quickly let the clone disappear quietly. So the knowledge that Sarapalo destroyed just now is a useless puppet. It's really interesting. Nimari was also very interested in Sarapalo's skills. Luokan doesn't care what Niyuli thinks, and now he still has to defeat Sarapalo first. Niyuli sees Luo Chen's thoughts and says, you can fight, remember to leave me a complete set as much as possible. Body, I still want to study it. Seeing that Nimari had already used himself as a test tool, Sarapalo angrily said, you guys can try it. But I also want to use the captain-level death god for the experiment. Luokan has already rushed up, using Shiji and Fuhua, and he didn't intend to keep his hands at the beginning. Since Nyayangli wants a corpse, he will satisfy him. And Luokan also doesn't want to see such a scheming 10 blades survive, and the threat will certainly not be small in the future, so wouldn't it be nice to be a smooth human being here? Sarapalo took out his Zanpakuto and fought Luokan for a few rounds, knowing that he was no match, so he had a crooked idea. One of his wings was quietly ambushed in the ground, and slowly extended towards the Nyan dream that came with Newly. Past. Death. Luo Chen looked for this little gesture, and Ninmeng had a good impression of him no matter what, so Luo Chen would not allow this to happen. There was no point in delaying. Luo Chen stabbed directly at Sarapallo, who had relaxed his vigilance, but at the same time he also caught Ninmeng. Ellipsis. Be careful. Although Ninmeng was Ni Yuli's adjutant, her usual fighting power was not high, and of course it was nothing to Shirin. It's hard to break free when the posture is caught, it's inevitable. Fortunately, the blade of the dust has been pushed into the chest of Sarapallo, and the next second will make Sarapallo disappear from this world. It must be that Sarapallo was eager to find the hostages, so he ignored the defense and only thought that when he controlled Ninmeng, he could be a bargaining chip, and Luoken would also strike to stop. But Luoken's reaction speed was faster than he thought. Just when Sarapallo's skeleton tentacles spread out on his flanks bound Ninmeng, his consciousness also fell into darkness. You did a good job, Luoken. Ni Yuli laughed. That is, he killed Sarapallo, while retaining his complete appearance, and he was appointed as my adjutant. 3 birds with 1 stone, congratulations. Luo Chen wiped the sweat on his forehead. It was really a close call just now, he said disdainfully, and why do you only as watching? Do you scientists attract each other and become companions? How is this possible? I just understand some obscure things, such as Ninmeng's careful thoughts, and I, the creator, are not so cruel. I want you to understand this. Niuli smiled mysteriously. Luoken immediately knew that Ninmeng must have seen Ninmeng's affection for him from the fact that he seduced Ninmeng at the beginning, and this time he really confirmed it. It's really bad fun, but it's best if this guy is eliminated. But the strange thing was that Luo Chen didn't get the system's prompt. There was no beheading prompt, no defeat prompt, and no points were credited, but Sarapallo was indeed already a corpse. At this time, Ninmeng fiddled with Sarapallo's limbs, which wrapped around his waist, and said, "That, Lord Luoken, can you help me take this thing down?" "I can't." Luoken was a little hesitant, because it was still unclear whether Sarapallo was still alive. But after thinking about it, Luoken thinks that saving people is the most important thing right now. After finishing this, let's focus on other battles. Luoken nodded to Ninmeng and walked towards Ninmeng, but then Ninmeng's spiritual pressure became a little strange. Ni Yuli frowned, looking at the location of Ninmeng. Luoken also stopped, because Ninmeng became strange. Ninmeng groaned, her body began to twist, as if she was suffering great pain. At the same time, her spiritual pressure is rapidly attenuating, and a familiar spiritual pressure is being generated in her body. It is Sarapallo. Isn't he really dead? Ninmeng's mouth opened, and a figure was born from it. After coming to the outside world, he quickly absorbed more spiritual children to grow up. At this time, Ninmeng was dying. Sarapallo appeared again. The original corpse had turned into a spiritual child and disappeared, and the Sarapallo produced in the mouth of Ninmeng was intact, and Ni Yuli observed with interest. Shocked, scared, I'm back. Resurrection through death means death is life. Sarapallo was ecstatic with joy. This was the first time he had practiced this practice. How could he not be excited? But Luoken is not happy. He has now regarded Sarapallo as a pure pervert, and even Namori has never done such an experiment. Sarapallo is still gushing about the results of his own experiments. Actually, as early as when you attacked me, I had already invaded that woman's body, and then I completed my self-reshaping by absorbing her Reiatsu. Luoken said indifferently, Nimayuri, did you bring any items that would make the opponent's life worse than death? Oh, of course there are. What do you want to use it for? Luoken was very angry. His little fangirl was hurt by others right under his nose. No matter how you said it, she was very angry. It's nothing, just use it. Here, Ni Yuli knew that there was a good show to watch. Since he didn't have to do anything, he didn't ask for anything. He took out a small bottle from his arms and threw it to Luoken. Luo Chen took it and saw that there was some liquid in it. I don't know if it was poison or something, but it was the right thing to use. Luo Chen opened the lid and smeared it on the Zanpakuto. Sarapallo was not afraid, but pulled out his Zanpakuto and said, "So now I am the perfect ultimate creature, you mortals, whether it is a human, a death god, a Quincy or whatever, even if it is the same 10 blades, I won't be afraid anymore. Because I'm already invincible." Luokan has already rushed up, and this time Luokan didn't hold back. He believed in Ni Yuli, and believed that with his own attack, Sarapallo could experience the ultimate pain. Sarapallo originally relied on his wisdom, but even if his wisdom was crushed by power without any precautions, he was very vulnerable to a single blow. The collision of the Zanpakuto made Sarapallo unable to stand firm. His butt attacked again, trying to wrap Luokan, but Luokan raised his sword and dropped. "Do you think I will still be hit by the same move?" Sarapallo was pressed by the dust step by step, and it was a little difficult, but when he thought that he was immortal, he no longer had the slightest fear. "What's wrong with you being slashed a few times?" "I'll reply, I'll be resurrected, I'm not afraid." Sarapallo planned to give up his life and fight Luo Chen to lose both. But at this moment, he felt the same as his body. The speed of his body began to slow down, and the speed of falling dust also became very slow. The onlookers such as Ni Yuli, Yulong, Renji and others seemed to stand still. Same. Slowly, his own body couldn't keep up with the speed of his own thinking at all. In his eyes, everything around him became almost static and slow. Only his own thinking could exist in such a concept of time. What's going on? He wanted to shout, but he couldn't. Although his body could move according to his thoughts, his movements were extremely slow. This is a superhuman medicine. After using it, the senses will be 100 times more sensitive, but his physical reaction is completely different from his own thinking, so now he is half dead. Ni Yuli explained. Luo Chen looked at the motionless Sarapallo and said, "You're still ruthless." Ellipsis. On this side of Chadu, Uji as soon as Captain Walai made his move, he just relied on the unfathomable aura and spiritual pressure to force back the funeral troops who came to fight, and Luo Chen had nothing to worry about. From the spiritual pressure you feel, it seems that you are all injured, but you will recover after a while. How did you do it, Luokan? Call me truthfully. Mao Shawali smiled and approached Luokan. She knew that Luokan must be what is hiding. Luokan waved his hand and smiled. "It's nothing, it's just a coincidence. I got some magic pills, but it's inconvenient to disclose. Of course, this is definitely more than a lot of your recovery techniques." Ujawali knew that Luokan was hidden, not only in combat, but also in recovery skills. If the captain of the 13th guarding team would not have to mix, she was relieved to hear Luokan say that. Now the fighting situation has basically stabilized. Except for Ichigo, who is still fighting, the remaining few are recharging their batteries in place, and no new enemies are coming. It's really weird. Whether it's the top 10 blades or Aizen, they still haven't moved. Luokan knows that he can't completely relax his vigilance now. Luokan can now put all his energy into the main body. Luokan, who was still at a disadvantage in the fight against Nutra just now, suddenly burst into a rage, but only the impact of Reiatsu resisted Nutra. "Where did you get such a powerful Reiatsu?" Nutra couldn't believe it. The strength that Luokan showed just now was at most a second-rate death god, and now he suddenly rose to the level of captain, which is really strange. Kenpachi had just killed Desire with one knife, and when he saw Luokan, he rose up and said with a smile, "Luokan, you're finally serious. Why? It's because I've dealt with an enemy first, so your hands are itchy." Luokan retracted his Zanpakuto and gave Zanaki Kenpachi a thumbs up. "Of course, I feel like I'm back." "Ha ha ha, your kid is really my favorite opponent, it's really interesting. Although I also want to fight, but just now, let me see how much you have improved during this time, Luo Chen." Then you should be optimistic. Luo Chen has no worries at all. The other clones have already gotten rid of the fighting situation, and there are also Zakagi Kenpachi and Ichigo here, and he can fight Nutra wholeheartedly. "Speak big. I want to see how fake your strength is." Nutra adjusted his posture and slammed down again. With only one hand holding the knife, Luo Chen easily blocked the attack, stared into Neutra's eyes and said, "Before, it was because I didn't use all my strength. Now it's my full strength." What? Neutra's expression changed greatly, because Luo Chen's Reiatsu was indeed not at the same level as before. Slow. Luo Chen's knife quickly pulled away, taking advantage of Neutra's surprised gap. He held on to Neutra's long handle, so that he couldn't get out immediately, and attacked his head. Kai. Luokan's Zanpakudo passed through Neutra's blocked eyes and stabbed his head in the opposite direction, but Luokan didn't have the feel of hitting the entity. Strangely enough, Neutra laughed. "Do you think you can kill me by hitting me in the head? You take it for granted." Boom. Neutra's wrist was hard, and the falling dust was knocked out with her weapon. XXX. "Luokan, are you alright?" Orihime was taken aback. Now she was healing for Nailu and Ichigo, and she was also very anxious. The smoke dissipated, and Luo Chen stood there. The attack just now did not cause much damage to him. He was just surprised, why Neutra could be fine. "It seems that you are still suspicious. Okay, I'll tell you. Why did I get stabbed in the head by you as if nothing happened?" Neutra enjoyed this scene very much. He lifted the blindfold on his left eye, and saw a big hole there. Luo Chen understood in an instant, so that's what happened. "That's right." Neutra shrugged. "There are all kinds of strange holes in the face, some are in the chest, some are in the abdomen, and mine is right here. Amazing, right?" Zaraki Kenpachi said to Luokan, "Let me tell you, your knife is a little too small. If it were a bigger knife, his entire head would be lost." Zanpakudo's Zanpakudo of Zanaki Kenpachi is a circle bigger and longer than Luokan's. Although the blade is very unsightly, it has to be said that its attack power is really powerful. The battle between the two is still going on. Let's not talk about the attack. The difference is really in the weapons. Although the speed of falling dust is faster, Neutra's weapons are longer and heavier, and the two have not yet gained much advantage. However, Luokan can attack in the gap between Neutra's attacks, even if Neutra's attack power is higher, as long as you dodge it. It turned out to be like this. Damn, Neutra waved her weapon and was mad at Luo Chen. At most, she could only cut off the edge of Luo Chen's clothes, but her body was constantly under attack. Pray, holy crying mantis. Neutra didn't want to be a lamb to be slaughtered. He vigorously shook off the falling dust, and then the surrounding Reiatsu began to gather. "So, do you really want the liberation of the sword?" Luo Chen had long been accustomed to the liberation of the 10-edged sword, so he was no longer polite. "The first solution and the blur. I want to see what the fifth of the 10 blades can do." Luo Chen's spiritual pressure also rose to the top in an instant. There are 2 vortex centers of spiritual pressure in one space. Surrounded by his Reiki movement has become very manic. Boom! A sandstorm broke out at Neutra's location, but before it was swept out, it was completely annihilated by his Reiatsu. On the top of Luokan's head, there are dark clouds gathered, which is caused by the movement of the spiritual child towards the center of the vortex, wrapped in the air and clouds. The sandstorms and clouds have dissipated. Neutra has completed the liberation of the sword, and a meniscus ornament appeared on his head. The most eye-catching is his forearms and the huge giant arms held by each arm. Sickle. It's bigger than his previous weapons, and this time there are 4 of them. Judging from the way he wields them, he even increased his speed. Cut into pieces by my attack. Neutra's 4 hands waved in a wide range of space, forming afterimages, surrounding the space around him, and dared to invade it, just it will be cut into pieces. After Luo Chen used blurry and beginning solution, of course, it wouldn't be a half-point difference. It's like a duel between a mantis and a wasp. 2 people rush up. Ellipsis. Neutra's limbs have greatly improved his attack defense line, attack speed, and attack power, and have a lot of versatility. Luokan is still one person with 1 knife, but Luokan's power can still be improved again, as long as he is willing, and now is the time. Clone. Dissipate. 9 tails, come here. Luokan took 2 actions in a row. One was to let his clones in other places all dissipate, because now there is a captain next to each team, so there is no need to worry at all. When the clones disappear, the strength of his own body will also make up. On the main body, with Kenpachi and Ichigo Zaragi, Kyuubi can also let go of his hands and feet and devote himself to the battle. Roar! Juwei immediately ran towards Luokan. After so long, the two of them finally started fighting together again, and their spiritual pressure would definitely increase. I want to see how your knife can resist the attacks of my four sides. Nutra dismissed it. He was sure that no matter what aspect he compared, he would win. Luokan shook his head and said, speaking of strength, if you want to beat me, it's not necessarily true. The Reiatsu collided, rolled up the dust, and set off ripples in the desert, as majestic as the water surface. Nutra waved his scythe on his forearms and surrounded the falling dust. Luokan was not in a hurry, and Juwei stood on Luokan's shoulders without any fear. After that, I defeated so many 10 blades, it should be enough. System, by reaction power bonus and speed bonus. As soon as the voice fell, an electric current passed through Luokan's body, and strength emerged from his body. The sickle attack that could only be seen just now was like a slow motion. Luokan pushed his legs hard and kicked to the ground. The sand on the desert surface did not step on his footprints at all, but Luokan had already soared 10 meters high. Zan! Falling from the sky, the Zanpakuto slashed down with a large amount of spiritual power. Nutra blocked the 4 sickles in front of him and caught the attack, with little success. Tisk! This long weapon is really bad for me. However, you can't attack me at a short distance. After all, this is a common problem with long weapons. Luo Chen adjusted his strategy and planned to use his own strengths. Weapons hit hard. Fallen Chen split the 9 tails and himself into 2 ways to attract firepower, and when Nutra's defense was weak, he broke through in one fell swoop. 9 tails jumped behind Nutra, and 2-tailed beast Jades attacked him, but Nutra was only scratched. Haha, is this kind of attack similar to Void Flash but with higher power? But I can't boast that my defense is definitely the first of the 10 blades, and you can't hurt me. Nutra laughed. Luokan smiled and said, really? Then I said that my Zanpakuto is the sharpest in the world, and it can cut through anything. Do you dare to try it? Nutra looked at Luokan, who was not smiling, and felt that Luokan was insulting him, and said angrily, I really don't know how high the sky is. If I want to tell you, only the big death god can fight me. It's gone. He was really referring to Kenpachi Zengmu, who had been watching the play all the time. When Kenpachi Zengmu heard this, he was eager to try. Luokan, it's a change, he has named him by name. Go back to me, haven't I been underestimated by him? I have to make him change his mind. Luo Chen didn't intend to give up. Of course Zaraki Kenpachi knew, but he just said to Nutra, hey, I'm telling you, although I don't want to admit it, Luokan is much better than me, and this time you're wrong. What? Nutra couldn't believe it. Only when Zakagi Kenpachi was bluffing, he had an abacus, then I'll sell you a flaw. Nutra specifically went to attack the 9 tails, allowing a gap, and Luo Chen really rushed forward. In an instant, he approached Nutra's body. This long-distance weapon is not suitable for fighting. You lost. Nutra. Luo Chen cut down without hesitation, but Nutra smiled mysteriously and stretched out 2 more hands from his robe, caught off guard. No, you lost. Die. Swish. The 2 hands attacked like thunder at a distance of less than 1 meter. If it were an ordinary god of death, he would have been stabbed long ago. But luckily, what Luokan bought was a full-scale bonus to the reaction force, and this speed was still clearly visible. You miscalculated. How come you still have 2 hands? No, now is not the time to think about it. Boom. Nutra's 2 hands actually hit Luo Chen, because the force was too great, the dust flew out and fell into the distance. What, you're on guard? Nutra frowned as she saw the slight scratches on her hands, looking at Luokan, wondering how he defended it. Luokan's death tyrant has 2 holes broken, and the bleeding skin is exposed inside. Although the outside is only scratched, the impact of taking it down is very strong. Fortunately, I used the defense bonus immediately just now. Although I spent a lot of points, I was able to defend myself. It's just a pity that my 10 blades were beaten in vain. Luo Chen wanted to hide his face and sigh. But Nutra's offensive was even more violent. You are being suppressed by me now, and you can't attack me at all, I am the strongest. Luo Chen dodged while blocking Nutra's 6 direction attacks. After all, it was impossible to prevent all of them. Now I'll buy the attack power to add a bit of a loss. Think of a way, what else can I do? Yes, it's gone. After Luokan found out that he first understood, the Zanpakuto, 9 tails, had a close connection with the 9 tails, and he had also used the Zanpakuto to use the tailed beast Jade's attack. Luo Chen concentrated, and began to call for the power of Zanpakuto. Slowly, he controlled the flow of Zanpakuto's spirits, and combined these spirits into small tailed beast Jades, the size of which was like gravel. Countless tailed beast Jade wraps the Zanpakuto and keeps spinning. Like a chainsaw, they are destroying everything in the space. Let me try the power. Luo Chen faced the side that was slashing in the face. He waved his arm, the blade of the Zanpakuto inserted into the blade of the scythe, and then Luo Chen used force, like a kitchen knife slicing tofu, and passed through it. Nutra's sickle blade was cut smoothly. Of course, this has also consumed a lot of tailed beast jade, and Luokan has to be replenished from time to time. It is also a test of spiritual power, and it must be resolved quickly. Cut. Luo Chen then flashed the sword light, and cut off all of Nutra's sickle. The blade fluttered, and fell to the side. Now Nutra is defenseless. The knife had arrived, his defense became vulnerable in the face of Luo Chen's slash, and collapsed instantly. Ellipsis. Now that all the crises have been lifted, the battle has finally come to an end, and Luo Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Since entering the Void Knight Palace, he has never been mentally relaxed. This time, it can be regarded as a good rest. Luokan, you are quite amazing. It seems that we haven't seen each other for so long, and we have made progress again. Let's learn from each other. Zanaki Kenpachi said with a smile. Luokan responded, you can let me rest. I'll talk about the battle later. Protect yourself. Don't. Before the words were finished, while Orihime was healing for Ichigo, a figure suddenly appeared behind Orihime. Everyone present, whether it was Zakagi Kenpachi or Luokan, didn't notice it in a hurry. Dangerous. Orihime. Ichigo rushed forward immediately, but it was still too late. Amid Orihime's panic and everyone's anxiety, the arriving Rappian didn't say a word, and disappeared with Orihime in place. System, track. Yes. The system launched the detection and immediately marked the location of the mysterious visitor. In the Zai Palace, there are Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Toxianyao next to them. Did you go deep into the hinterland again? This is trouble. Follow me to save Orihime. Before everyone could leave, Aizen's voice came from the sky. Everyone, can you hear me? It's Sky Ting Kongluo. Ujawali recognized this bondage. Now I'm going to implement the plan for the city of Orihime Inoue. You all know it, right? We're going to make the king key. Aizen's voice followed. Ichigo was shocked. How is it possible? Don't you have to wait for Bengyu's power to fully awaken? Why so fast? Aizen couldn't hear their shock, and continued. Everyone who came to the virtual circle, didn't you find anything unusual? One of the purposes of my kidnapping Orihime was to attract you captains to the virtual circle. What? A rare expression appeared on Kuchiki Byakuya's face. In the Soul Society now, the 3 of us have betrayed, and there are 4 captains who are trapped in the virtual circle. In this way, the strength of the 13th team of the Guardian has been reduced by half. After all, the captain's level is completely unable to control the battle situation. Aizen said his plan. We'll be able to destroy that city effortlessly. It's a hit, but there should be time now. You captains go back. Go back to the human world. Orihime's words are still up to us to save. But Aizen seems to have guessed their actions. He was a fool who would do everything right. I know you want to go back immediately, but I'm sorry, it will be your turn after the destruction of Soul World, I'm really sorry. Boom. The entire space of the virtual circle began to vibrate. The black keys that the captains came to are all closed, and the virtual circle has become a cage. Well, it's troublesome now. Regardless of whether it can be reopened or not, only Kazuki Urahara knows this, and there is no way to inform him now. Said Kenpachi Zakagi. Then what should I do? My father, sister, and friends are all in danger. Ichigo, Yulong, and Chadu felt uncomfortable. Nimayuri said, "Don't worry, Urahara Kazuki and our Technology Research Bureau have already made countermeasures. The device of the turning circle has now been set up in the four corners of the city, and we have successfully connected the real city and the fake city. Aligned. What about the people inside? All fell asleep, now in the soul world, don't worry. It's just a fake dead city in place. Trapped in the virtual circle and unable to eat, the top priority is to rescue Orihime again, trust the captains outside, believe in Mr. Urahara, and believe in Captain Yamamoto." Luo Chen said so, and took Ichigo to the Zai Palace again. At this time, in the human world, the city is empty, of course, this is the fake city. A crack appeared in the sky, and Aizen appeared with two captains. On the opposite side of them, it is all the remaining captains who have already come to the human world. Once one of them misses here, the soul world will soon be unable to keep it. Captain Yamamoto. Aizen recognized the old man who led the team at a glance. Yamamoto is not angry and arrogant, holding a cane, but the explosive power hidden in his body is no less than that in his prime. After all, he is still the strongest god of death. Aizen. Yamamoto was actually very angry. Aizen betrayed the soul world, and the blow to the soul world as a whole should not be huge. What's even more irritating is that Aizen has actually been conspiring for a long time, and has come together with Shu. The captains next to Yamamoto also watched vigilantly. The enemy who was a former friend is the most terrifying enemy. Come out. Aizen waved his hand, and 3 space cracks appeared in the surrounding space again. The first one, the second one, and the third one of the 10 blades came out from the inside. Lord Aizen, are they the opponents? The captains also felt the spiritual pressure of the other 3 and their subordinates, and sighed that the 10 blades really lived up to their name, and I am afraid they have already surpassed the level of the captain. In the same way, although they claim to be very powerful, although they don't show it on the surface, they are still very vigilant towards Yamamoto. The two sides are facing each other in the sky like this, and now there is a possibility of war at any time, and it is bound to be a battle that will decide the Soul Society and even the entire world. Inside the virtual circle, on the side of Luokan, they soon came to the outside of the virtual night palace, but at this time, a group of funeral troupe had been assembled, and hundreds of broken faces faced Luokan and Ichigo like a tide, oppressing them. Full of feeling. Stop, you can't break through. The leader was obviously the leader of the funeral corps. He arrogantly stopped the two of them. I won't let you go any further. Luo Chen knew that Ichigo was eager to save Oriji, and said, go first, I'll open a gap for you to break through the siege, and you rush out. Luokan. Ichigo nodded, knowing that this was the only way, but he couldn't believe how Luokan would deal with it, and there were not only burial troops, but also more and more troops outside Zai Palace. Void began to emerge. Wait for a long time. Fallen dust. Ichigo, here we are. Following the voice, it was Rukia, Chato, Renji and Ishida Yuryu who appeared in front of the two. They felt Reiatsu and quickly gathered here. When the time comes, don't be beaten to death and throw it out. Otherwise, we won't be able to spare you. After a period of concerted efforts by everyone, Ichigo successfully made his way to the inside of Zai Palace by taking advantage of the gap they opened by Luokan. Okay, let's get rid of you first. We have to help this kid Ichigo. Chapter 1233. No, let that kid pass. Go after him. The leader of the funeral corps, Luther Ben, commanded. He would never allow anyone to enter the Void Night Palace in front of him. Yes. The broken faces of the funeral corps immediately swarmed up and went to capture Ichigo, but before they could go far, Luo Chen had already come to them. I'm sorry, this road doesn't work. Luo Chen can rest assured that Ichigo will pass by, just to exterminate all these broken faces. Luoken felt through Reiatsu that Ulquiorra, who had been exiled to the anti-membrane bandits by Grimmjow at the beginning, had returned to the Nether Palace and was now beside Orihime, presumably acting as surveillance. Which is also equivalent to sitting in the Zai Palace before Aizen came back. Ichigo, I believe in you, even if you can't defeat Ulquiorra now, you can at least not lose in the battle. Of course, it is best to win, but if you fail, you have to last until the moment I go. XXX. Luoken plunged into the battle, and he rushed towards Luther Ben, capturing the thief first and capturing the king. This is a very practical reason, hey. If Lan Ran was killed at the beginning, there would not be so many troubles after that. Luther knew that Luo Chen's strength should not be underestimated. There was a big gap between himself and Shirin, and Luoken was the god of death who could defeat Shirin. Stop him. I'll teach you a lesson. Luther set his sights on Rukia, Renji, Chato and Ishida Yuryu. Facing these gods of death, he was full of confidence. Luoken was held back by a large number of funeral corps. One after another seemed to be desperate. They cooperated closely and said nothing. Everyone in this troop seemed to be made from the same mold. Why is it endless? Speaking of which, the spiritual pressure of these broken faces of the funeral corps is exactly the same. Is this a clone? Will the leader of the funeral corps also clone? Luo Chen guessed. But I can't prove it yet. First of all, we have to break free. At this time, not only the burial troops, but even the hidden phantoms around them began to come up one after another, and began to attack everyone. Roar. A roar that shook the earth came. The earth began to vibrate, the surrounding sand began to wriggle, and gathered towards a center, and then a broken face like a hill slowly formed. His whole body was made of sand, which was more than the sand gatekeeper they encountered before. Be tall. Diaresis, it's this kind of bad face again, it's really hard to deal with. Renji and Chato's attack focus has changed, they know that now the only person who can deal with this kind of bad face is Rukia. Rukia, can you come and help? This broken face here needs your strength no matter what. Renji shouted, but Rukia couldn't pull herself away now. Rukia had no choice but to say, I can deal with this guy, you find the king's Luoken for that Sandman. Luther knew that Rukia's Zanpakuto was designed to restrain Sandman's face, and if he and the funeral troupe could contain Rukia, at least that face would be able to deal with Renji, Chato and Yuryu Ishida. Come on, come. Luo Chen fell from the sky, slashed directly at Sandman's broken face, and cut off half of the Sandman's body. Sandman's broken-faced body collapsed suddenly, and he let out an angry roar. Chapter 1234. How did you break through my defense? The funeral corps. Luther was furious, and when he turned around, he saw that there was only one piece of junk left. In such a short period of time, Luo Chen and Zhu had already killed a lot, and before Luther Ben could react, his funeral corps of several hundred people had already been slaughtered. Of course, Luoken didn't get hurt a little, and his body was a little tired, so after cutting the Sandman, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and they said, I'm exhausted, the blow just now caused him a certain amount of damage. If it hurts, you hit first, and I will rest for a while. Zhu was sitting on Luoken's head, also listless, and Renji was shocked. He didn't expect that Luoken would drop the chain when such a big battle had come. Before he could protest, the Sandman Bromian had already reorganized his body, and the offensive rushed forward even more violently. Renji, Chato, and Ishida were instantly passive. Because most of the sand-shattering body, it can be said to be completely, as composed of sand, physical attacks are effective on him, and can consume its body, but its body can be completely drawn from local materials, and it is inexhaustible. Exhaust. Luo Chen deliberately sat in the distance. He knew that although his Zanpakuto could hit him until he lost his ability to resist, he would soon recover and make a comeback. In the end, he was just wasting his energy. System, I thought that since this blessing system can bless my body and my teammates, is there an option to bless the Nine Tails and Zanpakuto? Luo Chen asked. Of course. Only you can't think of it. I can't do it without me, but because this kind of modification is basically a modification that changes the source, it's expensive. The system replied, as if it had already guessed that Luo Chen would ask such a question. Luoken nodded. What he was thinking about now was not just the simple question of boosting attack power and defense power. His Zanpakuto, Nine Tails, was originally equivalent to having no attributes. If it could be enchanted, wouldn't it be very convenient? Then use blessings like ice and water. If you beat so many broken faces just now, you still have points. I didn't expect that. I basically didn't earn much money this time, so I'll let you go to the black. Very helpless. Thank you for your patronage. The system's prompt sounded, and Luo Chen felt a burst of energy passing through the Zanpakuto, and the entire Reiatsu became different. Luoken felt that the aura of his Zanpakuto had turned into an attribute aura similar to that of Rukia or Tushiro. This is much easier to handle. On the front line, Renji, Ishida, and Chadu were still fighting hard, but with little success. Even if the dissolution hit him, a hole could be made, and it would soon be filled. Chadu's wrist strike and Ishida Yulong's arrow strike were even more drizzle-like, as if they didn't hurt at all. Just when they were devastated and didn't know what to do, Luo Chen appeared in time. Be careful. Boom. The dust fell with a knife. A cold current rushed through the sky, the temperature dropped sharply, and a thick layer of ice appeared on the ground. The ice and snow turned into a giant of ice and snow and swallowed the sand in one bite. Ellipsis 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 dot. Chapter 1235. Second kill. Seconds. Seeing the broken face that was completely immobile in the ice cube and the spiritual pressure had dissipated, Luo Chen was very satisfied and wanted to touch the blade of the Zanpakuto, but before he even started, he felt the piercing bite. Chill. Luoken hurriedly withdrew his hand. It wasn't the Shinigami who wasn't wounded by his Zanpakuto before, so he should study it slowly in the future. The captain of the funeral corps, Luther, was gnashing his teeth in anger. Now the pressure is all on him, and it will become a 5-on-1 situation. Do you think I'll let this happen? Luther was not panicking at all, because he had full confidence in his skills. Rukia has fought him for dozens of rounds, and Luo Chen and the others are rushing here, as if they are going to give him the final blow. He held up his own broken face like a bull's head and looked at everyone with contempt. Grow up. Skull tree. With the release of his sword, Luther Ben's back suddenly stretched out several twig-like things, somewhat similar to the appearance of Sal Apollo. What is that? Luo Chen felt that every branch had a surge of spiritual power. Sure enough, just after a while, several branches condensed into fruits. Each fruit began to grow rapidly, turned into broken faces, and then separated from the body to become an individual. That is the source of the burial troops tilde. So that's how it is. This guy is equivalent to the queen of termites, nests, capable of mass-producing the members of the funeral corps as worker ants. No wonder there is a sense of disobedience when fighting. Luo Chen now wanted to understand. It seems that the thief really must be captured. The king must be captured first. Luther was floating in the sky, and after a while, the space around him was already filled with figures of the funeral troupe. It was almost impossible to leap. Of course, this meant that he was under very strict protection. It's troublesome now. That's right, Lutherburn affirmed. I can replicate and produce my burial troupe indefinitely, and you will fight with them to the point of exhaustion. Luoken Dao pointed to its head and said, no, as long as you defeat you will naturally be victorious. Huh, do you think you can break through the layers of defenses and come to me? Even if it's a long-range attack, my funeral troupe can stop it. Lutherban didn't believe that Luo Chen could stand in front of his sword liberation. Have this ability. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Luokan, Rukia, Renji, Chadu, and Yulong had already gathered together at this time, and there were more and more broken faces in the sky, enough to cover the sky, like a dark cloud. Luokan, do you have a solution? Rukia asked worriedly. Everyone's faces were very solemn. After all, it was the first time they faced an enemy of this scale. Luokan suggested, there are two options. One is that the number of broken faces we defeat is greater than his production capacity, so that we can naturally defeat him without protection. But this is obviously very unrealistic. All we need is a surprise attack. Renji, Chato and Ishida's attacks are not good at assassination, so you attract firepower and feints. Understood. The three nodded. Rukia pointed to herself and asked, what about me? Luokan said, as long as that guy's sword liberation can't be used, we've already won most of the time, so we too find the right time to destroy that twig of him. 100 million. Chapter 1236. When the plan was made, Lutheran's attack had already arrived. Tear them to pieces for me, and don't hinder the plan of Aizen-sama. Yes. A large number of burial troops came in. Renji immediately used the dissolution. The huge baboon King Shui Wan stirred the world, danced out, and all the broken faces were sent flying. Ninetails also joined the team of feint attack, constantly spitting out huge-tailed beast Jade. One attack is a large damage with a radius of more than 10 meters. Huge. Chadu's demon left arm and giant's right arm are also crazy output. Every arrow of Ishida Yulong is accurate. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Lutheran immediately accelerated to create his own toolman, and the limbs behind him continued to produce fruits. It's just the current speed. Even if everyone's firepower continues to carry out high-intensity operations, the burial troops will only increase. It seems that this plan is really powerful. Otherwise we would have been exhausted before we killed him. Rukia exclaimed. Luokan and Rukia took out the Zanpakuto, and Luokan said firmly, don't waste the opportunity they created. The two broke through from the weak point and finally came to the upper end of the dark cloud, and Luther was dozens of meters in front of them. Damn, get back on defense. Crush them for me. Although Luther was a little surprised, he was generally not in a hurry, because he thought that the people below were crushed to death, and there were only 2 people above. Can call back. Sleeve Baishui. Rukia placed the Zanpakuto upright, and a strong cold was generated around it, and all the surrounding burial troops were frozen. This kind of efficiency is very terrifying. Luther was a little panicked, and Luo Chen said, just now, it was just a small test, and the next thing is the main event. Cut. A slash condensed with the aura of severe cold spread among the burial troops, which was faster than the burning of flames. The broken faces that were frozen into ice lost their vitality and fell from the sky. I can still make it. No, you can't. Take a good look at your back. Luokan said calmly. Luther Ben immediately looked behind him, and saw that the body used to produce the funeral troop had been silently affected by the slash of the dust, frozen into ice cubes, and the surrounding spiritual power was also frozen, unable to do so. Production again. When Luther Ben was shocked, Luo Chen would not be polite. Now that he has finally caught the flaw, if Luther Ben is relieved, there will definitely be no easier time to drill. So, beat you here. Luo Chen's attack has come. In order to avoid Lutherben's resurgence, Luokan first looked at the limbs that were used to create the funeral core after the liberation of Lutherben's sword. Because it was frozen, it was unexpectedly fragile, and it broke into pieces with a light touch. After Lutherben was defeated, the remnants of the funeral core were indeed leaderless, and after a while, they perished in chaos. Looking at the mess, everyone was paralyzed on the ground. At this time, Ichigo has already arrived. A battle is inevitable beside Ulquiorra and Orihime. Chapter 1237. Ichigo finally came to the side of Ulquiorra and Orihime. Ulquiorra and Orihime kept their distance, and Orihime was not injured. Although everything was so peaceful, it was not the case. Ichigo, Orihime finally found support in his heart, but his heart did not fall, because Ichigo was also injured at this time, and it would be very dangerous to fight Ulquiorra. Ichigo gave Orihime a firm look. It's okay, don't worry about me, you protect yourself, I, Luokan and everyone in the Soul Society will rescue you safely. Orihime nodded, and 22 hid aside according to Ichigo's instructions. After all, Orihime was nearby, and it was very dangerous to approach the center of the battle. Luokan, to be honest, I really don't have the confidence to defeat Ulquiorra, but I won't give up, otherwise how can I protect my relatives and friends? Ichigo encouraged himself in his heart. He believed that even if he failed at least to contain Ulquiorra, Luokan will definitely arrive on time. The battle between the two soon began, and Ichigo immediately used the dissolution and fought with Ulquiorra. Orihime hid behind the pillar and looked at Ichigo worriedly. At this time, Luo Chen had already dealt with Sandman Bromian and Luther Ben. You guys are resting here now, I'll go to Ichigo. Ishida Yulong stood up and said, I came late in the battle just now, and I played the least role and suffered the least damage, so let me follow you. Looking at Yulong's eyes, Luokan agreed. He could feel that in addition to Ulquiorra, there was another 10 blades in Zai Palace who was rushing towards Ulquiorra's location. If it was only himself, there is indeed a shortage of manpower, and if I bring Ishida Yulong, I can take care of it. The two quickly moved forward from the big hole blasted out by Chadu just now, taking the shortest route to their destination. Before leaving, Luo Chen took out the medicine from his arms and said, You guys take this and sit quietly for a while. Don't worry, the injury will recover slowly. Don't worry if you follow up. Now the most important thing is one of the things you want to do is to preserve the living force. Renji, Rukia, and Chadu didn't just wait. They swallowed the medicine of falling dust, and they were also adjusting their state. As long as they felt that their physical condition improved, they would not hesitate to head towards the Zai Palace. Wait for us, everyone. The battle between Ichigo and Ulquiorra was basically one-sided. Ulquiorra had the absolute upper hand, but for a while, he was helpless to Luokan, who had a tenacious belief, and he couldn't end the battle in a short time. At this moment, two broken faces suddenly appeared behind Orihime. They held Orihime firmly beside them and showed contemptuous smiles. Hee, let's catch you this time, Orihime Inoue, do you think you're very capable? I don't know why Aizen-sama fell in love with you. She grabbed Orihime's arm, and the other yellow-haired man on the side said, Lori, this is not very good, after all, she has also healed our wounds. Chapter 1238. Lori said first, May Nori, how can you say good things about her? Although it's like this, I just can't stand it, but it's alright now, Aizen-sama has said that she's useless now. Inoue Orihime made a painful voice. After all, the power of the broken face is not something that ordinary humans can contend with. Inoue. Seeing this scene, Ichigo wanted to rush back to Orihime immediately, but Ulquiorra would not let him go easily. Don't worry, Ichigo. Luo Chen arrived in time with Ishida Yulong. Luokan, Ishida, you guys are here. Ichigo was overjoyed, and he was relieved of his burden. The attack on Ulquiorra intensified. He has now let go of his psychological burden and is just concentrating on fighting the enemy. XXX. You two don't come here. Lori put Orihime in front of her, and Minori also stepped back a few steps. He felt that the spiritual pressure of the two people in front of him should not be underestimated, especially the one who was lying on his shoulders. A man with a fox, he has a 10-blade level of oppression. Buzz. Ring Zhuan tilde. Luo Li didn't see Luokan's figure clearly. Luokan instantly appeared behind her. With a wave of Luo Chen's hand, he broke Lori's hands and snatched Orihime back. It's Shunpo. And what are you guys? Luokan felt that the Reiatsu of the two broken faces in front of him was really weak compared to 10 blades. Wouldn't it be Ulquiorra's subordinate? Lori retorted, That's not it. We are the subordinates of Aizen-sama. Minori said with trembling. Who made this woman so important to Aizen-sama? We only vented her anger, but we didn't intend to kill him, please be merciful. Mentally, Lori looked at Minori and didn't know what to say. Their fear of falling dust was real. Luokan didn't have time to pay attention to them, and just said to Orihime, aren't you hurt? Orihime nodded and said, I'm fine, Luokan, go and help Ichigo. At this moment, a spiritual pressure quickly approached, and Luo-chen was very familiar with it. That is the spiritual pressure of the 10th Blade Teeth secret, and the two of them can be considered to know each other. After all, they have played against each other when they were in the human world. Yulong, hide with Orihime. A big guy is coming. Luokan handed Orihime to Ishida. Yulong picked up the knife and looked up. Boom. The ceiling cracked and a big hole opened, and Yami jumped directly from above, falling in the direction of the falling dust. Diaresis haha, finally let me catch you. Yami, come here well. Otherwise, you will have a lot of dreams at night. Luo-chen avoided the sudden attack like a mountain top, and pulled out his Zanpakuto. In the human realm, there are the first 3 blades, but in the Zai Palace, only Yami and Ulquiorra are left among the 10 blades. However, Luokan did not dare to underestimate Yami's strength. Although there are 10 blades that claim to be the fastest and have the strongest defense, if Wang Hao is simply unpretentious and hides the deepest, Luokan I feel like Tetsuya is the perfect choice. What are you thinking? Take a punch from me. Yami clenched his fists tightly, and there was a spiritual pressure wrapped around his hands, all of which were bigger than Luokan's body, and they were full of pressure. At this point, not only the human world and the virtual circle have appeared, but the battlefield on the virtual circle is also divided into 2 battlefields. One is Ichigo Ulquiorra, and the other is Luokan and Yami. Chapter 1239. Yami's power has been greatly enhanced compared to when he was in the human world. After all, for Yami, the rare spirits in the human world can't exert his strength at all. Only in the virtual circle can he have a good time. Haha, Luokan, eat my fist again. Although Yami had a smile on his face, he couldn't wait to tear the dust into pieces, because he had never suffered such a big loss, and now he must find his way back. But Luokan is not a bully master. Even if Yami has an increase, Luokan has already accumulated experience in fighting the 10 blades, and the two have not yet revealed the specific gap. Facing Yami's fist, Luokan dodged. Not only that the spiritual pressure could be defended, but Luokan was unwilling to eat it even with the impact. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yami was chasing after Luo-chen, constantly using the combination of fist attack and flickering. All the surrounding buildings collapsed and damaged. Yami really made a big noise field. Luokan ignored Yami's provocation. He observed that his attack without trump cards was indeed not as powerful as Yami's, but in terms of speed, it might be a matter of size, and he was faster than him. Cut. Luokan walked around the column, sticking to the ground, turning to the dead corner of Yami. Without hesitation, he slashed out with one knife. Even if it was a test, he wanted to see the effect. Boom. It was the feeling that Luokan had not seen for a long time. It was a feeling of powerlessness. Luokan's Zanpakuto, which would leave a wound even if it slashed Nutra, really only left a red mark on Yami. So hard. When one hit failed, Luokan immediately retreated, because Yami's palm had already fanned over, smashing the floor where Luokan was standing a second before, and fell down. Yami smiled and said, in the human world, I couldn't get the boost, but now, you're finished. That's not necessarily true. Luo-chen turned his Zanpakuto, defending against the phantom bullets that Yami might attack at any time. He smiled, wanting to play Yami's trump card. Ishida looked at the 2 groups of people who were getting more and more heated in the battle. Now both of them needed help. Orihime said, Ishida, you go, I will protect myself. After all, there are still 9 tails here. Kyubi screamed, indicating that it was wrapped around him. Ishida immediately got up, and he rushed towards Luokan. Lori and Minori saw that there was no one around to protect Orihime, so they began to think again. Now is the opportunity, there is no protection around that stupid woman. Come on. The two of them once again planned to take advantage of the chaos to bully Orihime, but at this time, the Ninetales would not allow it, thinking, this is the person I protect, do I still have dignity like you do? Is it not when my strength is a display? Roar. Ninetales also burst into an amazing spiritual pressure, which was suppressed on Lori and Minori. The two little beasts who were still naive in their eyes instantly turned into demons that devoured everything. Woo, we dare not. Minori couldn't bear the pressure and passed out. Lori took Minori to escape the Ninetales Reiatsu range with difficulty, and did not dare to approach again. Kyubi rubbed his hair with satisfaction, and Orihime picked him up and gently stroked. Thank you, Kyubi. Chapter 1240. After Luokan received the blessing of the system, he was completely superior to himself just now. Even Ulquiorra, who had been suppressing him just now, was in turn slightly given the upper hand by Luokan. How is that possible? How could you suddenly have such power? Ulquiorra wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression still calm, and the situation was still under his control. Fast to the speed that you can't see if you don't pay attention, the dust is shuttled in the space, the surrounding air is expelled layer by layer, and the shock wave formed is enough to shatter buildings more than 10 meters away. In the center, Ulquiorra was surrounded. In his eyes, there seemed to be only one Luokan, but at the same time, it seemed that there were several Luokans surrounding him till that he was circling. Fallen Chen's Zanpakuto was as fast as a phantom, bright and clear in the moonlight, but that slashing speed was as fast as silver lightning, which made Ulquiorra tired of dealing with it. Ding, ding, ding. Fallen Chen's Zanpakuto and Ulquiorra's sharp claws kept colliding violently, the Reiatsu spread, and the zenith under him became somewhat unstable. Sure enough, what happened just now was so sudden that I didn't have time to say, your sword liberation is really powerful, but now it seems that I am better. Luokan's muscles are shaking and excited, because finally there is a player in his hole. When it comes out, it is still impossible to be 100% sure that there is an existence that can be defeated. Ulquiorra didn't reply, but was indifferent. In his eyes, there was only the attack trajectory of the falling dust, and he had to concentrate to be able to completely resist it. He must admit that although Ulquiorra has no crisis in a short period of time, it is impossible to fundamentally reverse this situation now. Virtual Flash. Ulquiorra wanted to get out, and Luokan also came with a virtual flash. Their virtual flash exploded at close range, breaking through the smoke, and Luokan slashed towards Ulquiorra unscathed. Boom. Ulquiorra resisted with both arms. Although the sharp Zanpakuto didn't cut his skin, the excessively powerful impact still penetrated his body. It didn't affect him. The buildings behind him, such as the tower and the roof of Zai Palace, were cut in half with one knife and turned into pieces. Then the wind pressure of the explosion spread, which shows that the slashing speed of Luo Chen has already exceeded the speed of the wind. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. I really didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with, and you have destroyed so much of Aizen Sama's Void Night Palace. Hey, when it comes to destruction, let's be 2.5, and Shiblade's destruction is not necessarily less than us. You are less wronged, Luo Chen retorted. Ulquiorra clenched his fists, no longer defending, but focused on attacking. Looking at you, you really don't feel despair, and you really won't be able to do it with your strength, but soon you will. It's gone. Really? What, can't you improve your strength? Luokan laughed, but he didn't let his guard down, because Luokan slowly learned that Ulquiorra can be said to be Aizen's agent. So how could the 10 blades not have more power than the other 10 blades? That's not necessarily true, so I will use the strongest power in my form to test whether you are qualified to feel the real despair I bestow upon you. Ulquiorra's wings began to flap. It was no longer a decoration, but a limb with real defense, attack, and speed boost. Buzz. 100 million. Chapter 1241. Is this your solution? Ulquiorra was truly taken aback. Even if he had not fought against the leader-level death god before, he had certainly seen the solution, but Luo Chen was beyond his imagination. The nine-tailed 100-meter-high nine-tailed squat was lying on the Zai Palace, and its huge body was comparable to a hill. Just being there would make people feel unstoppable. After the solution, Luoken's spiritual pressure has spread out at the peak of the outbreak, not just 100 meters and kilometers, but an unmeasurable extent. Ulquiorra can only wrap himself in his own spiritual pressure, free from harm. Now the two people's spiritual pressure is grinding in this space, and gradually formed a form of evenness, but Ulquiorra is not sure, because he can feel that Luo Chen has not used the full strength of the dissolution. Luoken swung his knife to disperse the surrounding smoke, and his figure was more clearly projected into Ulquiorra's eyes, without anger. Now Luoken has reached the same level as Captain Yamamoto, but from the outside, he is only a little bit powerful, but if you want to try it, you will understand that they are not just as powerful as they look. They are an iceberg, and the first few blades of the 10 blades can be considered in the same way. What is exposed above the water surface is only a small part of its original volume, so it is called the tip of the iceberg. The two looked at each other, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. Of course, it wasn't because they used too much force in the confrontation just now, but because they were excited. Even Ulquiorra, who doesn't pay much attention to winning or losing, and looks down on all the bad faces, is excited by the desire to fight in the dust. Ulquiorra, this is my first solution. Have you used it yet? You are the first to see me in this form. Luo Chen pointed the knife straight at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra responded, Luoken, I have never used this form in front of anyone, and I am the only broken face among the 10 blades that can return to the second stage. Luoken smiled and said, so now it's really the two of us who are really doing our best, right? Boom. Ulquiorra and Luo Chen pressed their feet hard, and the Reiatsu exploded almost like an explosion, and their speed suddenly soared to a new level. In the sky, like two fighter jets, they crossed the sky, dragging a long cloud of spiritual pressure behind them, constantly overlapping, and their battle has begun again. Every knife is cut with all his strength. Every claw is pierced with all its strength. The rolled-up Reiatsu had no effect on them, but all the surrounding buildings were shattered by the blow. Virtual flash. The fingertips flickered, and Ulquiorra frequently launched phantom flashes, but the firing speed couldn't keep up with Luoken's movement speed at all, and Luoken's phantom flashes couldn't keep up with Ulquiorra's movement speed at all. But like it was the instinct of fighting that led them to the same result, just stop, wouldn't it? In the two sections of the sky, Luoken raised his left hand, Ulquiorra began to condense at his fingertips, the light was distorted, and suddenly two black holes appeared in this world. If you look closely, you can see that Ulquiorra's phantom flashes exude black and green, and the dusty phantom flashes emit red, 4, 6, 7, and yellow. They are so dark that everything around them seems to be dyed black, and they are so bright that two suns appear. Instantly condensed and instantly stimulated, the time in between was not long, less than a second, but that second was so long because of the pervasive spiritual pressure that people seemed to have waited for a century. Ishida and Orihime below didn't dare to make too much noise, for fear that their existence would be detected by the two devils in the sky, so nervous that their scalps were numb and they couldn't breathe. Then, the silent water was thrown into a boulder, which was where the two phantoms collided. The energy was released, and a pillar of fire soaring into the sky was born. It seemed to have the power to open up the world, running through the heavens and the earth, separating Luoken and Ulquiorra from each other. But the two of them did not intend to stop, and they had a tacit understanding, and they rushed to Yenju at the same time. The flame pillar disappeared in an instant under the pressure of their spiritual pressure, and the sound of the sword strike was clear and crisp throughout the ceiling. Ulquiorra began to gradually fall into the disadvantage, because his attack distance was not dominant. But he immediately condensed a green spear in his hand, which was the ultimate move he used when he released a sword. Although I could only use it intermittently for a while, but now I can fire continuously. Ulquiorra swiped out one by one, trying to penetrate the dust. Luokan avoided effortlessly. Don't forget, although you are no longer you, but I am not what I was. Now, Luokan can clearly see every movement of Ulquiorra, and can clearly see every direction of his attack. Of course, the green spear thrown out can also predict its trajectory. Although it is said that the blessing time has passed, if you enable the dissolution and blurring at the same time, you can also deal with it, but using the dissolution can only be a tie at most. Luo Chen thought in his heart. However, at this stage, Ulquiorra and Luokan have already used all their cards, and the final battle cannot be changed, not to mention that there is still a node in Luokan's heart. Superior. Luokan and Ulquiorra kept sprinting and flying in the sky. Whether it was Orihime or Ishida, their eyes were completely unable to keep up with this speed. They could only vaguely see two silhouettes intertwined, they could only see the light produced by the clash of swords and guns, and they could only see that everything in the place where the two vague silhouettes passed was disintegrating into nothingness. Ichigo, Ichigo, don't die, Luokan and everyone else need your help right now. Orihime's attention never left Ichigo. Now Ichigo is still lifeless. Seeing Luokan fighting with Ulquiorra, Orihime is under a lot of pressure right now. Ichigo, don't leave us, don't leave me. Orihime used all her strength to heal Ichigo and shouted sadly. At this time, Ichigo's subconscious received Orihime's voice. He didn't really die, but it wasn't in the category of or. However, Ichigo is back. His spiritual pressure began to skyrocket, and then the empty breath completely overwhelmed the breath of the god of death, and Orihime's shield and 6 flowers were broken from the inside. In this battlefield, the third super spec power was just born. XXX. Ellipsis. Boom. As the earth trembled, Luo Chen stepped on Ulquiorra's feet and fell to the top of the Void Night Palace. What makes Luo Chen unbelievable is that he just used the power of D's explosion and the blessing of the 9 tails, but the 9 tails released by D's explanation have never been shot. Am I so strong now? Luo Chen smiled wryly. If he were the protagonist, was he really too cautious? Ulquiorra was crushed under Luokan's body, and he no longer resisted, but accepted the reality. You won, I lost completely, because you haven't fully used the power of dissolution. If you really use that kind of perverted monster, Ulquiorra's eyes looked at the 9 tails, I'll be crushed in an instant. I'm not sure either, but I have indeed used all my strength beyond that. Luokan replied. In Ulquiorra's eyes, everything in the world began to dim, and his power had begun to decline, because in the battle just now, he was suppressed more than once and could not resist. He sighed, in the battle just now, all the organs in my body have been destroyed by you. It is possible to repair it, but it is useless. Who would have thought that I would be defeated by my strongest super speed regeneration? Woolen cloth. Luokan was about to give Ulquiorra the final blow, and had already put the sword under Ulquiorra's neck. At this critical moment, what was originally yours and I wished, but an accident occurred. Roar. A powerful Reiatsu suddenly came from Ichigo. Even in the current Luokan and Ulquiorra's feelings, it was too powerful to be outrageous. They are one level. Ichigo, how can there be such a powerful force? Luo Chen scratched his hair, and suddenly thought that Ichigo is the protagonist. Isn't this kind of luck normal? Although it is really abnormal, it is unexpected and reasonable, but now is not the time to say this. Luokan could clearly feel the biting hostility, and Ichigo's spiritual pressure had changed, and it was more like another person mixed with Ichigo's spiritual pressure. Ichigo, Ichigo, what's wrong with you? Orihime and Yulong, who were beside him, were suppressed by his powerful Reiatsu, and they couldn't move at all. Ichigo was already running out of control, and he just wanted to fight. He let out an angry roar, and swung the Zanpakuto out to the side. The ground cracked inch by inch due to the spiritual pressure, and the bullets even flew out with a powerful force. Of course, Orihime and Ishida Yulong were also sent flying by this spiritual pressure. Fortunately, the two were protected behind Dunshin Liuhua, and they were not the main output points of the spiritual pressure, so they did not suffer too much damage. Roar! Luokan stepped off Ulquiorra's body and took good defense, because this is an enemy of the same level. If he doesn't treat him well, he will really be defeated by a general, which will be too much for him. However, Ulquiorra did not receive the final blow. He looked at Luo Chen and Ichigo, and at his broken body, his spiritual power was rapidly draining. Ding! Kill one of the 10 blades and get points. The system's prompt sounded abruptly. Luo Chen didn't look back. He already knew through Reiatsu that Ulquiorra had disappeared from this world. Although Ichigo was awakened by Orihime's call and wanted to defeat Ulquiorra, he has long been inseparable between us. Ichigo's appearance has also undergone tremendous changes. The original human appearance has disappeared, and only the aura of emptiness remains on his body. His whole body had turned terrifyingly pale, as white as moonlight, and the most striking thing was his head, which was completely covered with a mask. The mask was huge, with 2 horns on its head like a cow, and black stripes running through it. The hole in the chest is exactly the same as the void. Luokan spread out the spiritual pressure and was resisted by Ichigo's spiritual pressure, unable to get close to half a point. Although I don't know what's going on, I'm at a loss for the current situation, but I can only go up. Luokan quickly drew up a countermeasure in his heart. After all, unlike Ulquiorra, although Ichigo is not the original, Ichigo, now, he can't just defeat the beheading. Ichigo, wake up! Luokan shouted, but Ichigo was unmoved. Facing Luokan's cry, his hostility became stronger and stronger. Roar! Ichigo finally rushed up after a period of observation. Luokan knew that the first plan was invalid, and immediately implemented the second plan, smash Ichigo's mask. When the two of them fought together, Ichigo's fighting style became like that of a berserker. It was all about outputting with all his strength. If he didn't accept it, he would do it. After he was exhausted, he would continue to fight. Luo Chen knew that he couldn't fight him for a long time, so it would be a huge drain on both himself and Ichigo, and there were still 10 remaining blades to deal with. Not good. 9 tails. Luo Chen no longer hides his clumsiness, and immediately greeted Juwei. Juwei was idle and had nothing to do. His huge body slapped directly with his tail, caught Ichigo by surprise, and flew out backwards. The speed of the 9 tails was also extremely fast, and appeared behind Ichigo in an instant. Before he could react, he grabbed it with a palm, and firmly controlled Ichigo in the palm of his hand. But Ichigo is not a soft persimmon now. He tried his best to open the Reiatsu, and attacked frantically, trying to break free. Kyuubi felt pain and let go of his paw, but soon another paw followed. After all, Ichigo didn't break free from the huge force of the 9 tails, and was suppressed to death. The dust fell on the claws of the 9 tails, and a strange feeling came from his heart. He and Juwei looked at each other. For a long time, Juwei was standing on Luokan's shoulder, but now Luokan is standing on Juwei's hand. Cough cough, get down to business, Juwei, you have to catch it. Roar! 9 tails responded confidently. Ichigo was still roaring, but he could only be incompetent and furious. Luokan stepped forward and smashed Ichigo's bull's head mask with a knife. Ichigo's Reiatsu began to decrease, and his vital signs also changed from the violent rage just now to a stable one. His whole body gradually lost his motivation, and he was paralyzed on the claws of 9 tails, unable to get up again. By the way, what should I do with that hole? Luo Chen took out all the potions and wanted to pour it into Ichigo immediately to see if he could bring him back to life. But to Luokan's surprise, the hole in Luokan's chest disappeared in an instant, and it was as good as ever. That's right, it seems that the super speed regeneration during the avatar saved your life. Ellipsis. Juwei put Ichigo and Luokan on the ceiling, and then Luokan came into contact with the solution. The huge Juwei instantly turned into a golden light, and his body shrank rapidly, becoming a look of paying attention to lying on Luokan's shoulder, lazily. Yawned. Ichigo, Luokan, are you all okay? Orihime and Yulong hurried over. and looking at the injuries now, it felt like Orihime and Yulong were involved in the battle. Due to Ichigo's super speed regeneration skills, almost all of his new and old injuries have been repaired just now, and Luokan has already taken his medicine. Orihime was still worried and insisted on using the Dunshin Liuhua to attack the three. While doing the treatment, Luo Chen sighed as he looked at the top of the zenith that had become a mess in front of him. Now is not the time to relax. Ulquiorra has 4 blades no matter what. I'm really not sure what the strength of the first 3 blades are. Ishida Yulong asked, where have Aizen and the others gone now? Luokan explained the ins and outs to the two of them, and Orihime and Yulong immediately became worried again. After all, the virtual circle is now temporarily safe, but they paid half the price of being imprisoned here at the captain level. On the other side, Aizen and other 3 captains are adding the first 3 blades and subordinate officers. Although Yamamoto is in charge, he is not very relieved anyway. I can't get in touch with Mr. Urahara now. Is it really that I can only wait here? Yulong clenched his fists. He felt a sense of powerlessness. Luokan smiled and said, don't worry, I'll meet Niyuli later, but I want to see if he has any trump cards that he hasn't used. Maybe he has a technique that surprises Urahara. The 4 of them got a temporary rest above the zenith, but Renji, Rukia and Chato below the zenith are in crisis. At the beginning, it was just some virtual constant attacks. Although there were a lot of them, their strength was not very good. Without the cohesion of the virtual Night Palace forces, their desire to attack was not very much. The next thing is to wait for Luo Chen and the others to come back. That's it. However, the development of things often does not go in the direction they expected. After a while, the 3 of them repulsed another wave of attacking virtuals and planned to take a rest, but the wall of the virtual Night Palace suddenly burst. A tall body rushed out of the smoke. His burly physique stood in front of the 3 of them, and the sense of oppression was like a mountain. Chadu frowned. Because of this physique and this spiritual pressure, he had already seen it in this world. Be careful, that's one of the 10 blades, ya-mi. Renji held up Shuei Maru, but when the figure in the smoke was completely exposed, Renji was relieved, because there was a number 10 written on Yami's arm. 10 blades. I don't know if you have fought with Shirin before, but this guy is the 10th of Shirin. I don't think he is a very vigilant opponent. Renji laughed. He felt that Chadu was too sensitive. Chadu didn't let his guard down, because he noticed something was wrong with Yami. The last time I saw him, although he was a big guy, he was far from being so burly. His power has skyrocketed several times, which is very dangerous. Rukia also reminded Renji, don't underestimate the enemy, since they are the 10 blades, there must be a strong point for them to become the 10 blades. Yami heard the conversation of the 3, turned his head and attacked here, and said, when did a god of death at this level dare to be so bold? Luokan, where have you been? If you don't come out, the lives of the 3 are not guaranteed. I really know how to talk big. Renji General stopped talking nonsense, threw Shuei Maru out, wrapped around Yami's body, we will defeat you. Chadu and Rukia also have their own magical powers, but these are so insignificant in the face of Yami's power. Boom! Yami's spiritual pressure exploded, waving his fists, pushing the 3 of them back step by step, just using his own strength without any skills, just responding to that sentence, 1 power down 10 times. Damn, this guy is really brute force. At this time, several astonishing spiritual pressures erupted continuously above the zenith. One was Ulquiorra, the other was Luokan, and the other was Ichigo. However, unexpected changes occurred within a few minutes. Yami felt it, and Ulquiorra's Reiatsu slowly attenuated until it disappeared. This can only mean one thing, Ulquiorra is gone. Really? Did Luokan defeat you, Ulquiorra? Although Yami and Ulquiorra are not so close, they are often partners together. Even if it is a broken face, they still have feelings. Yami instantly felt an indescribable feeling. He only knew him what is needed. I will destroy you. With the roar of Yami, a spiritual pressure that swept the entire virtual circle spread out, whether it was the 4 captains of Niyuri, Kuchiki Byakuya, Kenpachi, and Ujawali in the distance, or Luo Chenyi on the ceiling. Everyone, all felt this extremely strong spiritual pressure. Luokan stood up and said to Orihime and Yulong, "This is a Reiatsu stronger than Ulquiorra, and the breath belongs to that guy from Yami. Don't act rashly, I'll go down and have a look." Kai. Luokan tore open the zenith under his feet and immediately escaped in. After all, there were Rukia and the others below, and Luokan worried that the eruption of Yami might have something to do with them. The huge beam of light enveloped Yami's whole body, and it became thicker and thicker. Finally, it directly enveloped a circle with a diameter of 100 meters, and inside was a pure imaginary spirit child. The spiritual pressure gradually stabilized, and Yami finally revealed his true identity. I saw that his body became as tall as the city wall of Zai Palace, more than 100 times larger than before. What's even more strange is the change in the body. The upper body has not changed in shape, but the lower body has become like a giant lizard, and there are dozens of pairs of legs. The thick tail is swept on the ground, and any movement can cause an earthquake. His proud fists have become as huge as an edifice. Luokan descended from above, just saw this scene, and said in surprise, "You are too many and thick, and your cards are solid and stable." Solid. Yami also felt the aura of Luokan, looked up, did not hesitate at all, and immediately threw a straight fist. With a strong wind pressure, the sound of breaking the air is like a bomb. If it was hit in the real place, not to mention the injury, at least it would be the result of flying hundreds of meters before landing. Ellipsis. Luokan was also on a whim, but he just wanted to try out the strength of Yami's attack, so that he could better understand the strength of the 10 blades, so that he could make a way to fight the first 3 blades, so he just used Zanpakudo. Blocked in front of him. Boom. With a fist like a giant mountain, when it was so close, Luokan could even see the hair on it that was longer than his height and the skin texture like trenches. Unsurprisingly, Luokan was quickly knocked away by nearly a kilometer, plunged into the desert, and fell directly into the Great Void Forest. This is the 10th blade. Luokan wiped the blood on his body, his head was buzzing, and he was afraid for a while. It was really too much just now, and I almost lost my life. However, Luo Chen also discovered a problem just now. The 10 blades with such strength are definitely not the 10 blades of the 10th. Thinking back to the scene in front of me, occasionally there is something I want to confirm, so I will go back to the battle center and talk about it. Bar. Over there, Renji looked at Luokan, who was blown away by Yami's punch, and his mouth widened inconceivably. Rukia and Chadu were also very shocked. That was Luokan with captain-level strength. This isn't true, is it? Seeing the 3 of them so surprised, Yami smiled and said, "Haha, do you think he's very powerful? He's a captain, right, but you don't even look at my arm." They looked at Yami's arm and saw that the place where the number 10 was just now turned into a striking number, 0. That's right, I'm the only one of the 10 blades that can change the number after the sword is released. The 10th blade, Yami. It's me. Luokan also rushed back at this time. He had already used the medicine to treat the injury on the way. When he returned to Yami again, Yami was very surprised. "I should have used all my strength for the punch just now, but I didn't expect you to be so vigorous. It was beyond my expectations. Of course, because I want to kill you. Not by you." Luo Chen took out his Zanpakudo and began to fight the enemy seriously. Of course, he also saw the numbers on Yami's arm. Yami noticed Luo Chen's gaze and smiled. "How about it, see? Do you think the 10 blades are from the 1st blade to the 10th blade? Wrong. It's from the 0th blade to the 9th blade." Yami's laughter can form a tiny shock wave, but even Chadu and the others can easily resist this level of Reiatsu. "Then let's start the fight seriously. If I solve your 0th blade, the first 3 blades can't be easier, right?" Luokan is not in a hurry. He can be said to be calm now. "Why are you so arrogant? Do you think that defeating Ulquiorra is great? In my eyes, Grimmjow and Nutra are all rubbish." A punch came, like a meteorite hitting the earth, covering the sky, falling dust and slashing with a knife, softly said to the affected area, "Nine tails. Dissolution." Roar. A spiritual pressure flashed and burst out, and Yami's fist was lifted up, and it was lifted up without his control. Yami roared angrily, the light in his mouth flickered, and a phantom flash was ready to go. But the next moment was interrupted by the attack that broke through from Jingguang. Boom. Yami stumbled and fell to the side, but it wasn't that he was defeated, but that he suffered temporarily. At this time, Luokan stood on the head of Juwei, 100 meters high, overlooking the entire Zai Palace was not in Wawa, and the huge body of Yami was also lower than Luokan. Yami stood still again, and at this time, it could be seen that the size of Nine Tails and Yami were basically the same. Then we can talk about it later. Nine Tails, come on. The battle of the two giants has begun. Rukia, Renji, and Chato hid aside, wide-eyed, small-eyed. This level of battle is not something that a team leader can take part in. Even if it's above the team leader level, no one has any objection. The captains who were far away also saw the battle between these two giant beasts. Is that the dissolution of Luo Chen? It's really powerful. I wonder if the dissolution of Zanaki Kenpachi will also be out of specification. Juwei exerted force and resisted each other with Yami. Seeing that the two hands could only be deadlocked, Yami flicked his tail violently, trying to attack from the side, but Juwei had more tails than him, so he could easily block it. Attacked and fought back. Virtual Flash. XXX. Yami repeated the old trick, but Nine Tails was also brewing the tailed beast jade in his mouth, and the two attacks with huge energy immediately contacted and exploded between them. A beam of light soaring to the sky separated them, but these dozens of attacks were so powerful, they didn't cause them much damage. Yami clenched her fists tightly, no longer intending to use strength to stalemate with Kyuubi. Eat me a punch. Juwei wrapped his tail around Yami's arm and pulled it so hard that Yami almost lost his center of gravity, but his dozens of legs were not white. With his excellent chassis, he turned the situation around and pushed Juwei back. Out. The battle is still going on, whether it's Yami's hard attack, or it is the dodging of the nine-tailed, which will generate a violent wind pressure blowing around, or when the nine-tailed beast jade hits the body of Yami, it will bring an explosion that resounds in the world. Yami can always seize the opportunity to fight back in the smoke. If you want to win this battle in a short time, it is not very easy. Seeing that the four captains had arrived, Luo Chen simply let Juwei go to the trouble and return to the crowd. Kuchiki Byakuya and Zengi Kenpachi both wanted Luokan's solution in the hall. Kenpachi said first, "Luokan, your solution is strong enough, you must have time to discuss with me." Kuchiki Byakuya looked at the Nine Tails fighting in the distance, watching every move of the battle, presumably trying to get some inspiration from it. Luokan is more like asking Nieri, "When the time comes, did you get any skills from Mr. Urahara? Otherwise we will all be trapped in a virtual circle. It would be nice if we could contact Urahara now." Nieri's big golden teeth rubbed and said fiercely, "Urahara, I tell you, I don't need anyone to inspire me. After the research of myself, just now, I have completely mastered the black. How to open the cavity." "Oh, really? Then I'll turn on the black cavity and send you back to this world." In this way, the troops are divided into two groups. I still have a few captains staying here to fight against the big guy Yami, and the rest will go back to the world to support. Luo Chen made a decision, now time waits for no one. Chapter 1242. Luokan, can you do this? Ichigo was a little worried. Kenpachi said, "Hey, boy, are you trying to show off with me? We are captains. There are only 5 captains of knowledge here. Do you think our captains are all good eaters?" Ichigo waved his hands quickly and said, No, that's not what I meant, but Luokan, since all the black holes can be opened, wouldn't it be better to come back together? Anyway, this guy Yami is the zeroth blade. You can see it by looking at the spiritual pressure. It is estimated that a captain really can't suppress it. Luo Chen looked at the Nine Tails who were holding Yami in the distance, but you guys, these vice captains and the like, can go back to support the world first. After all, Aizen and the first 3 blades are even more difficult to deal with. Well then, I'll go first. Ichigo agreed, but he was still thinking of others, Orihime, Rukia, Yulong, Chato. It's alright, I'm here. Luo Chen gave a thumbs up and made a ticket. But Ni Yuli said, you stop for now. Although I have a little understanding, but now I'm still a little bit of a master, so you stop first, don't worry about me. So, you haven't done it yet, my dear scientist captain. Luo Chen sighed. It seems that if Newly didn't study thoroughly at this time, no matter the order, no one would be able to leave. Yinmeng, come and help me. Niyuri is still busy. Zanaki Kenpachi and Kuchiki Byakuya are already eager to fight Yami, but Ujawali cares more about healing everyone. Nine Tails, hit him. Luokan and Juwei have a heart-to-heart connection. After they solved it, they were able to read each other's mind first. Luokan now seems to be in a battle of giants with Yami in person. Back to defense. Yami's huge body slammed into the Nine Tails with 1,000 powers, but the speed was a bit slower than the Nine Tails, so it was often loud, but it was rarely hit. But if you just eat a bite, the Nine Tails will definitely be overwhelmed, because even if they are the same size, they are not equal in strength. Roar! Juwei's impact with all his strength would at most make Yami stumble, because Yami had too many legs and the site was not stable enough. One of the 2 giant beasts relied on strength and the other relied on speed to deal with each other, but no one could really help each other for a while. Zaraki Kenpachi smiled and said, Luokan, your solution is not the only one in Chengdu, right? If that's the case, I'm not interested. Kuchiki Byakuya also shook his head, which was still far from what he had imagined, although to be honest, it was enough to surprise him. 1 person plus 1 beast is the real solution. Before Nyayangli has figured out a way to open the black cavity, let's make a quick battle here. There will be more difficult battles to come. Luo Chen waved his knife. Go forward. Ni Yuli said unconvincingly, then let's find out whether you should kill that guy first, or should I open up the black voice first. How about it? Then you have to get ready, I will make a quick decision. Luo Chen laughed. Zaragi Kenpachi added, Ni Mayuri, you have to be faster, because the next step is not one-on-one, but the 3 of us beat him one by one, right, Kuchiki Byakuya? Humph. Kuchiki Byakuya nodded, and Ni Mayuri shrugged. He was also very helpless, because one of the captains who came to the virtual circle was a fighter, and of course Uno Hanari was included. Ni Yuli came here to get research materials. You guys have to be careful, don't ruin my anatomy materials. While speaking, Luo Chen, Kuchiki Byakuya, and Zaragi Kenpachi had already left here, and Uno Hanaritsu came to heal Ichigo and Rukia, and the battlefield was divided into 3 regions. Are you here again, you annoying bugs? Yami roared. He punched out, and the 9 tails were taken back by Luokan. After the solution, the 9 tails were able to enough to change at will. Of course, the 22 pressure and real strength remain unchanged. Attack him from 3 directions. Our attack may not be very powerful for him, but Luo Chen commanded. But before he could finish speaking, Zanaki Kenpachi had already rushed up, waving his huge Zanpakudo, although my attack is not strong. Watch me slash him with blood. Kai. Originally, Yami's defense was very strong. After the sword was released, it was several times more than the original. Although Zengeki Kenpachi's slash had wounded him, the effect was not obvious. Ha ha ha, what are you stupid, can you break my defense? If you can cut off my limbs with a few slashes today, I will eat the Zai Palace on the spot. Kuchiki Byakuya couldn't hold back, since you were the 0th blade, then I'm welcome, just use the D solution. Chinban Sakura Jingyan. Luokan, Zaragi Kenpachi, and Kuchiki Byakuya unleashed their own slashes. Luokan's Zanpakudo was wrapped around a huge amount of spiritual power, and also wrapped in the tailed beast Jade, and chopped towards Yami's body. Kuchiki Byakuya's slash went towards Yami's head, and the scattered petals covered all the space around Yami. It was no longer thousands of petals, but endless. Danger hides in beauty. Zaraki Kenpachi didn't even use his solution. He pulled off his Death Tyrant outfit, bare his upper body, and started a shirtless fight, so that he could completely let go of his hands and feet, and the power of a simple slashing attack greatly increased. Yami was attacked all over his body. He smiled and used all his Reiatsu for defense, but the captains he encountered were all fighting types who were known for their offensive power. Kai, puff. Yami's face was covered with knife marks, and his neck was also injured a lot. A huge scar was cut on his body by the blow of falling dust. The tailed beast Jade continued to burn his body and the surrounding spiritual power. Zaraki's sword cut off one of his legs with one knife. Severe pain came from his body. Yami roared angrily, his body twisted, turning the surrounding into a field for his indiscriminate attack, but none of the three retreated in the slightest. Just attacking. Attack. Attack. Yami was provoked, and the indiscriminate attack caused the spiritual pressure in that space to run wild. But it was useless. Under the attack of Luokan and the others, Yami's injuries became more and more serious, and his physical strength was also exhausted. As this also considered the zeroth blade. Zaragi Kenpachi pouted, thinking that there would be a fierce battle here, but he never expected the zero blade to be defeated so quickly. Luo Chen was also surprised. Is this guy hiding his strength? Ellipsis. How is the battle over there? Ni Yuli looked at the three people who were fighting in the distance, and his research was also in full swing. It's just a little bit, I'll be able to master the black accent. HMPH, let's see who's going to see that guy in Puyin in front of me in the future. Ichigo and the others have basically recovered from their injuries. Ishida Yuryu and Orihime also followed the Reiatsu from the ceiling and returned to the team, and now only Luokan and Niyuri are left. Boom. Yami's huge body slammed down and fell into the desert. The sand and dust flew up to a height of 100 meters. The situation was terrifying. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would have been unimaginable that there is such a huge broken face in the world. Should I say yes, as expected of the zeroth blade, or is this the zeroth blade? Luo Chen handed each of them a potion. This is for healing, just take it, the healing effect doesn't have to be a ghost. The two drank the potion, and the effect came into play instantly, because the effect of the drug was adjusted according to the size of the spiritual pressure. If it was taken by ordinary people, the effect would not be very obvious. Although Zaragi Kenpachi and Kuchiki Byakuya had the upper hand just now, Yami was not a vegetarian either, and the violently waving fists and tails, as well as the released Reiatsu, also caused damage to them. So after taking the potion, the two immediately felt that the energy of the potion was rapidly spreading throughout the body with the help of this spiritual pressure, and they were instantly refreshed, and there was no ambiguity in returning to their peak state. Luokan looked down at Yami, who was lying motionless on the ground, and was about to go back and show off with Niyuli. At this moment, Yami's spiritual pressure was suddenly different. A burst of pressure quickly ran up Luokan's back and occupied his head. It was a cold Reiatsu and breath with anger and killing intent. Yami's body began to wriggle, the wound healed quickly, the Reiatsu gradually recovered, and even his physical strength seemed to be recovering. The three immediately raised their vigilance. The changes in Yami didn't stop, and the muscles in his whole body began to cramp like crazy, like dough that was constantly kneading, changing in 1,000 ways. Soon, his muscles reorganized, his Reiatsu surged, and Yami opened his eyes. His form had completely changed, from the centipede, just now to the current human form. His body was more than a circle bigger than just now, and his lower body was covered with black hair, exactly like Ulquiorra's second stage return blade, and long horns grew on his head in sadness. Overall, he looked like a devil. I am the 10th blade, the incarnation of anger. In other words, the more serious the injury I receive, the more angry I am, and the more power I have accumulated, the more I can break through my own limits, transform into such a form, and take the form in front of me. Everything is completely wiped out. Now, Zai Palace is nothing but a toy castle for Yami. In front of Yami, Luokan and the others have indeed become the size of mosquitoes of waste. Without the slightest hesitation, Yami had already been dominated by anger. He punched out, and his huge body showed his movement. It's so slow and stiff. But that's an illusion, because only Shunpo and Shuangzuan can avoid the actual speed. If he was hit, Luo Chen would no longer be at the level of flying out of a kilometer and then spitting blood, but was directly beaten into meat patties by the huge pressure. No, we can't do it alone, his body is too huge. Luo Chen shouted. The three of them were far apart at this time, but they were not enough to surround Yami's body. Zaragi Kenpachi also felt that although his sword could cut Tiomi, but if it wasn't for a lasting powerful output, it wouldn't be a damage to such a body, and Kuchiki Byakuya's Senbon Sakura couldn't deal with such a superhuman being. Huge-sized enemies. Nine Tails, come out. Now I can only let Luokan and Juwei go up. The Nine Tails are the largest, but they are still half a head shorter than Yami, which is very unfavorable for combat. It's like the heavyweight class is required in the competition. Of course, the results of players who are not a heavyweight can't be put together for comparison. That's meaningless. Boom. Yami's fist hit the Nine Tails firmly, but as expected of the blessing from his physique, the Nine Tails didn't suffer too much damage, and it's hard to say if he took a few more hits. Even just relying on speed, there is no advantage. At this time, Yami has turned into an evil god who can split the sky and the earth, and all the properties of his body are the best in the world. You can't fight hard. Luokan's spiritual pressure turned into a ladder. He stood high in the sky and watched the battle between the two giant beasts. The entire virtual circle fell silent, because the spiritual pressure of these two guys was too terrifying. Dissolution. Dissolution. How come I forgot about the blurring thing? Luo Chen slapped his forehead. He planned to bless his own dissolution with blur. Nine Tails. Blindness. This is an idea that has never been done before, and an action that has never been practiced. Nine Tails sensed the skyrocketing power of the falling dust, and it was precisely because it was the dissolution that this approach was successful. Roar. The Nine Tails Reiatsu also began to skyrocket, excluding Yami. The face of the Nine Tails condensed a pale mask, and the arms, claws, body and tail were covered with some white armor, which is the characteristic of blur. The figure of the Nine Tails who received the blessing of Reiatsu instantly increased again, and it is no longer a problem to be side by side with Yami. Dissolution plus the power of blur is not a cover. Yami was suppressed in an instant, and the Nine Tails wouldn't let this chance go. It was a phantom flash and a tailed beast jade, and they all slammed into the face of Yami and even bombarded the whole body. The battle of the giant beasts didn't stop, but Ni Yuli was not interested in watching this. He devoted himself to the research of Haicheng, just to Luokan and the others not to spoil their research materials. It looks like the battle over there is about to end. Uno Hanali said deliberately. Hey, I'm so annoying, I'm fighting here too. Ni Yuli said impatiently. While instructing Ni Yinmeng, he was constructing theories about the black accent and making calculations. Very good, I'm done. In front of Ni Yuli, above the sky, a black crack appeared, and then opened to form a black hole. That is Haicheng, the channel through which they can escape from the virtual circle and go to the support of the world. Haha, Luokan, I won, so what should I ask of you? No need, we're done here too. Luokan's sudden appearance shocked Ni Mayuri. In the distance, Yami's body was turning into a spiritual child and dissipating. Luokan, Zaragi Kenpachi, and Kuchiki Byakuya were all scarred, proving that they had experienced a fierce battle. Ellipsis. On the surface, Luo Chen was very calm, but he really wanted to rush to fight for 300 rounds, because he went to the virtual circle and didn't get any benefits. Although, I understand the solution, but this is not enough to make up for the lack of my points. Luo Chen stroked the Nine Tails and sighed, while Yamamoto put all his energy into watching the battle. He is the soul of the corpse. The last trump card, it will not be easy to attack until the real crisis. Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tosen are going to be trapped by his flames, which has already reduced a considerable part of the opposing team's combat power. If nothing happens next, it will only be a captain-level battle. Aizen has to leave it to the final solution, because whether it is dangerous or otherwise, his threat to the Soul Society is incomparable to the 10 Blades. At this point, the battle has already begun, and the opposing Sandblade and their subordinate officers are eager to try. The captains and vice-captains of the Soul Society are also very vigilant. Then if the leader is trapped, then I will lead you by Balagang. No objection is allowed. Balagang is a tall and broken face, and his appearance is an old man. Like Yamamoto, he is extremely majestic, burly and terrifying. On the other side, there was a group of broken faces, all of them women. The leader of them was expressionless and retorted flatly, "You are disrespecting Aizen-sama." Balagang frowned, "You are the one who disrespects me. That's it, Halibal." Halibal did not continue to pay attention to Balagang, and there was a group of middle-aged uncle and a little girl on the other side, and there was no objection. Just looking at the feeling of the uncle, he is not someone who can talk a lot. I saw him yawning and seemed indifferent to everything in front of him, but the little girl beside him was very lively. Luo Chen roughly glanced at the opponent's configuration. Actually, this battle is really not easy to win. Let's not talk about Aizen, it is the previous 3 blades are tricky too. Yamamoto said with a smile, "With you and me here, no matter what, these 10 blades are not a problem. If Aizen is concerned, I can only rely on you." Luoken sighed and thought in his heart, after all, one person took everything. But since you want to throw the blame, I don't care about anything else, I'm going to make up my mind. The battle began, and each captain and 10 blades found their opponents. At this time, Broken Bee and his vice-captain, Omaeda, had already met the subordinate officers of Balagang. Luoken still pays more attention to Broken Bee, because his relationship with Yi is not normal, and Broken Bee and Yi's relationship is not normal. Even though she left the Guardian 13 team, she also said to completion, since he is the acting captain, he usually takes more care of Broken Bee secretly. XXX. She is a child with strong self-esteem, but you can help her secretly. Although he is already the captain, he is still very childish sometimes. Yi said to Luoken. Luoken was paying attention to the Battle of the Broken Bees. In front of the Broken Bees was a handsome face, wearing a mask with long teeth on his head, looking very coercive. And the one who was fighting Omaeda was another tall subordinate officer, who unexpectedly fell into a fierce battle. Omaeda's slash had no effect on the opponent. Luoken could see that this was not the opponent's problem, but Omaeda's own problem. His slash did not use all his strength, as if he was afraid. "I'm afraid your vice-captain is not fake." Luoken couldn't stand it anymore. After Omaeda was shot flying, he immediately stood in front of Omaeda. "Yo, Deputy Captain Omaeda, right? I'll help you." Omaeda shook his clothes and pretended not to care, but he still trembled and said, "Mr. Luoken, it doesn't matter to me, this is the confidence of a rich man." Luoken gritted his teeth, and when he heard Omaeda's withdrawal of money, he was upset for a while. He was trying to earn points on his own side, and Omaeda over there was taking the money in front of him, and he was so angry. "Hey, haven't you talked enough? Let's be stomped into meat sauce by my Nierge." Nierge rushed over, fell heavily to the ground, and stepped on 2 deep pits with his feet. Omaeda covered his mouth. Luo Chen was very helpless. He could see from the spiritual pressure that this person was not weak, or that he would be a little cowardly in battle and often couldn't use his full strength. "There's nothing you can do about it. Who told you to be a member of the 2nd Division, the secret mobile unit? They specialize in assassination. Frontal combat is indeed not their strength." Luo Chen can understand. After all, now Duofeng is being pressed and beaten by the opponent. "I have to finish things quickly here. Is it Neil? I want to see how amazing your power is." Joke, Luo Chen even managed to get over Yami. No matter how powerful Nierge is, can he be compared to Zero Blade? After seeing more powerful things, Luo Chen completely despised these skills. Stomping on him, Giant Elephant Soldier. Neil felt that Luo Chen was also a captain, so he didn't dare to take it lightly, and immediately used his sword to liberate. After the sword was released, Nerja's whole body was covered with green hair, the broken face on the top of his head covered his face, and a body like a python grew on his face. Is that a nose? As expected of a giant elephant soldier. This was the first time that Luo Chen had seen such a thick and long nose. Death. The nose hit, like a steel whip. It actually pierced Luoken's spiritual pressure, and slashed horizontally according to Luoken's body. Sometimes a blunt weapon is no worse than a sword's attack power. Luoken was in no hurry and used the Zanpakudo to block, but Nirj suddenly changed his strategy. His nose began to retract, rolled up Luoken, and directly restrained him. Hey, you guy, you are quite tricky. Luo Chen laughed angrily. He originally wanted that guy to vent his anger, but instead he was entangled. But the Nine Tails was not controlled. It attacked with sharp claws, leaving deep claw marks on Nerger's nose. Neil gave a loud cry and immediately let go of the dust. Luo Chen grabbed Neil's nose and pulled the car over, knocked him unconscious with the back of a knife, then scratched his head and said, "That's it." For Luoken, this kind of battle is really a pediatric thing, but she is a little uncomfortable. Of course, these broken faces are all numbered broken faces, and they are basically not weak. After Luoken mastered the solution, the overall level has risen by a lot. Reason. At this moment, a figure suddenly descended, knocking the newly awakened Neil completely unconscious. Team leader. Broken Bee. Luoken looked up at the sky. It was the broken face that kept the broken bee down, and the broken bee couldn't find a chance to fight back at all. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. Luoken, are you alright? Seeing Luoken's arrival, Sufeng just asked lukewarmly. After all, Luoken and Yi Yi, whom she admired, are more than friends, and Sufeng's attitude towards Luoken is not like that. To others. Of course, that's what happened. I haven't seen her for a long time. Humph. I don't know, Mr. Yike is like this, he likes to play missing, so I guess only you and Zibo Kong can find her. What are you talking about there? It's still in the fight. Don't you take my subordinate officer Gyo-sama under Lord Balagan into consideration. The broken face slowly descended from the sky, and his Zanpakudo pointed at Luoken and Sufeng. Very arrogant, Luoken sneered, your family. Are you worthy of talking to me? You are not 10 blades. Hee, just a captain level, don't be too arrogant. Don't you know that the adults of 10 blades have a combat power far beyond the captain level? Gio said angrily. Broken Bee wanted to rush up, but don't fall down, don't be brave. This is my battle, even if you are Lord Yi's man, I will not allow you to stop me. Broken Bee subconsciously resisted. What did this child say? Luo Chen was taken aback by the words blurted out by the bee, but he quickly recovered his calm and coughed awkwardly. Your battles are mainly assassinations, and head-on combat has never been your strength. You can't take advantage of this kind of battle. But I need to constantly improve my strength so that Lord Yi recognizes me. Luo Chen pointed out. No one is perfect, you can't have an advantage in every field of battle, everyone has their own things that they are good at or not good at. Bumblebee looked at Luoken, thinking that he was going to talk like an old mother for a long time, and Gio also frowned. Really, does the captain level talk so much? But Luo Chen changed his words and said sternly, do you think I would say that? Seeing that you didn't use your full strength in the Reiatsu just now, you were just testing it, you wanted to accumulate for yourself in the 10 Blades battle. Corresponding experience. Broken Bee was taken aback. She didn't expect her thoughts to be seen through by Luoken. A hint of red appeared on her face, and she was a little shy. If this level is your battle, I really hope to intervene. But don't worry, because the subordinate officials and the 10 blades are all in my pocket. Luo Chen could not allow himself to be busy for most of the day without any gain. Arrogant. Then I will no longer hide my strength. You actually think that woman can defeat me, then I will defeat you all in one breath. Gio's spiritual pressure skyrocketed, and Balagang in the distance nodded with satisfaction. If all his subordinate officers were defeated, his face would not look good. Now he pinned all his hopes on Gio's on the body. Gio's whole body has changed. Luokan is all too familiar with this move, which is the liberation of the sword. Gio shouted, "Crush him, Hu Fang Zunfang." Gio's limbs were covered with protection, and his whole body was undergoing structural changes. Roar. Isn't this similar to Grimjiao? Grimjiao. Broken Bee and Omaeda didn't understand who Luo Chen was talking about. Gio was indeed very angry. Don't mention him to me, it's just the sixth blade. I'm the subordinate officer of the second blade Lord Balagang, but in terms of status, he is much higher than him. That guy is so rebellious, it just pissed me off. In any case, your status is lower, right? Not even 10 blades. Don't pretend to be a tiger. The two of them didn't talk for a while, and they didn't say a few words. They were already full of gunpowder, and Gio didn't talk nonsense. He rushed up after drawing the sword, and his speed increased even more after the sword was released. Even Broken Bee was a little surprised. She is known for her speed. She was also surprised that Bromian would have such a big increase after the release of the sword, and this is still in this world. However, on Luokan's side, the situation is different. Luokan has seen Grimjiao's speed, Nutra's defense, and Yami's power. In fact, these are not even 10-blade subordinates. Luokan also burst out with his own speed, but Gio laughed out loud. It seems that those guys in 10 blades are all parallel imports, only the Master Balagang that I serve as the real number one. How do you say it? Luo Chen was curious whether this person was brainwashed by Balagang. Could it be that the ability of that old man in Balagang is brainwashing? Looking at Balagang's eyes, there is a sharp edge hidden in the burnout, and Luo Chen shuddered. I felt exactly the same as Yamamoto. It seems that he is indeed a ruthless character. The first 4 blades are not easy to deal with. Gio said, because you were able to escape from their men, it seems that your level is about 55. In terms of speed, Luokan's speed is indeed lower than that of Gio, but with his keen Reiatsu, he can dodge Gio's attacks every time, which makes Gio very disdain. No, you made a mistake. It wasn't that I escaped from them and returned to the world, but I came back after defeating them. You must be clear about this difference. Really, why do subordinate officials always talk so much? What? Luo Chen was no longer interested in the broken face under the 10 blades. He said to Broken Bee, well, can you estimate their level, then I will accept this guy unceremoniously. Hearing the consciousness in Luokan's mouth, Gio wanted to deal with him, and suddenly became angry and shouted, I haven't used my true strength yet. Gio's body suddenly soared, and the thin skin and tender flesh on his body turned into muscles that had more visual impact than his teeth, and his 2 arms turned into sharp blades. He is more burly than Balagang or even Nierj now, but all of this is under the control of Luo Chen. For the sake of a quick solution, feel fortunate, you will be the first one to kill me in this world. Noodle. Solution. Buzz. Falling dust cuts the space, uses Shunbu, and wipes Gio's body slowly past, just like a poet enjoying flowers among the flowers, leaping on the water without a trace of ripples. PFF'd. Gio spat out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He still wanted to resist, but suddenly he knew that he was dying soon, and he turned in the direction of Balagang. Although Balagang in the distance sat peacefully, his brows were tightly furrowed together. He could feel that all his subordinate officers had been eliminated by the other party, and none of them remained. Chapter 1243. That guy is going to go crazy. He looks very angry. Omaeda looked at Balagang, a little scared. He hid behind Broken Bee and Luo Chen. At the same time, a spiritual pressure rolled over, and all objects within this range were squeezed. Of course, the center needless to say, of course, it was Luo Chen and the 3 of them. Omaeda was crushed by the spiritual pressure and could not stand upright. After all, he was only the vice captain, while Sufeng and Luokan were able to face it calmly. After all, the spiritual pressure that Bale had just said was an attack, and it was a kind of temptation. He was tempted. Dust off their bottom line. Luokan, I'm sorry, can you please withdraw from my battlefield this time? I haven't used all my strength for a long time. The combat effectiveness of the 2nd Division is not at the bottom, I want to prove it. Broken Bee had no intention of discussing with Luokan, but walked towards Balagang on his own. Omaeda had no choice but to follow. Luokan waved his hand. He knew that Broken Bee's self-esteem was very strong. This time, show your true skills, then I won't bother you for the time being, but if you can't take it any longer, don't lose face. After speaking, the three parted ways, and Luokan moved to other battlefields again, and soon his target was concentrated on Shiro Yukitake and Jingle Chunchui. Compared to other battlefields, where the smell of gunpowder is full of gunpowder, it is more like two martial artists are having a friendly discussion. Although Jingle Chunchui and the Uncle Pomian on the opposite side have used a lot of energy in one slash and flash, they appear to be lazy. Yo, Mr. Luokan, you're here too, but you don't need to help here, you can deal with the land alone. Shiro Yukitake said with a smile. He was also sitting very comfortably, not worried to watch the battle. It's not too tense. Luokan was helpless, but he knew that Jingle Chunchui was very strong. In the 13th team of the Guardian, he was one of the few people who couldn't see through. The first choice for a commander-in-chief. The same is true for the Broken Face who fought against Jingle Chunchui. Apart from his appearance, no matter how he moves or speaks, he is very compatible with Jingle Chunchui, and he is more like a partner. Hey, you guys, are you going to help? I tell you, Stark is very strong, and that uncle will be beheaded soon. A girl who had been with Stark all the time said to Luokan and the others proudly, as if she was already winning. Kiraku is also very strong. Little girl, maybe we will win. Shiro Yukitake said calmly. He was just stating the facts. Fallen Chen was aware of Stark's unusualness, because Stark's face-breaking appearance was almost absent, and it might have been hidden, but it didn't explain anything. After the face is broken, the closer you are to humans, the stronger your strength will be. This Stark is completely human. I don't know what blade it is. Speaking of which, their number is still unknown. Luo Chen looked at the battlefield. Stark, Balagan, and Hannibal. The little girl was very angry when she heard Uzumaki say this, because in her heart, Stark was the strongest, so how about we two fight? Little girl, you are still a child, and you are a girl. I will not fight with you. You should not be on the battlefield. I'm not a little girl, I'm Pomian Lilinet. Besides, what do you think when you talk to Pomian about your age? Luokan knew that if the four of them didn't show their true skills in the battlefield here, it would be difficult for him to intervene, so he left and turned his attention back to Tushiro and Matsumoto Ranju. On the other side, the situation was not very optimistic. Tushiro and Matsumoto Ranku were in a bitter battle. Whether it was Hannibal facing Tushiro or Matsumoto Rankabetsu, the battle was very difficult. Hannibal is one of the first three blades. She is also the only female with a broken face. With brown skin and yellow hair, she looks like a full sister. Luokan noticed her early on, because she and Nailu were eye-catching enough in a crowd of broken faces, which can be said to be eye-catching to the extreme. Aren't you going to help your vice-captain? I think he's going to be killed by my adjutants. Hannibal said calmly. His face was wrapped in his collar, so he couldn't see his expression clearly. Tushiro is also very tangled, because he can't get out now. Matsumoto Ranju seems to be fighting back and forth with those three subordinate officials, but in fact, he has fallen into the disadvantage and may lose his life at any time. He was anxious, and there was a flaw in his moves. Hannibal sees the flaw and forced Tushiro to retreat. Now both of them are in crisis. Just when they were in a hurry, Luo Chen could be said to be Shanshan's late arrival in their eyes. It doesn't matter, right? Luokan came to Matsumoto Ranju, back to back with her. Matsumoto Ranju felt that the pressure on his body was relieved by a large part, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Luokan, fortunately you're here. Matsumoto Ranju usually reflects the character of a big sister. Everyone under his command will be helped, but he is also very gentle in front of the people he cares about. The arrival of Luokan made Matsumoto Ranju feel the dependence. This kind of feeling was only felt in the original Ichimaru Jin and Toshiro. Toshiro was relieved when he saw Luokan coming, and he handed over his vice captain without any worries. After falling out of the dust, the state of fighting with Halibal also returned, and Halibal suddenly felt a little tricky. In Luokan and Matsumoto Ranju, they were surrounded by 3 of Halibal's subordinate officers, and those 3 subordinate officers were all women. Why, do you think you can escape our siege or even defeat us 2-on-1? That's naive. Although they said so, and their personalities were very arrogant, they were very vigilant about Luokan, because they felt that the spiritual pressure of Matsumoto Ranju and even Toshiro couldn't compare to Luokan, and Luokan gave them the same feeling. Same as Yamamoto. This time you may encounter a tricky guy. Don't be afraid, they are still smaller than us. Luokan smiled and said, sometimes, quantity doesn't mean quality, ladies. This is an obvious reason. Even if a few vice captains work together, they may not be able to defeat a captain-level death god. At this time, the quality gap cannot be made up by quantity. Then let us see and see. Let's see if your captain-level Reiatsu is real or fake. Sun, Apache. The 3 of them were surrounded even more closely. Matsumoto Ranju used the gray cat to defend, but was easily cut off by their Zanpakuto and approached step by step. Ellipsis. Death. Be careful, Miros. When one of them attacked Ranju Matsumoto, the people next to him could see clearly that Luokan had already blocked Matsumoto Ranju. The speed was so fast that neither Sun nor Apache could see it clearly, and even Miros who was in the gray cat couldn't see it clearly, and the Zanpakuto was blocked. What a lot of strength. Milos was taken aback. Seeing this, Matsumoto Ranju immediately tightened the gray cat and wrapped Milos tightly. If Matsumoto Ranju, who was already injured, used the gray cat, the power would be reduced by most, and each of these 3 subordinate officials would be easily broken open. But Miros was obviously careless. When he attacked, he encountered an unexpected counterattack from Luokan, and he didn't get out for a while. The fog of the gray cat is flying, which is similar to Kuchiki Byakuya's Chinban Sakura. It can be turned into 10,000 blades with one knife. Luokan looks at it carefully, and wants to learn something from it. With a muffled sound, Miros finally escaped from it, but his body was already covered with scars. Damn, it was put together. How can you guys fight 2 against 1 tilde? Luo Chen was really startled by this sentence. Why, you 3 can do it, but we can't fight 2 against 1. Do you really want to laugh at me? The 3 felt insulted, and Miros was also a little embarrassed, but instead became angry and said, Sun, Apache, show him some color. Didn't you say you want 2 to fight 1? When the other 2 heard this, the corners of their mouths rose slightly, which means they understood the meaning of Miros's words, but Apache said, use that trick so quickly. Is it really good? Then you can't play. XXX. Sun said, alright, I still want to rest. At this time, Shindao appeared, and she looked much better than before. Mr. Luokan, Miss Matsumoto, I'm here to help you. If it's 2 to 3, I'm welcome. Seeing the arrival of Hina Moritao, Toshiro was in a complicated mood, because the relationship between Hina Moritao and himself and Aizen was really complicated. An unexpected bomb during the showdown. Luokan was also nervous when he saw Xiaozentao, because Luokan still remembered that in his impression, Xiaozentao was really excited and lost his eyes because of his emotions. But now, seeing the healthy appearance and fighting enthusiasm of Hinamori Dao and ordinary people, Luokan felt a little relieved, but she didn't know how she would react when she saw Aizen. Humph. The 3 broken faces here didn't care. Look at this Reiatsu, how about 1 more vice captain? It's just cannon fodder. The 6 stood still and formed a confrontation, but the Reiatsu of Sun, Apache, and Miros began to change. Hang her, White Snake Princess. Throw her away, Bilu Fighting Girl. Bite her away, Golden Lion General. Luokan had already prepared and reminded. You too, be careful, this is the liberation of the sword, which is equivalent to the solution of the god of death, and should not be taken lightly. Don't worry, Mr. Luokan, we are also the vice captain. The spiritual pressure dissipated, and Sun Sun's lower body turned into a white snake. She covered half of her face with her sleeve, looking very charming. Miro's hair was fluffy and turned golden. It really looked like a lion, and the mask on Apache's head not only had a single horn, but also 2 antlers on both sides. Is this a zoo? Luo Chen looked at the 3 figures in the shape of a snake, a deer, and a lion in front of him, and thought of Grimjiao and Nutra again, and couldn't help but complain. They all released phantom flashes towards Luokan. Each phantom flash was very huge, no less than 10 blades, running through the entire space. But after Luokan's reminder, Matsumoto Renki and Hinamori Dao did not underestimate the enemy, and immediately avoided the past, causing the 3 of them to be dissatisfied. Che, we've escaped, but we haven't made a real move yet. Come on, don't hold back, Lord Hannibal is still waiting for us. That's right, let's show you our strongest weapon. The 3 of them tore off their left arm without hesitation, because even Luo Chen had never seen it before, but the right arm that was torn off did not lose the characteristics of life, but was tightly bound together. The surrounding spiritual pressure was absorbed, forming a thin film, wrapping the arms of the 3, and there was a heartbeat sound, heavy and slow, very powerful. What is that? Luokan had never seen such a move before, and soon, everything was revealed. In the spherical body like an egg, a giant burst out. Boom! There was a wave of air around, and the spiritual pressure hit Luo Chen's body, which has reached the level of captain. Matsumoto Renki and Hinamori Momo showed pained expressions. But before the 3 of them could calm down, the ostrich was dispatched. He took a sudden step and faced Luo Chen. Although he didn't have high-level intelligence, he still saw that Luo Chen was the biggest threat. However, Sakudanai's hands were not idle, and his fists knocked Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Momo flying away. The distance is too far, and there are 2 people, Luokan can't rescue in time. The 2 were shot flying. Matsumoto Ranju's body was hit by a powerful fist, and the trauma had reached a level that could kill him. And although Hina Moritao didn't appear to be seriously injured, in fact, she could feel that all the bones in her body had been shattered, and her body had almost no sense of limbs. The 37th Dao, Hanging Star. Luokan waved his hand, and a bound road broke through the air, wrapping Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao in it and hanging them in the air, barely saving their lives. Luokan wanted to quickly return to help, but was punished by Yatankang times. Luokan could see that the 2 had fallen into a coma. Get away from me. Luokan's face sank, but even if Luokan released the spiritual pressure, he would not be afraid, but would be angry, and would want to shred the power in front of him. Are you ignorant and fearless? But I'm not in the mood to fight with you for the time being. I'll talk about it when I save the person. Answer. Ninetales. Ninetales roared excitedly, and finally it was time for him to appear, and he was eager to try it when he saw that it was baked. He let go of the 9 tails, and Luo Chen went around to the side, blocked by Yataoguan, but suddenly stopped on the way, because the 9 tails stood in front of it. Boom! Another giant beast appeared, and the chattering swayed the threat. It and the 9 tails couldn't see each other, and a monster battle unfolded on the street. Ellipsis. 9 tails roared and rushed up, and it could even be said that there was only instinct left, but it knew that this monster with the same size as itself was aimed at him. Sakuya, who didn't know what to fear, probably wouldn't hesitate to see Yamamoto, so it collided with Kyubi, causing a violent ground shake, and the surrounding houses began to collapse. At the same time, the spiritual pressure of 2 giant beasts was also spread. Although the Sakutang condemned the male and Qianzhao, but like the 9 tails, the spiritual pressure has reached the level of the quasi-captain. It should not be underestimated. And Hina Mori Dao will not be defeated in an instant. 9 tails, can you hold on? Luo Chen worried. Even though Zhu Wei's strength was already very strong, Luo Chen was still very worried. There are long antlers on the source of the phlegm, and the 9 tails grabbed it and pulled it to both sides. If a person of average size would feel a strong sense of oppression, it would be the fear of giant beasts, but the 9 tails of the same size would not eat this set, roar. They started yelling at each other, and each roar triggered a Reiatsu collision, and the surrounding buildings fell one after another, none of which fell, and all the glass was shattered. Juwei's tail was entangled in the phlegm and caused trouble, and the scorpion's core was unfortunately unable to bounce, and instantly became furious. It opened its mouth. This time it was beyond Juwei's expectations. Originally thought that the small area where the mask was written on the oval of the Sakuden Naso roasted oval didn't look like the size of a human face, but I didn't expect that it was just a decoration on its head. The real mouth opened like a whale. Yatan clawed to grab Juwei's tail, and it was difficult to escape. Seeing that the 9 tails were about to be bitten, it condensed the tailed beast jade in its mouth, and went to the ellipse according to the sputum and sputum. Boom! After the explosion, Juwei instantly broke free from the phlegm, eyes and tired, and jumped back. The smoke dissipated, and the scorpion was still alive and running. Sun, Miros, and Apache, who were watching from the sky, all had their arms broken. When they saw them, they were very anxious, because in their eyes, Sakuya, who was invincible in their eyes, would even be in a tie with the opponent. Kill it, give it to me. Apache was very angry. She gestured, and she laughed out loud as she was the grandson next to the blade. What are you doing? It's really funny. It's not like you don't know that the words of Yutang have complied with our words. Seeing that the conversation was wrong, Miros hurriedly intervened between the two of them to mediate. Okay, Lord Hannibal is still watching. This is during a battle, so be serious. Humph. It is true that Yatan Nangxi has little to do with them. Although Yasho was conceived and born, it can be seen that he is already an independent individual. Luokan didn't sit still when Kuiwei and Yatao Zhao asked Ben Mazuka, and he quickly rushed to Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao's side. Fortunately, I have practiced the Tao of bondage during this period of time. It can only be regarded as a temporary cramming, but it is enough. I will talk about the rest later. Luo Chen ran towards the hanging star he cast. That was just now the binding path he used in a hurry. He didn't have much practice skills in the first place, and he just rushed out just now, but fortunately it was a success. In front of the two, Luokan was also very sad, because Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao were already pale and sweating profusely in the coma, and their expressions were still painful in the coma. This injury is too serious. Luokan hurriedly exchanged the best potion from the system and gave them to them. Even the best potion would take time to absorb. Seeing that their lives might be at risk at any time, Luokan was also a little anxious. At this time, the helper finally arrived. It was the other vice captains. Mr. Luokan, we're here, please hurry up and defeat that guy. Yes, now I can only rely on you. Are they face to face with Yadao Puqian? Because Zidane is a leader-level Reiatsu who can attack indiscriminately, the vice-captain level is really hard to beat, and the other captains can't get away now. Toshiro is fighting with Hannibal, Shatterby is facing off against Balagang, Jingle Chunshui and Stark still have no winner, Shiryu Kataki is held back by Lillinette, and Captain Yamamoto is monitoring Lan. The movements of Ran and others can't even pull away. I'll leave it to you here, and cure them for me. Yes. Leaving these words, Luokan left. He still had the two of them in his heart, but he knew what to do now. Returning to the battlefield, Juwei and Yataolong Weiyuan Mirage Niu Juwei and Luokan defeated Yami of the Zeroth Blade, but both of them knew that although Yami was the Zeroth Blade, it was also Reiatsu. The real Zero Blade, his strength has not really grown up. If Yami's spiritual power control and spiritual pressure mastery can continue to improve, Luo Chen has a very bad guess. Neither Aizen, Yamamoto or even himself can suppress Yami. Luckily, Luo Chen and Juwei had already resolved this matter before the matter developed to that level. Facing the savage and arrogant behavior, even though they had zero intelligence, other aspects should not be underestimated. But that's the end of it. Kyubi, come back. With Luo Chen's order, the 9 tails turned into a spiritual child and returned to the Zanpakuto, and Yatoran then looked at Luo Chen and let out a provocative roar. Luo Chen let out a long sigh, and concentrated all his spiritual sons on the Zanpakudo. Gather my spiritual sons on the tip of the knife, and try this trick. Most people's naked eyes can't capture the fleeting flash of light, but everyone present noticed the flash of light. In this world, it was a quick stab that didn't even exist for a second. Just now, Luokan combined Lingxi, Zushin, Tailed Beast Jade and Lingshu. Nothing could resist this move. There was no blood in the sputum male brain swish class, because the energy just now had already sublimated the blood. And the cut surface is smooth, because it is too sharp. This void seems to be there from the beginning. Regardless of whether it was because of the slap in the face, Zushana was stunned. Diaresis, if that attack hit any of us just now, it should be completely neutralized by now, and I won't even be able to go to hell. Quote. Yato's body was motionless, his head sank slightly, as if observing his own wound. He was feeling the pain he had never felt since he was born into this world. Ellipsis. Who? After a brief stagnation, Yatan 3. Junshuo added an astonishing roar, and even Yamamoto raised his eyebrows slightly and looked towards Luo Chen, not to mention the other people who were still fighting. What is that big monster over there? Who did you fight with that guy? But curiosity returned to curiosity, and their own battles did not stop, but the people on the side of the soul world felt a pressure, because if that kind of giant beast didn't come out in person, it would be hard to imagine who else would be able to beat. The vice captains who were healing Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao also had complex expressions on their faces. They looked at Luokan in front of them, stood late, and did not panic, but they had an urge to run away. Mr. Luokan, although he is valued by Captain Yamamoto and has become an acting captain, but other than the level of captain, no one seems to have seen him fight. I don't know if he is strong. Believe in Luokan, now I can only believe in him. Another said, although his confidence was not very strong. At this moment, Matsumoto Ranju opened one eye with difficulty and said, you can trust him, if I say, only Zaragi Kenpachi can draw a tie with him among the captains of the Gote 13 team. Right. Matsumoto Ranju still doesn't know that Luokan has been recognized by Yamamoto as a strong man of the same level, but the inference she made is enough to convince people. And what about the current fallout? He has already opened the dissolution, and even he does not know what the upper limit of the dissolution is. Sakutao Mirage was afraid that the locusts would bombard him, so he wanted to kill the little man who had hurt him, and crushed it into pieces. Boom! With a punch, the ground exploded, leaving a large pit that is nearly 10 meters tall, but Luo Chen had already jumped into the air, not only dodging the tomb of Yatan, but also arriving at Yatan Neon swimming. Just when Luo Chen was thinking about this, Yatufan Kong Nafa suddenly opened several eyes and turned around, but instantly locked the direction of Luo Chen, and his head quickly took a strange posture rotate to completely lock the falling dust. Luokan didn't mean to run away anymore, let's fight quickly. After all, you can't waste too much time on your 3 subordinate officials. The tone is not small. There is a kind of don't hide, let me tell you. Our Yeoden Shenkong Paiwube, 1, treats the badger's sidekick. She feels that there is no way for Luokan, let alone Luokan. In their eyes, the only it is Yamamoto who needs to be vigilant. But Luokan's strength was beyond their expectations. If Luokan had gone to the virtual circle, he might have been waiting for Yamamoto to slay his opponent, but now it's different. Come on, Nine Tails. Let's try what we can cut off. Buzz. It is not an ordinary slash with energy stacking, but a move that directly tears the space without attacking specific objects. There is no killing intent, only destruction. After the space is broken, it will be reconnected. Everything is as if it was just now, and there is no change, but the objects torn by the space break can never be restored, Wang Jiao, because the space as the source repels there, continuous. Rationality exists. The body of the phlegm instantly turned into 2 halves, separated to the 2 sides, and let the back fall toward Luokan. The whole process is smooth, like a roller coaster falling from the top. This This is impossible. The three people with broken faces were stunned. They knew that only the leader could defeat Rui Jun, but it wasn't so fast. Luo Chen achieved a direct instant kill. Yamamoto smiled slightly from a distance. He looked at Luo Chen and was very satisfied. He felt that he had a successor. Even if he had any accident, Luo Chen and other excellent captains would stabilize the situation. But Yadan wrote Xian Nong Mandu Chunji Yue Xingsan. He acted by instinct, and the two halves of the body were still following the instinct before his death, that is to kill Luo Chen. The body squirmed and attacked Luoken. Luoken clicked his mouth, and waved again. This time it was not to cut off the space, because after that, the scorpion and the phoenix were thinned by a thin layer of guanidine to completely eliminate its existence. Tailed Beast Jade Slash. The entire blade carried the spiritual pressure, revealing the breath of the tailed beast jade. A barrier unfolded in an instant, and the spiritual pressure composed of the tailed beast jade was vented out, like a hell swept by the flames of the burning sky. Sakuran Y passed in, and it was not elements such as lightning, flame, ice, etc., but simply annihilation, swallowing, erasing. In just an instant, the phlegm body disappeared in front of everyone completely, cleanly, and without leaving any trace, as if it had never appeared before. Miros, Sun, and Apache went from being proud, to being shocked, to being angry. They looked at the empty battlefield, gritted their teeth, and rushed towards Luoken. Look at what you've done. Damn it. Miros's sharp claws had already attacked, and she was ruthless in the face of Luoken. She was out of anger. Sun took a long-range attack. She turned into a big snake, opened her bloody mouth, and spewed flames from it. Apache also rushed up. Luoken never looked at them again, because they were considered to have severely injured Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao in front of them. Retaliate this revenge now. You have no chance. Can you withstand our attack? Luo Chen smiled slightly, moved his horizontal knife forward, and used a slash again. Fortunately, the two of them have improved this time, so I will let you suffer the same pain as them. If you survive, what will happen next? It's up to them to avenge their revenge. Boom. The three of them were slashed and flew out, and the whole body was attacked by the spiritual pressure. The whole street was turned into ruins, and the dust was taken away. Miros and the others were already covered with bruises. They fell into the ruins and passed out. Hannibal frowned in the sky, and an unpleasant emotion emerged in his heart. Have you been defeated? I will avenge you. Tushiro stood in front of Hannibal and said, anyway, your opponent is me now, and I won't let you pass. Hannibal didn't talk nonsense. She undid the zipper on her upper body, and there was a large number, 3, written on the place where her clothes just covered it. Third 10 blades. Tushiro became even more vigilant. XXX. On the side of Broken Bee, the spiritual pressure of Balagang came over and over again. Has Hannibal also suffered heavy damage? Who is that Luo Chen? But he didn't lose his mind, and said slowly, in this case, I have to avenge my subordinates. Chapter 1244. Hannibal unbuttoned her shirt, and what appeared in front of her was a striking number, 3. On her chest, Tushiro's eyes widened. A strength like you ranks third among the 10 blades. Tushiro sensed the increase in Hannibal's aura, and knew that she would definitely use the secret technique of sword liberation. So Tushiro made all-round preparations. He placed Hingren Maru in front of him, and his body gradually formed a layer of ice, forming a defense. Although there was no solution yet, it allowed him to complete the solution in an instant. What do you call my strength? When did I give you the illusion that I have used all my strength? Hannibal's expression became even more indifferent. Destroy him, Queen Shark. As the liberation language was spoken, the spiritual pressure of her whole body began to emerge, and then a huge wave appeared around her, gradually wrapping her whole body in it. What is that? Na Ling Ya Jan, it's so perverted. The Shinigami and Bromian who were fighting or watching around stopped everything in their hands at this moment, and looked up at the huge water polo, hovering high in the air. Tushiro was a little nervous, because he could feel that Linya of Hannibal was rising rapidly and had surpassed the level of captain. Although he was still far from Yamamoto, it should be difficult for a normal captain to compete. Luokan, no, why do I always rely on Luokan? Even if I'm one of the captains who are not too old, I have to work hard to improve my strength. Toshiro swallowed the words that he wanted to rush out of his throat just now, held his breath silently, and faced the water polo the size of a meteorite. Boom! The water polo was torn apart from the middle, and a huge amount of water turned into a weapon, and landed on the ground, like a tsunami, washing away all the cars on the ground, and several buildings were overturned by this extremely strong impact. Made into pieces, drifting away with the current. What appeared in the water polo was Hannibal, who had completed the liberation of the sword. Luokan originally thought that Toshiro Hot Spring could be singled out, but after seeing Hannibal's liberation of the sword, Luokan felt a bad feeling in his heart. Hunch. That kind of strength, even if it is me, if I don't take the enemy seriously, I will be injured, not to mention it is the first time to face Toshiro with the 10 blades. Luo Chen made a decisive decision, after dealing with Matsumoto Ranju and Hinamori Dao. After the incident, he immediately rushed towards the battlefield on Toshiro's side with his 9 tails. But it's still a step behind. After Hannibal was liberated by the sword, her strength and speed increased by a rank. Her sword became as huge as her body was covered with white armor, and her brown skin was more dazzling when reflected by the water. The mask on her face has disappeared, revealing a beautiful appearance, but she can also see her cold expression and anger more clearly. Trident Mist Halberd. Hannibal swung her weapon with lightning speed. Toshiro felt that something was wrong, and within all the reaction time, he immediately launched a solution. But it's still too late. Even if Toshiro's spiritual pressure, defense, and speed have been improved by a notch, he still hasn't been able to catch up. Before Hinarumaru could block the attack, a slash formed by several high-pressure water currents had already arrived, and in just an instant, it passed by Toshiro's shoulder. It wasn't that Toshiro escaped this attack, but because Hannibal's attack had already cut off Toshiro's right arm. Luokan finally arrived at this time. He held up the injured Dong Shilang, slowly put him back to the ground, and called for the people around him to rescue him. Toshiro still maintains the state just now, as if he doesn't believe that he will be defeated like this, because after losing an arm, his strength will indeed be greatly reduced, and he is still invincible in his complete state. Luokan then rushed into the sky, took Toshiro's place, and confronted Hannibal, who looked at Luokan even colder than Toshiro. It's you, the 3 subordinate officers who wounded me. Very well, you're gone. Hannibal doesn't talk nonsense. He has such an attitude towards his enemies, and Luo Chen is also very excited. I didn't expect them to hurt their comrades in front of him time and time again. How can this be endured? This war was originally a matter of no one to avenge who, and now there are only us who are really fighting. Hannibal was in the distance, looking down at Luo Chen, and wielding her own weapon. Luo Chen fought with all her might, and had no intention of neglecting, because she used the dissolution when she defeated Ulquiorra, and the first 3 blades were of course possible even worse. 9 tails. Dissolution. Luokan's spiritual pressure and Hannibal's spiritual pressure were equally divided in this space, each accounting for half, which made Hannibal a little surprised, but Luokan was a little helpless, because he felt that Hannibal was not as strong as he imagined. I have some strength, but I will use all my strength to defeat you and avenge my subordinate. Hannibal formed a stream of water around each other, besieging Luokan. Hey, they're not dead yet. I don't take the blame for what you said, and there is still a cure. Luo Chen reminded him after avoiding the attacks of the water. The currents that escaped were all under Haribel's complete control, and came back 360 degrees without dead ends to attack Luokan. Luokan looked unable to escape, and could only resist with Reiatsu and Zanpakudo. Go down. To completely disperse you, I'll see how you control it. In the end, these water currents are only controlled by Hannibal. If the Reiki in them is completely dissipated, these water currents will be headless and turn into ordinary water currents. But Luokan was struggling a bit this time, because he loves you together and his slashes are basically tangible things. This is the first time he has attacked water. A sense of powerlessness. Although it is not completely impossible to fight, the water that has been scattered will reunite, which is very difficult. Hannibal contemptuously said, "It seems that you are at this level. You have a Reiatsu, but you are just like that kid, and you will be defeated by me." Saying that, Hannibal no longer tried, but hit Luo Chen more severely. "That kid's ice may still restrain me a little bit, but now he's not good enough. You should call your captain quickly. When did I give you the illusion that I couldn't use ice?" The temperature of the space plummeted. Ellipsis. Click. Hannibal's water flow was completely frozen together, and she was taken aback. She didn't expect to have such a powerful ice-type Zanpakuto user besides Tushiro. "Do you have the same abilities?" Even Yamamoto, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, was a little surprised by this. According to the information obtained, Luokan's original Zanpakuto was not an ice type, but the current Luokan is no longer the original Luokan. "I don't know how many secrets Luo Chen has, but this time he really put me together." Yamamoto smiled and narrowed his eyes. Luo Chen swung the Zanpakuto and froze the water behind Hannibal, one by one, and icicles appeared in the sky, turning into pieces. "Ability isn't the same, right? The attributes of my Zanpakuto can be said to be a brand new attribute." Luokan replied. In fact, he wasn't very clear, because the 9 tails Zanpakuto was based on Luokan's use. Say, no attributes at all, or all attributes. "No matter what you are, even if it's an ice element, I won't lose." Hannibal got out of the shock just now and straightened her posture, because she could no longer retreat in this battle. Ice Blade Slash. After making up a random name, Luo Chen didn't care about these things and slashed towards Hannibal. It was an ice blade transformed from Reiatsu, as sharp as Zanpakuto. Scorching Current. Hannibal's Zanpakuto extended a high-pressure water flow, spreading out to both sides, forming a wingspan covering a large space, wrapping himself in it. Even the ice couldn't break through the defense, and it was all smashed into pieces by the high-pressure water current. Hannibal took this opportunity to extend the water current and swept the dust away. Jia. Luokan's spiritual pressure spread out and blended into the surrounding water, all the water turned into ice. In this confrontation, neither side still took advantage of it. Humph. Originally this is not an attacking move, and it makes sense for you to follow. Hannibal said calmly. Then, can you keep up? Hannibal used her huge Zanpakuto as a turret. The tip of the blade was facing the dust, the spiritual pressure was condensed in the blade, and a high-speed water current impacted on both sides of the blade, which was faster than the speed of the virtual flash. Click. Luokan swung the knife and turned the water into ice cubes, but the initial speed was still very fast after being weakened in Luokan's spiritual pressure field, and Luokan could only use the Zanpakuto to split it. Hannibal's attacks continued incessantly, and Luo Chen resisted for a while and found that it was not the way to go on like this. Sooner or later, the opponent's physical strength would be exhausted. Then can you keep up with my speed? Luokan did not entangle with Hannibal, and began to compete for speed. Using Shunpo, in the cave in space, Hannibal's attack never locked Luokan's position again. Being placed, Hannibal was not angry, but chased Luo Chen and went up. She started a ringing turn and competed with Luo Chen. In the sky, the phantoms of the two people flickered, and the vice-captain level could not be seen at all. Trouble. In this case, you don't need to run away, let me completely cover this area. Seeing that although Hannibal could catch up with Luo Chen, he was unable to decide the winner in this field, and became anxious. Hannibal stood in the center, and the spiritual pressure began to gather. She pointed at the sky with her sword, and the spiritual children gathered. The sky began to gloom, which made people feel depressed, because the above is not ordinary clouds, but full of Hannibal's spiritual pressure. Of clouds. All the water in this area is under my control, destroy it for me. Hannibal's Zanpakuto swiped heavily, and that was not a slash, but a more powerful attack. I saw that there was a big hole in the sky. It was a hole in the clouds, and a water column poured out from it. It was just above the location of Luokan. Looking at this speed, even Luokan couldn't escape this range. This spiritual pressure is so powerful. Du Chung swallowed, but he was not afraid, just sighed, because, however, it seems that such a strong spiritual pressure can't catch up with me now. Hallible's heart skipped a beat. She didn't care about the things around her anymore, and now she just wanted to crush the falling dust into pieces. Luokan, how do you resist this attack? Yamamoto watched from the side, not because he didn't believe that Luokan couldn't stop it, but just curious how he could resist. And both Stark and Balagang think that Hallible has made a real move, and Fallout's defeat is a sure thing. Omaeda smiled and said, "That's what you don't know, right? Tell you, in fact, when the captain and vice captain rank come to the world, they will form a seal on their body, suppressing their strength to a small part of the original, otherwise they will be destroyed. It will have an impact on the world." "Oh, is that so? In other words, whether it's you or that Luo Chen, you're not doing your best right now?" Balagang asked. "Of course, Captain, quickly release the seal and defeat this guy. With your strength." Broken Bee interrupted Omaeda's words and said, "Have you not felt it yet? Now we are all in a state where the seal has been lifted." "What?" Omaeda was stunned, and instantly lost confidence in Luokan. We're finished, wait for Captain Yamamoto to save his life." "Don't talk nonsense. Look at it, Luokan won't lose." Broken Bee also has inexplicable confidence in the man Yi sees. She believes that Luokan will not lose. Of course, Luokan didn't disappoint them either. The spiritual pressure of the whole body is gathered on the tip of the knife, and the temperature is further reduced, reaching -0, and it is still decreasing. Jue shrank his neck. Obviously it was also affected by the cold, but he raised his head proudly, because now the focus of everyone's attention is Luokan. Feeling the huge amount of frost power in the sky, Tushiro below sighed with a wry smile. "It seems that I have been changing hands with the name of the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto from Shu." But he wasn't upset at all, but since it's Luokan, I'm convinced I'll definitely get this title back. He wants to resist. "Turn my spiritual power into the spear of the ice god, and pierce through all enemies. Slay your neck, enemy, you can't escape this fatal blow." Boom! Hundreds of ice guns soared from the ground, hitting the sky, penetrating the sky and the earth, breaking the speed of sound, and attacking the clouds, but in an instant, the entire space was filled with icicles, and time seemed to freeze, and the entire cloud solidified into an ice cap. Ellipsis. The clouds in the sky solidified, and the icicles shot straight into the sky, like trees in the forest. The space was silent, as if it had snowed. Hallible felt uncomfortable, because her ability is water attribute, and she is really not very good at dealing with ice attribute. She looked around vigilantly, and now it can be said that she has completely fallen into the realm of falling dust, and she is a little careless. It may be directly beheaded. Putting on a defensive stance, Hallible looked at Luo Chen, who was covered in a layer of armor by ice and snow, as if he was facing a big enemy, and Luo Chen had already accumulated enough experience in the attack just now, experience in manipulating ice and snow. Absolute zero. Frozen. Click. The entire cloud layer began to collapse. The sound was like crushing crisp noodles, and the crisp sound of firecrackers resounded, and the surrounding icicles began to move slowly, approaching the center, and that center was where Hallible was located. For a while, the surrounding frost and cold air all rushed out to suppress Hallible, and there was also the spiritual pressure of falling dust, which made people unable to move. But Hallible is the third 10th blade no matter what. Even in this situation, she still maintains a calm head, but her actions are still slow, and her high-speed brain does not mobilize the body that has been invaded by cold air. Action becomes sluggish. No, there's no time left. Hallible could only watch the surrounding icicles begin to crowd together, and the road to the outside world began to shrink a little bit. She was like a whale trapped in two icebergs. No matter how strong you are, you will die soon. Buzz. The icicles were completely closed. Not only that, Halibal was tied with ice chains, and could no longer move. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and finally she fell asleep. Both Balagang and Stark wanted to take a look here, and they were a little shocked. Although there was a cold man who didn't bring his emotions to the surface, to be honest, they didn't have the confidence to be so defeat Halibal in a short time. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and lifted his understanding. Ninetails stood on his shoulders, but soon got into his clothes, probably because he had resisted the cold just now. Luo Chen smiled slightly, but soon emotion regulation comes back because things are far from over. Going down to the ground, Luo Chen ran in the direction of Dong Shilang, shouting as he ran, "Dong Shilang, how is your injury?" Dong Shilang appeared in front of Luo Chen intact and said, "Luo Chen, you are too impatient, it was just my plan." Strategy. So how did your arm respond? It's Captain Azuki Hanari, Luokan asked. Toshiro smiled and said, the figure just now was a dummy I made out of ice. How about it? Let's make it real. Don't tell others, I feel that Captain Yamamoto was a little shaken just now. Okay, you kid, I didn't expect that you really deceived me. At that time, I was too flustered and didn't notice the truth. You really are. Luo Chen smiled, as long as it's all right, especially Dong Shilang is captain level, if injured, it is a big loss of combat power. Dong Shilang smiled mysteriously and said, however, Luo Chen, you hit it deep enough. Why don't I remember that you can use this ice attribute? Luo Chen hurriedly said, actually, my Zanpakuto doesn't have any attributes at all, and the battle I just fought was just reckless. After speaking, Luo Chen immediately rushed towards Broken Bee without stopping. He really couldn't be idle at all, because it wasn't that the captains were too weak, but that the first 3 blades were exceedingly strong. Is it the captain and vice captain? Let's go together. Not long ago, Balagang waved his hand and let Broby and Omaeda go up together. Broken Bee and Omaeda knew that the enemy in front of them could not be taken lightly, so they rushed up and fought from both sides, but they were defeated in an instant. Luokan stopped between Balagang and Broken Bee, forcing their actions to stop. Balagang looked at Luokan, thinking about the strength of the man who defeated Halibal. HMPH, you defeated Halibal just now, right? Well, I praise you for having the ability to fight with me, and with me, the former king of the virtual circle, Balagang. King of the virtual circle. Broken Bee was taken aback. He didn't expect this slightly fat old man to have such an identity, and Omaeda stepped back in fear. Luo Chen clenched his Zanpakuto tightly and looked at Balagang, indeed, looking at the aura of a great emperor. Moreover, the subordinate officials just now called him His Majesty. It seems that this is also a difficult opponent. However, Luo Chen was not afraid, but planned to defeat Balagang, because after defeating Halibal just now, the system prompts a very rich reward. Broken Bee knew that he might be defeated, and that he was the captain of an assassination team. Frontal combat is really not his area of expertise. It is best to support him in the rear. Although he really asked to fight at the beginning, he is no longer forcing it. Luokan, be careful, he is weird, our attacks will become slow when approaching his body, and he just touched me lightly just now. My arm has been broken, this guy is very dangerous. Broken Bee reminded, clutching his arm, looking a little painful. Luokan handed her a bottle of potion, drink it, you will feel better, then leave it to me, and you will support behind. Yes. Hearing the conversation, Balagan smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you about my abilities. Anyway, you don't have any way to crack it. Actually, the 10 blades represent the 10 ways of death for human beings, and I represent the most powerful and feared one, aging. Balagan put his hands opened his heart, defenseless and confident. XXX. Aging. That's right, whether your actions were slow or your body fractured just now, it's all because of my ability, because your body has already begun to age. Of course there will be a decrease in speed and a weak body, this is not for granted. Should it be? Balagan laughed. Luo Chen didn't act rashly either. He approached slowly and used the spiritual pressure to investigate every move in Balagang, but the spiritual pressure at a distance of several meters around Balagang all began to dissipate. It's useless, everything close to my body will be given aging by me in an instant, whether it's a living body or a non-living body, it can be said that I am the king who controls time. I am already invincible. Ellipsis. Invincible. Talk big. Luokan doesn't believe in this set of things. Anyone can talk big. He wants to see if the other party has such strength, because the battle with Halibal just made Luokan a little excited. Knowing that Luo Chen should not be underestimated, Balagang also took out his weapon. The throne, made of bones just below him began to crumble, and then the weapon of one of the axe was exposed. Do masters like to hide their weapons? Luokan spit out, because Yamamoto also hides weapons in crutches, so it doesn't matter if he carries crutches with him, who would carry such a big seat with him. Balagang took out the axe. It was obvious that it was a heavy weapon. Although the speed was slower than Zanpakuto, the power of the slash was many times that of the same spirit pressure, not to mention the Balagang's axe. Reiatsu is beyond the level of captain. Luokan just used the first understanding, and rushed up directly. Of course, the feeling that broken beset appeared when Luokan approached Balagang. At first, I felt a sense of powerlessness, and then, the closer I got to Balagang's body, the more I felt a sense of incompatibility between the body and the spirit, which was just like immortality, as if my soul did not belong to this body. Then there is the sense of gravity when mobilizing the body, which is much heavier than when turning the body or moving the footsteps, as this aging. The aging body, whether in speed, strength, or even defense, will drop a notch. That's right. So, no one can really get close to me. When they get close, they will be turned into bones by my ability or even weathered directly in this space. Of course, that is the state of my full strength. Legend said. Under the condition that Luokan was slow, Balagang grabbed Luokan's wrist relatively easily. Luokan felt a tingling pain in his wrist, and the blow just now caused a slight fracture. Get out of the way. Balagang didn't attack with a weapon, he grabbed Luo Chen with his left hand and threw it out violently. Luo Chen was thrown out and hit the wall of the building in the distance, hitting him in the opposite direction. PFF'd. Luo Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "It seems that this aging will continue even when it leaves your side, it's really tricky." If the ordinary Luokan was attacked by this level, he would definitely not suffer any harm, but this is already the falling dust of the body's constant aging, and the physical quality is getting worse and worse. Seeing that Sufeng, Luokan, and Omaeda were all suppressed by himself, Balagang smiled and said, "So, what did you use to defeat me? Are you using your stupefied courage? But you can't fall down here." Luokan stood up and bounced off the dirt on his body. He had recovered some of his energy through the healing potion just now, but after all, those potions were only used to heal wounds, and they were really important to the passage of time. There is no cure, it is unnatural natural aging. Balagang was immediately angry, because he couldn't allow anyone to not surrender in front of his own swallow. Since the fake Aizen came, my dignity has been decreasing. Not only that guy Halibal, but now even does the god of death have no fear of me, the king of the virtual circle. Then he didn't intend to entangle anymore, and planned to let the battle end early. Corrupt, great skeleton. Unlike other 10-blade sword liberation, Balagang's sword liberation does not have two gorgeous special effects. North's sudden surge of spiritual pressure, some are just the silence and fear of the dark invasion of the soul, that is death. In the black spiritual pressure, Balagang's figure reappeared. At this time, he has changed his face. From the slightly fat old man just now, he has become a black skeleton in a robe. Just looking at it makes people's hair stand on end. In a cold sweat. Team, Captain, Mr. Luokan, how can you win against that kind of monster? Omaeda hugged the wire bar in front of him. His feet were weak, and he wanted to find something that could support him. It's really tricky, Broken B. Use it now if you have any trump cards. I'm not sure if I can beat this guy. Luo Chen told the truth, because now his trump cards should not have the ability to restrain Balagang, so he can only use let's take a quick bet. Yes, as long as you hold him back for a while, my trick requires a period of preparation. When his attention is completely attracted by you, he will kill him with one hit. Broken Bee replied. She looked at Luo Chen, some worry. Luokan nodded and said, is it a one-hit kill? I will fight for it. Then Luokan used the D-solution and rushed towards Balagang. In the short confrontation just now, Luokan also felt that Balagang's ability is also related to his spiritual pressure. If he can cover himself with a layer that is strong enough, the Reiatsu, Balegun cannot invade, but Balegun can age anything. So this move must consume a huge amount of Reiatsu. Even at the captain level, it can only last for less than a minute. The amount of spiritual pressure that Luo Chen broke out with his dissolution far exceeded that of the captain, so he planned to resist. It's up to you, Broken Bee. Luo Chen didn't expect that one day he would hand over the lore to someone else, but this time there is really no good way, unless Luo Chen can kill Balagang within this minute. Balagang's waterlogging ability erodes the dust-falling flesh. This is no longer to the extent that wrinkles appear, but the speed at which it has turned into dead bones in the past 100 years. It is stronger than the corrosive ability of strong acid and alkali. You can't stand it anymore, can you? Being killed by me is also a card, you just accept your fate, sigh of death. The Balagang skeleton spit out a black mist, and Lu Chen felt bad, and put all the spiritual pressure is used to resist, but it is still easily penetrated. Come on, Bee. Right at this moment, Broken Bee roared loudly, a golden flash streaked across the sky, and a huge missile passed through the Raya of Balagang. Whizzing past, Luo Chen was surprised at Balagang, and immediately pulled away. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion turned the area of hundreds of kilometers into an extreme sea of fire. High temperature and high pressure swept the entire area, and the Broken Bees were blown away by the powerful recoil. Luokan arrived in time, and borrowed the incapacitated her when Broby fell into a blank state due to the reaction force. Otherwise, if she hit the building behind, she would be instantly turned into a meat pie by the impact force. I succeeded, Mr. Luokan. I did it, Mr. Yi. Broken Bee was already unconscious, and Luokan hurriedly gave her the recovery potion. Luokan nodded, but he sensed that the Reiatsu in Balagang had not disappeared. Chapter 1245. The clouds in the sky solidified, and the icicles shot straight into the sky, like trees in the forest. The space was silent, as if it had snowed. Halibal felt uncomfortable, because her ability is water attribute, and she is really not very good at dealing with ice attribute. She looked around vigilantly, and now it can be said that she has completely fallen into the realm of falling dust, and she is a little careless. It may be directly beheaded. Putting on a defensive stance, Halibal looked at Luo Chen, who was covered in a layer of armor by ice and snow, as if he was facing a big enemy, and Luo Chen had already accumulated enough experience in the attack just now, experience in manipulating ice and snow. Absolute zero. Frozen. Click. The entire cloud layer began to collapse. The sound was like crushing crisp noodles, and the crisp sound of firecrackers resounded, and the surrounding icicles began to move slowly approaching the center, and that center was where Halibal was located. For a while, the surrounding frost and cold air all rushed out to suppress Halibal, and there was also the spiritual pressure of falling dust, which made people unable to move. But Halibal is the third 10th blade no matter what. Even in this situation, she still maintains a calm head, but her actions are still slow, and her high-speed brain does not mobilize the body that has been invaded by cold air. Action becomes sluggish. No, there's no time left. Halibal could only watch the surrounding icicles begin to crowd together, and the road to the outside world began to shrink a little bit. She was like a whale trapped in two icebergs. No matter how strong you are, you will die soon. Buzz. The icicle was completely closed, and more than that, Halibal was tied to the ice chain and could no longer move. Her consciousness gradually blurred, and finally she fell into a deep sleep. Both Balagang and Stark wanted to take a look here, and they were a little shocked. Although there was a cold man who didn't bring his emotions to the surface, To be honest, they didn't have the confidence to be so defeat Hannibal in a short time. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and lifted his understanding. Ninetails stood on his shoulders, but soon got into his clothes, probably because he had resisted the cold just now. Luo Chen smiled slightly, but soon emotional regulation comes back because things, far from over. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Going down to the ground, Luo Chen moved towards Dong Shilang's direction. Shang ran over and shouted as he ran, "Dong Shilang, how is your injury?" Dong Shilang appeared in front of Luo Chen intact and said, "Luo Chen, you are too impatient, it was just my plan." Strategy. So how did your arm respond? It's Captain Azuki Hanari, Luokan asked. Toshiro smiled and said, the figure just now was a dummy I made out of ice. How about it? Let's make it real. Don't tell others, I feel that Captain Yamamoto was a little shaken just now. Okay, you kid, I didn't expect that you really deceived me. At that time, I was too flustered and didn't notice the truth. You really are. Luo Chen smiled, as long as it's all right, especially Dong Shilang is captain level, if injured, it is a big loss of combat power. Dong Shilang smiled mysteriously and said, however, Luo Chen, you hit it deep enough. Why don't I remember that you can use this ice attribute? 100 million. Chapter 1246. Luo Chen hurriedly said, actually, my Zanpakuto doesn't have any attributes at all, and the battle I just fought was just reckless. After speaking, Luo Chen immediately rushed towards Broken Bee without stopping. He really couldn't be idle at all, because it wasn't that the captains were too weak, but that the first three blades were exceedingly strong. Is it the captain and vice captain? Let's go to 470 together. Not long ago, Balagang waved his hand and let Brobe and Omaeda go together. Broken Bee and Omaeda knew that the enemy in front of them could not be taken lightly, so they rushed up and fought from both sides, but they were defeated in an instant. Luokan stopped between Balagang and Broken Bee, forcing their actions to stop. Balagang looked at Luokan, thinking about the strength of the man who defeated Hannibal. HMPH, you defeated Hannibal just now, right? Well, I praise you for having the ability to fight with me, and with me, the former king of the virtual circle, Balagang. King of the virtual circle. Broken Bee was taken aback. He didn't expect this slightly fat old man to have such an identity, and Omaeda stepped back in fear. Luo Chen clenched his Zanpakuto tightly and looked at Balagang, indeed, looking at the imposing manner of a great emperor, and the subordinate officials just called him His Majesty, it seems that this is also a difficult opponent. However, Luo Chen was not afraid, but planned to defeat Balagang, because after defeating Hannibal just now, the system prompts a very rich reward. Broken Bee knew that he might be defeated, and that he was the captain of an assassination team. Frontal combat is really not his area of expertise. It is best to support him in the rear. Although he really asked to fight at the beginning, he is no longer forcing it. Luokan, be careful, he is weird, our attacks will become slow when approaching his body, and he just touched me lightly just now, my arm has been broken, this guy is very dangerous. Broken Bee reminded, clutching his arm, looking a little painful. Luokan handed her a bottle of potion, drink it, you will feel better, then leave it to me, and you will support behind. Yes. Hearing the conversation, Balagan smiled and said, actually, it doesn't matter if I tell you about my abilities. Anyway, you don't have any way to crack it. Actually, the 10 blades represent the 10 ways of death for human beings, and I represent the most powerful and feared one, aging. Balagan put his hands opened his heart, defenseless and confident. Aging. That's right. Whether your actions were slow or your body fractured just now, it's all because of my ability, because your body has already begun to age. Of course there will be a decrease in speed and a weak body, this is not for granted. Should it be? Balagan laughed. Luo Chen didn't act rashly either. He approached slowly and used the spiritual pressure to investigate every move in Balagang, but all the spiritual pressure at a distance of a few meters around Balagang began to dissipate. It's useless, everything close to my body will be given aging by me in an instant, whether it's a living body or a non-living body, it can be said that I am the king who controls time. I am already invincible. Chapter 1247. Invincible. Talk big. Luokan doesn't believe in this set of things. Anyone can talk big. He wants to see if the other party has such strength, because the battle with Halibal just made Luokan a little excited. Knowing that Luo Chen should not be underestimated, Balagang also took out his weapon. The throne, made of bones just below him began to crumble, and then the weapon of one of the axe was exposed. Do masters like to hide their weapons? Luokan spit out, because Yamamoto also hides weapons in crutches, so it doesn't matter if he carries crutches with him, who would carry such a big seat with him? Balagang took out the axe. It was obvious that it was a heavy weapon. Although the speed was 22 times slower than Zanpakuto, the power of the slash was many times that of the same spiritual pressure, not to mention Balagang. The Reiatsu is beyond the level of captain. Luokan just used the first understanding, and rushed up directly. Of course, the feeling that broken be said appeared when Luokan approached Balagang. At first, I felt a sense of powerlessness, and then, the closer the distance was to the body part of Balagang, the more I felt a sense of physical and spiritual inability to live forever. The sense of coordination is like the strange feeling that your soul does not belong to this body. Then there is the sense of gravity when mobilizing the body, which is much heavier than when turning the body or moving the footsteps, as this aging. The aging body, whether in speed, strength, or even defense, will drop a notch. That's right. So, no one can really get close to me. When they get close, they will be turned into bones by my ability or even weathered directly in this space. Of course, that is the state of my full strength. Legan said. Under the condition that Luokan was slow, Balagang grabbed Luokan's wrist relatively easily. Luokan felt a tingling pain in his wrist, and the blow just now caused a slight fracture. Get away from me. Balagang didn't attack with a weapon. He grabbed Luo Chen with his left hand and threw it out violently. Luo Chen was thrown out and hit the wall of the building in the distance, hitting him in the opposite direction. PFF'd. Luo Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a smile, "It seems that this aging will continue even when it leaves your side, it's really tricky." If the ordinary Luo Chen was attacked by this level, he would definitely not suffer any harm, but this is already the falling dust whose body is constantly aging, and the physical quality is getting worse and worse. Seeing that Sufeng, Luokan, and Omaeda were all suppressed by him, Balagang smiled and said, "So, what did you use to defeat me? Are you using your stupefied courage? But you can't fall down here." Luokan stood up and bounced off the dirt on his body. He had recovered some of his energy through the healing potion just now, but after all, those potions were only used for healing, and they were really important to the passage of time. There is no cure, it is unnatural natural aging. Balagang was immediately angry, because he couldn't allow anyone to surrender in front of his own swallow. Since the fake Aizen came, my dignity has been decreasing. Not only that guy Halibal, but now even does the god of death have no fear of me, the king of the virtual circle. Then he didn't plan to entangle anymore, and planned to let the battle end early. Corrupt, great skeleton. Chapter 1248. Unlike other 10-blade sword liberation, Balagang's sword liberation does not have two gorgeous special effects, nor does it have a sudden surge of Reiatsu, but only the silence and fear of darkness that invades the soul, that is death. In the black spiritual pressure, Balagang's figure reappeared. At this time, he has changed his face. From the slightly fat old man just now, he has become a black skeleton in a robe. Just looking at it makes people's hair stand on end. In a cold sweat. Team, Captain, Mr. Luokan, how can you win against that kind of monster? Omaeda hugged the wire bar in front of him. His feet were weak, and he wanted to find something that could support him. It's really tricky, Broken Bee. Use it now if you have any trump cards. I'm not sure if I can beat this guy. Luo Chen told the truth, because now his trump cards should not have the ability to restrain Balagang, so he can only use let's take a quick bet. Yes, as long as you hold him back for a while, my trick requires a period of preparation. When his attention is completely distracted by you, one hit will kill him. Broken Bee replied. She looked at falling dust, a little worried. Luokan nodded and said, is it a one-hit kill? I will fight for it. Then Luokan used the dissolution and rushed towards Balagang. In the short confrontation just now, Luokan also felt that Balagang's ability is also related to his spiritual pressure. If he can cover himself with a layer that is strong enough, the Reiatsu, Balegun cannot invade, but Balegun can age anything. So this move must consume a huge amount of Reiatsu. Even at the captain level, it can only last for less than a minute. The amount of spiritual pressure that Luo Chen broke out with his dissolution far exceeded that of the captain, so he planned to resist. XXX. It's up to you, Broken Bee. Luo Chen didn't expect that one day he would hand over the lore to someone else, but this time there is really no good way, unless Luo Chen can kill Balagang within this minute. Balagang's waterlogging ability erodes the dust-falling flesh. This is no longer to the extent that wrinkles appear, but the speed at which it has turned into dead bones in the past 100 years. It is stronger than the corrosive ability of strong acid and alkali. You can't stand it anymore, can you? Being killed by me is also a card, you just accept your fate, sigh of death. The Balagang skeleton spit out a black mist, and Lu Chen felt bad, and put all the spiritual pressure is used to resist, but it is still easily penetrated. Diaresis go on, bees. Right at this moment, Broken Bee roared loudly, a golden flash streaked across the sky, and a huge missile passed through the raya of Balagang. Whizzing past, Luo Chen was surprised at Balagang, and immediately pulled away. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion turned the area of hundreds of kilometers into an extreme sea of fire. High temperature and high pressure swept the entire area, and the broken bees were blown away by the powerful recoil. Luokan arrived in time and borrowed the incapacitated her when Broby fell into a blank state due to the reaction force. Otherwise, if she hit the building behind, she would be instantly turned into meat by the impact force. Cake. I succeeded, Mr. Luokan. I did it, Mr. Yi. Broken Bee was already unconscious, and Luokan hurriedly gave her the recovery potion. Luo Chen nodded. Buddha sensed that the Reiatsu in Balagang had not disappeared. Chapter 1249. In that explosion, the raging flames burned in the air, but the spiritual pressure in Balagang was not affected too much, and Luokan could still feel the spiritual pressure from the oppression. Powerful. Omaeda, take care of Broken Bee, then leave it to me. Luo Chen took Broken Bee bigger than Omaeda's hand, glanced at Jue, and walked forward slowly. However, in the flames, there was no new movement in Balagang. At this time, Luo Chen felt a sense of disharmony, and a strange spiritual pressure penetrated into this space. Sure enough, in the next instant, on the other side, the battlefield between Jingle Chunsui and Stark was disturbed, and a broken face that appeared out of nowhere broke into the battlefield. Luokan has an impression of this broken face, and has the level of spiritual pressure of the 10 blades, but it does not seem to be any of the 10 blades. He once came to this world with Grimjiao and Yami, and there was no threat at the beginning. I guess Beijing Mr. Le and Mr. Fuju will take care of it. Just when Luokan thought so, an accident happened. Shuru Yukitaki didn't notice Wandawise's arrival in time, and was stabbed in the back. All the gods of death present felt nervous, because Shuru Yukitaki was also a captain-level combat power, and when Shubi had lost his combat ability just now, he lost another captain's combat power, and the next battle will be more and more difficult. Wandawise, since he's here, does it prove that Aizen can't wait? Stark said to himself. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the moment Stark was in Jinglekan's heart, he also instantly knocked him flying, followed by a silence, whose life and death were unknown. This is trouble. Luo Chen couldn't pull away, and Yamamoto narrowed his eyes. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, he still had one thing he could rely on, and that was Aizen-san. who was trapped in the flames. People. But then, the last restraint was also broken. A huge black cavity opened in the air, and a half-huge void crawled out of it. His face was like a lotus flower, his mouth slowly opened, and he began to absorb the spirits around him. He devoured it again. The closest one was Aizen. The flames on the left and right sides of the virtual generals were clean. Not only Aizen and their exposed figures, but Balagang also walked out of the explosion. This time, the whole battle situation was reversed in an instant. On the Soul World side, only 4 captains, Yamamoto, Luokan, Tushiro and Murazajan, were left to fight. The more powerful Matsumoto Ranju and Ichigo were still in the vice-captain level. While being treated at Uno Hanaritsu, he is temporarily unable to participate in the battle. On the other side of the virtual circle, there are 3 captains, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin, and Tosenyao, as well as Balagang and Stark, who are above the captain's level, and Wandawise, whose strength is unknown. Luokan knows. Don't look at the difference in the number of people, but Aizen's Zanpakuto ability is enough to reduce the gap. This is also what Maujawali said. Everyone who has seen Aizen's first solution has already lost. Only Luokan and Luokan Ichigo can break this situation. Aizen. Yamamoto took a step, and the crutch in his hand turned into a Zanpakuto again. He didn't expect the final battle to start now, but Yamamoto really thought about it at this time. Chapter 1250. He faintly felt that the feeling that Wandawise gave him was different from others, and it was a sense of disobedience that was so strange that he could not ignore it. Aizen was also ready to take action, because he couldn't wait a little longer. It had been more than 10 minutes, but he still couldn't control it completely. Aizen was a little disappointed with 10 blades. But at this moment, in the middle of the two, there were 8 people. All of them were Reiatsu at the captain level, but both the Shinigami and Aizen on the Soul World side raised their guard. Luokan knew them, and the leader was Hiriko Mako of the Masked Army, and each figure was also a member of the Masked Army that Luokan had seen before. "It's you, Mako Hiriko," Luo Chen said. Mako Hiriko nodded to Luokan and said, "Luokan, are you all right now? Where's Ichigo?" Among the gods of death, only Luokan and Ichigo are regarded as partners by Hiriko Mako. Although Ichigo and Luokan have not fully joined them, they are at least alternates. After all, only they can become virtual, so Hiriko and the others, the attitude towards Luo Chen and Ichigo is better. "It's healing now." Luo Chen pointed to an area on the ground protected by ghosts, where there were quite a few wounded, one of whom was Ichigo. "Haha, it's really a bit rude. I don't know if he can blur for a few seconds, but it's you Luokan, I feel that your strength has improved again," Tsuruto Fei Shili said with a smile. The captains except Luo Chen saw that Luo Chen and these people were fairly familiar, so they breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were sure that they were not enemies, but their breath was still a familiar and unfamiliar feeling. The only ones who know the truth here are the captains of the older generation. Needless to say, Yamamoto, Aizen is also very clear. "So, do you really have nothing to say to the people in your former team? Then you are here now, and I will go and say hello to the captain." Hiriko Mako came to Yamamoto in a blink of an eye. "That's right. These 8 people from the Masked Army used to be the captains or vice-captains of the 13th team of the Guardian of the Soul Society, and their strength should not be underestimated. It turns out that you have been hiding in the present all this time. Shit, but what are you doing here?" Yamamoto didn't have much affection for them, and quietly exposed the blade of the Zanpakuto in his hand, and he was already unsheathed. Of course, Hiriko Mako saw Yamamoto's little gesture, turned around, and said, "Originally, we don't make water from wells, but this time it's different." "What?" "It's just because of Luokan and Ichigo. Don't think about anything else, so we plan to cooperate with you temporarily. This does not mean that my family is a friend, but Aizen is the old enemy of our Masked Army. At this point, we just a little bit of a common goal." Hiriko Mako said it coldly, and then he immediately greeted the masked soldiers to fight on their own. "So of course my target is Aizen." At this moment, the huge imaginary body that climbed out of the black cavity began to wriggle. It opened its big mouth, leaving a black thing out of it, filling the entire sky. Those liquids squirmed and began to separate. At this time, everyone realized that they were thousands of giants, and they had already occupied the battlefield. It's time for us to show our power. Come on. Oh. The 8 people of the masked army responded and rushed towards the Daxu group. If it was only the hands of the corpse and soul world, after the impact of the Daxu group, they would immediately lose their troops and be at a disadvantage in the war, but the arrival of the masked army greatly alleviates this situation. The 8 people were uniformly blurred, and various masks were put on their faces. At that moment, they were the key to the reversal of the entire battlefield. After all, Dashu is not an opponent of captain-level combat power. After 100 years, they have not only improved in the power of the virtual, but of course the training of the death god has not fallen. The virtual battle does not fail. For a time, Dashu seemed to be caught in a meat grinder. The constant siege brought only constant demise. The 8 people cooperated with each other. This was their tacit understanding for 100 years. After a while, Dashu was killed. Net. However, the huge emptiness is still producing big emptiness constantly. If the source is not defeated, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be. Our bouquet can only last for a few minutes, and then we have to fight Aizen and the others, so we can't waste too much time here. Hirako Mako said. Ju Nanbai volunteered, let me deal with that guy. She is a girl with green hair and wearing tights. She doesn't look very strong, but she has the longest blurring time of all, and has hidden strength. Everyone is very relieved of her. What a white kick. She also acted very fast. She got close in an instant, and with just one kick, she kicked the big virtual so much that her whole body bleeds and exploded to death. There was a fiery battle over there, and Luo Chen was not idle here. Balagang insisted that Luo Chen was his opponent. He did not believe that anyone would not be convinced by his own death power. Suffer to death. Breath of death. The air of Balagang touched the black mist again, and Luokan knew that if it was touched by this kind of thing, even if it was just a little bit, that part would quickly die to the point of seeing bones, and then the bones would turn into dust. If that part of the body is not eliminated in time, the entire body will be spread by the force of death, and in the end, there will be no recovery, and the life will not be long. Hurry up and escape with the broken bees. Omaeda immediately left the battlefield with broken bee for treatment, and Balagang's energy is now all in Luokan. He controlled the mist to slowly approach Luokan. Luokan originally thought that the fog was just drifting away naturally, but he didn't expect it to be the same as Reiatsu, but Luokan performed Shunpo and quickly threw off the death pursuit behind him. The distance was far enough, and Balagang also temporarily stopped. What's the matter, can't you come? But how can you beat me? Balagang smiled smugly. Or are you afraid of me? Bastard, Balagang, is your so-called fear of me just thinking about how to cut you into pieces? Luokan responded unceremoniously, it doesn't matter whether you are the king of the virtual circle or not, I'll still fight. Solution. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Luokan intends to use numbers to win, isn't it impossible for me to approach alone? Then I will use 10 or 100. Although your death aura is super, corroding, can you handle these? In an instant, hundreds of Luokan attacked from different directions towards Balagang. Among these were Luokan's shadow clones, as well as the illusion created by Luokan's spiritual pressure. Except for the real strength, it was almost identical to the main body. Give me death. Balagan waved his hand, a large amount of death aura covered the entire space, and all the avatars that rushed forward all turned into spirits and disappeared. Cough. Of course Luokan's body was also injured. Sure enough, it's not a matter of quantity, then I'll try this. Multiple shadow clones. Repeating the old trick, Luo Chen intends to break through from one point in a straight line. Dozens of people lined up in a line, expanding the spiritual pressure, and heading towards the death field. Give me old age and death. In the breath of death in Balagang, Even Reiatsu couldn't hold it for long, but Luo Chen could only fight for this minute and a second. Come and go deep. Balagang was a little anxious. I didn't expect this method to be feasible, but Luokan was already at the end of the shot when he reached the place where Kankan could reach Balagang. If he didn't escape in time, he would disappear into this world in the next second. Hu. Luo Chen adjusted his breathing. Balagang looked at Luo Chen and said, "How is it, Wanwando it all? I am invincible, and my aging ability affects not only people and death, but even mountains and rivers, birds, animals, flowers and plants, the moon, stars, the sun, everything." Luokan has no more tricks, and he can't find any items that can be truly restrained in the system. The system also said helplessly, "It's also over-spec, and I'm ashamed of this. I have a way. I can only fight for my life. I will use all the points I have earned from defeating Hannibal to buy all the recovery items. I want to see if I beat him first or if he ages me first." Ding! Purchased. Completion glanced at the inventory, and it was estimated that there were tens of thousands of various recovery items, but Luo Chen still had no idea in his heart: blindness. Overspeed regeneration. Oh, you actually have this ability. But super speed regeneration is useless for me, because the aging speed I control is many times faster than your super speed regeneration. Then try it. Luokan used the combination of dissolution and blur, and his spiritual pressure once again broke through and rose to a new stage. Yamamoto already knew that Luokan could exert this level of power, but Aizen was a little surprised. Kai. At the moment Luokan and Balagang's ability field came into contact, Luokan's arms, calves, fingers, ears and many other parts had already fallen. Super speed regeneration. Recovery props. Luokan roared. Zanpakuju cooperated with spiritual pressure, released slashes and tailed beast jade, and gradually tore apart the black mist. During this process, Luokan had to constantly experience the demise and remodeling of his body, and experienced a very spiritual life. A double trial of the flesh. How can there be a god of death like you? How can you have such an ability? Balagang quickly stepped back, but at this time, Luo Chen became more and more brave, and he was already approaching. Cut. Luo Chen held the sword in both hands and slammed it down. This move brought almost all of Luo Chen's spiritual pressure, which should have been a lore. But the closer you get to Balagang, the stronger your ability to age. Impossible rust appeared on the Zanpakudo in an instant, and it began to crack. Click. Luokan's Zanpakudo shattered into pieces and scattered around. Ellipsis. Due to Dongxian's mask, he couldn't see his hideous face, but Luokan could feel the complex emotions revealed in his spiritual pressure, which was no longer concealed his disgust for the world. Tosen, aren't you going to stop? There are still the village captain and Hisagi Shuhei here who believe in you. Luo Chen took a speech therapy. Dongxian smiled and said, "No need to say any more, I have never shown my sincerity to them. My heart died 100 years ago. I became the god of death for revenge. To be honest, I am not the same as the god of death." People. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Luokan stopped demanding, and now it's just a simple and direct way to defeat him and bring Aizen to justice. Don't think too much, and leave the rest to Yamamoto. All right, old man, I'm only responsible for fighting and collecting points. Murazajan and Hisagi were on the ground watching Luokan and Tosen who were fighting in the sky, and felt that it was better not to intervene in the current battle situation. Captain Tosen. Hisagi was ashamed that he didn't have such a strong power. If I could have more power, I would definitely show you my strength, and I would make you convinced. Village Zojun was hesitating whether to use the dissolution. Luokan, see if you can hold on. My keen intuition tells me that Dongxian is not as simple as it seems. Luokan can also see that, although Dongxian's blurring is a blurring, it is not the same as the masked army or Luokan and Ichigo's blurring. Although these two are similar in performance, there is an essential difference, and it is very suspicious for Dongxian to show this feature at this time. Where did your ability to become virtual come from? Luokan asked tentatively. Dongxian replied, Of course, Aizen-sama helped me to use Bengyu to transform my body, and now I have gained great power. Luokan appeared calm on the surface, but he actually had some bad guesses in his heart. He thought, sure enough, this guy Dongxian was probably used by Aizen. Although the idea may be his own, it will definitely become a tool for Aizen in the end. Dongxian didn't care what Lan Ran did or what Luo Chen was thinking. His entire face was covered in the mask, and the emotions he revealed were unpredictable. Ding! Toxian's Zanpakuto and Luokan's Zanpakuto were constantly overlapping, and the virtualized Reiatsu became even more violent. The slashes of the two formed a Reiatsu Eye of the Storm. But soon, Dongxian fell into a disadvantage. After all, this was one of the few times he used blurry. It can be said that he was not fully familiar with it. Luokan knew that if Dongxian was familiar with blurry, he might fall into. After all, I have to admit Dongxian's talent in combat. Dongxian also reacted quickly. After several confrontations with Luokan to no avail, he withdrew and kept his distance from Luokan. Although he seemed to be preparing for Luokan's next attack, he seemed to be thinking about something. Aren't you going to attack? Luokan provoked, because Hirako Mako and Aizen had already started a fight. Ichigo and Ichimaru-jin also started a brief confrontation, and Luokan also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Although he couldn't see his face with the mask on, Luokan still clearly heard an ethereal laughter, which made people shudder, and then Dongxian clearly spit out the words of returning to the blade. Hundreds of green worms, mad crickets. XXX. Boom. An incomparably pitch-black spiritual pressure emerged from Dongxian's body, wrapped himself in it, and Luokan patted his head. Seeing this scene, he was not surprised but excited, and secretly excited. I said that I seemed to have forgotten something. It turned out to be the liberation of the sword. What? Only then did Luo Chen understand that what is on an equal footing with Dixie is not blurring, but the skill of sword liberation. Therefore, Luokan should also be liberated by swords after blurring. Over there, Dongxian's sword was released, and a big black worm appeared in the dark mist. The whole body is pitch black, only the eyes are green and yellow, which looks very strange. There are countless limbs around the body, all arms, wings flapping, hovering in the air. Slowly, his eyes opened, and then he trembled with excitement. Ah, I can see. Is this the sky? Is this the earth? This is the world. He slowly turned his face to Luokan and the others. And you are Hisagi, Kashiwamura, and Luokan. It's really uglier than I thought. Luokan curled his lips and said, you don't even look at yourself, you're just a disgusting fly. Are you embarrassed to talk about us? Don't look in the mirror. It's useless to say more, you can die. Dongxian rushed over, and after turning into a worm, his speed increased a lot, and the scale of the spiritual pressure has far exceeded the level of the captain. This is my line. Luo Chen rushed forward, picked up the Zanpakuto, and slashed with Dongxian. Of course, Dongxian's weapon was no longer the Zanpakuto, but a pair of hard and sharp arms. There are a lot of spikes on it. As soon as he touched it, Luo Chen felt that his speed was being suppressed. Dozens of arms attacked in unison, and Luo Chen had to have 3 heads and 6 arms to resist. But Luokan happened to have shadow clone technique. Fight side by side with me. Bang bang bang. Several avatars appeared around Luokan, resisting Dongxian's crazy attacks. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched, and no one would let the other. Seeing that the situation was not good, the village left formation immediately opened the solution, intending to help Luokan. His solution was a huge warrior, standing in the sky, about 100 meters high, with great power. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Boom! He waved his arm to cut through the air, like a thunderous sound, and his long arm came. Dongxian did not rush to shake off Luokan, but used several arms to fight Luokan, and the other arm resisted the attacking giant sword. Even if it takes a little effort for one person to deal with 2 people at the same time, it is enough to prove that Dongxian's strength has indeed improved a lot after the liberation of the sword, but this is also the limit, and he can't deal with multiple captains at the same time like Aizen. Luokan's blur has been activated all the time, but if it's just blur, it can no longer be resisted. Is it time to use the D solution? No, there is one more thing. Luokan began to look for the feeling of sword liberation in battle. Although the ability to blur is obtained through the system, this does not mean that I cannot use my own consciousness to activate sword liberation. Toxian's sword liberation is not inferior to the 10-blade thinking. Luokan is really difficult to solve without opening the D solution, but fortunately there are two people with the help of Hisagi Shubing and Village Zojun, which allows Luokan to draw out more energy. You all die for me. Dongxian was enraged by the siege of the crowd, as if he had changed a person. His personality has really changed a lot. Facing the Village Zojun and Hisagi Shubing completely nostalgic, it seems that they have never known each other, they are just mortal enemies. Among them, the friendship between the Village Zojun and Dongxian is the most profound. They were brothers who died 100 years ago. Although Dongxian has already betrayed the Soul Society at this time, the Village Zojun still can't kill him. Luokan could see the emotion in the Village Zojun's heart, and knew that if he had to kill his friend, it would be completely impossible for him to do it, and even if he did, it would only increase the sadness in his heart. Kun, you step back. Hisagi too, I know your pain, but Dongxian is no longer the original Dongxian. Luokan said helplessly. This is the first time he was not for points, but only for points taking care of others to take the fight alone. But, although the Village Zojun still wanted to refute, he knew that although his strength was not as good as the current Dongxian, he had already predetermined the ending of his defeat in terms of emotional restraint. Same goes for Sagi. Dongxian looked at the two people who had retreated, and focused his eyes on Luokan again. He was still excited to see everything in the world, which led to all actions far exceeding the normal level of performance. Virtual Flash. Dongxian's phantom flashes are produced by his eyes, not one, but two. The faint green phantom flashes are condensed and both attacked, with great power. Luokan tried his best to dodge, but Dongxian refused to give up, and started a chase with Luokan in the air. Shuangshu flashes blocked Luokan's way from both sides, but Luokan was not alone. Juwei used the tailed beast jade to disperse one, Luokan used Reiatsu slash to smash another one. But it's not the way to go on like this for a long time. Luokan planned to attack directly. As soon as he returned, Luokan came straight at Dongxian. Dongxian's body is now huge. Although his speed is not slow, his size makes him more vulnerable to attack. Of course, Luokan will not miss this opportunity. Don't even think about it. Dongxian knew that he couldn't dodge, so he stopped dodging, facing Luo Chen, 9-phase round kill. From the end of Dongxian's limbs and head, the air began to fluctuate, bursts of waves. The green ripples spread out, and it could be seen that Dongxian incorporated the spiritual pressure into the air. Buzz. Dozens of spiritual pressures oscillated through the space and merged into a sonic shock wave, hitting the rushing Luokan. At this speed, Luokan would hit him head-on. Luokan felt that it was an attack with powerful energy, because the spiritual pressure on the edge of Luokan was shattered, and the frontal approach would definitely be smashed to smithereens. Yan back. Luokan did not use clones, but turned into three, each of which was a real body, and each of which was a false illusion, attacking from three directions against the shock wave in the middle. What's going on? My glasses won't lie to me. Dongxian shouted angrily. Kai, Kai, Kai. The three knife slashes flashed like lightning, and the power could tear the sky apart, but the appearance was not arrogant, just like a swallow swept low. The spring breeze was blowing, but the next moment Dongxian's limbs were all broken. East Immortal, if you didn't have eyesight before, you might be able to avoid this blow from me, but now. Super speed regeneration. Dongxian refused to admit defeat, his limbs were recovering. It's not over yet. When Dongxian was using the super speed regeneration, Luo simultaneous opened the beginning of the solution and turned into a blur, and Dongxian was unprepared and received another slash. Luokan's spiritual pressure rushed into the wound and attacked everywhere. Dongxian couldn't bear the internal destruction of this scale, and he couldn't do it again. His body disintegrated, the black insect body dissipated in the air, and he fell to the ground in human form, no longer able to fight. It's me who lost, Luokan. You woke me up. Yes, I looked away, and I really shouldn't have changed. Village, I'm sorry, cough. Dong Xianyao's eyes were hazy, there was no obvious trauma, and there was blood on the corner of his mouth. Village Zojun and Hisagi shoving hurriedly surrounded him. Luokan landed to the side and said, "Don't worry, I have a sense of restraint. I saved his life, and the next thing will be decided by you." Hearing this, the village Zojun bowed to Luokan, "Thank you." Dongxian groaned, "Because of the blurring, my eyes can still see things. Let me see you, Mura, Hisagi." Murakami helped Dongxian up and said, "Don't move, the medical team will be here soon, concentrate on receiving treatment." Just as Luokan left silently, Murazaujin and Hisagi were about to cry with joy, but at this moment, the spiritual pressure in Dongxianyao's body suddenly became disordered, and an unfamiliar aura suddenly took over his whole body. This is false. Although there was some emptiness in that breath, everyone felt the breath of Bengyu and Aizen's Reiatsu contained in it. It's a bomb just in case. Luokan said this fact coldly. Dongxian's body was devoured by the incarnation in the body, turned into a spiritual child and dissipated, which was completely Aizen's method. Aizen looked down from the sky, his eyes were cold, and he said, "Yes, that's what I did. If he is defeated and there is a possibility of betrayal, the restraint device I buried in his body will work and let him disappear in this place." World. Village Zojun had hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could beat Aizen with his fists, and then ripped him to pieces with his Zanpakuto. He roared, "Aizen! Village!" Luokan slammed the Zanpakuto in front of the village Zojun, and the spiritual pressure broke out, suppressing the hatred of the village Zojun. The village Zojun reacted, gasping for breath. "Luokan, thank you. If you hadn't stopped me just now, I would have rushed forward irrationally, and caught Aizen's trap. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect myself." The village Zojun was frightened for a while. The final decisive battle seems to have truly kicked off. At this time, Ichimaru Jin was artificially separated from Ichigo. Ichigo and Luokan officially came to Aizen, and the Soul Society and the Masked Army truly stood together. Now only Aizen is left, it's time for us to join forces. Luo Chen said to Hirako Meiko, "Let's believe in Soul World again, you can see that Xiaobai can't hold it anymore." Looking at Ju Nanbai, who was in a coma because of his injury, the Masked Army finally gave in. "Well, it's all to defeat Aizen, we have no intention of getting along with you." Ujawali took Jinanbai to heal her wounds. She had Yamamoto in the base camp, so there was no need to worry. At this time, Aizen was surrounded by everyone. 100 million.